So what I love about the holiday season, of course, are just revisiting all of the things, getting out the things that maybe you made last year that you didn't get a chance to finish, or maybe it's just an opportunity for you to look at the stuff, right? Sometimes I think as creatives, just surrounding yourself with things that inspire. Hey everyone, I just see the chat just going crazy. Hello Frank. Hey Vicky. Hey Boo. She's here. I just think that it just kind of gets a little crazy in the creative season, and it's very important to get that stuff out and surround yourself with the things that are going to motivate you for the holiday making season. I think one of the things that is the most motivating for me, I'm just going to hand this off to Mario, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is the fact that what's great about Christmas? Well, new things, new toys. So believe it or not, this right here is another new release of Distress Spritz with a surprise launch during this hoopla. So surprise, there is the third release of Distress Spritz, and a shout out to Ranger, everyone at Ranger, to Kathy, Patty, Alan, really everyone at Ranger, because I know asking them to do 3 launches of Distress Spritz this year was big. So these are going to start hitting people's websites probably either now or, like I'm going to say, in the next 5 or 10 minutes with the new launch. There are 12 new colors of Distress Spritz, and yes, the Distress Spritz storage tin is in stock and shipping. It just started shipping to retailers yesterday, so many of them might show like in stock because Ranger did ship it out. It went out the door yesterday, so they'll be waiting to get their orders to ship. But I'm very excited that there are now 36 colors of Distress Spritz in the line. 36 that we did this year. Wow. So really, thank you, Ranger. I just think that's absolutely amazing that they did that. Let's talk about the colors, and then I'll just go into a little more detail. The Spritz we're going to demo. We're going to do a whole lot of stuff. It's not just a product launch. It's really, I wanted to demo these. And when we talked about splitting these colors, and I said, hey, do you think we can get these done this year? Oh, I don't know. Shout out to Brian, really, who matched all these colors. I wanted to pick these colors specifically for Christmas because you're going to see in this release we have Tattered Rose, which is just that really great kind of pale pink, perfect for the holidays. But yes, we have Lumberjack Plaid. So look at that red, that red Spritz. Lumberjack Plaid, Crackling Campfire. I mean, these are perfect holiday colors, are they not? So yes. Then we have Squeeze Lemonade, just a really nice, I would consider this more, I mean, it is yellow, but definitely more of a gold color. So I really like, that's why I did Squeeze Lemonade. Bundled Sage, oh my gosh, you guys. All right, so this one looks kind of dark on paper until the light hits it. But I'm telling you, this sagey color is so good. It is beautiful for the holidays. Of course, Rustic Wilderness, this dark green, take a look at that Forest Evergreen Spritz. Because these are, again, all distressed colors. Salvaged Patina. I know people have been asking for Salvaged Patina as well as Broken China. So I wanted to hold these both up because you need to see Salvaged Patina is that color that's like kind of tealish, kind of turquoise, kind of green, kind of blue, compared to Broken China, which definitely has more of that vibrant turquoise vibe. So I think seeing them side by side, you can really, because sometimes if you just look at it by itself, you're like, oh, it's awfully blue. But it really does have those kind of green undertones that Salvaged Patina has. Then Faded Jeans, really nice blue. And I think, what's nice about this, it is a deep blue. It's not a navy blue. It's just kind of, it's a faded color. Villainous Potion, Purple Lovers. I mean, so good. Probably one of my favorite of the Spritz, but it's always a favorite even in the distress line. This is Frayed Burlap. Frayed Burlap was a very complicated Spritz for Brian to do, and I thank him for going back and reworking it again and again because it needs to have this kind of black undertone to it. That's what burlap does. It's a great dirtier color, meaning like you can dirty a lot of things. You can Spritz, say, Broken China with Frayed Burlap and create more of that dirty turquoise, if you will. And then, of course, Hickory Smoke. Now, Hickory Smoke, I mean, look, just don't adjust your screen. That is how sparkly Hickory Smoke is. Because I wanted this gray color, the guys at Ranger, they found this pearl. Can you see it? It's almost diamond-like. It's a completely different pearl than in the other Spritz. I mean, you can, like, these are beautiful. They have that pearlescent thing, but this is almost like diamonds. Can you see that? It's completely different. And that's why I said, perfect for the season, because if you're looking for like that platinum or almost sterling silver, that's what we did with hickory smoke. I did that because you can still see the dark, dirty undertones like the smoke, but really this one, magic, magic, magic. So those are the new colors, and of course the storage tin. So let's talk about storage, okay? Let's talk about the tin. I'm gonna just hand these to Mario. Thanks, Mario. Thank you very much. When I store my Spritz, this is how I store them. Now, and I know it seems weird because people are like, well, then why did you do a tin that lays down? Because the tin is more, it's storage, but also use. I just like to store my sprays upright because that's what I do, because it's a liquid and I just like to store all of my liquids upright. So when I'm not using these are just sitting on my shelf like this, okay? I just have them kind of like in a bookcase, just stood up. You could also probably stand them up height-wise if you wanted to. But what's really important is that the colors, and we could even do it this way, when I want to use them, I want my bottles to lay down. And you can see this is what all 36 colors look like, because 12 fit in a tin, 3 tins, there you go. But this is why I wanted a tin like this, because when I go to use Spritz or sprays of any kind that need to be shaken up, I love to lay them down, because the mica or the pearl that collects at the bottom of a bottle, see, that's where it sits. When they lay down, and I lay them down for probably a good 5-10 minutes before I start working with them, this pearl will travel along the whole length of the bottle, and then when I go to mix it up, it mixes up much quicker. That's just a personal preference. This may not be your jam. You might have a whole different way of storing them. Great. You might say, but I want to store them flat. Can I? Yes, you can. Just make sure that you keep the lids on, because a lot of times when people use their sprays and they're grabbing them and they're holding them this way, they forget that sometimes you actually kind of unscrew the cap a little bit and you don't realize it, and then they tend to leak. So if you are going to lay them down, just make sure make sure they're all tight in there. But how beautiful do they look in their tins? Woo, 36 colors. I know, it's just like doing the little dance. See, they should just be doing a dance like that. It's cool. So this is how I like to work. I definitely work. I'm a palette kind of guy, not a collection kind of guy. So I like to have all my stuff in a palette order. But again, you do what you want to do. If you are one of those makers where you like to compartmental think for the season, then my advice is maybe have a tin and fill it up with just seasonal colors that you're going to use, right? Maybe it's just going to be a couple of reds or some greens, some blues, some purples, some neutrals, and you have one tin so you don't have to pick colors. But I will say that once you have 36 there, it's just going to be beautiful. So we're going to demo these. We're going to demo some other things, and we've just got a lot of stuff to cover. I am going to talk about the side orders that were launched yesterday with Sizzix. There's a demo for those too, so got a lot of stuff planned. But I'm very, very excited that, gosh, not only did we get a surprise launch during the Halloween Hoopla, the fact that a month later, Ranger was able to do another 12, rounding out the 36 colors. I'm so, so happy. So thanks again, Ranger. I'm going to set this off to the side, grabs that big magnet. Let me bring in my glass mat. This means business. When the mat comes in, we mean business. All right, so let me get this going here. Oh, I think we're pretty good. Yeah. Wow. I don't know how I do that. Sometimes it's good. Most of the time it's off. It's a little off, but this is going to totally work. Okay. So what we're going to do is just do some different things. I've done a lot of demos. So if you are looking for a full overview, check out the other videos where we introduce distress Spritz and talk about how they differ from mica stain and all that other stuff. This is really playtime more than, I'll say, education time, if you will. That's what I love about the Hoopla. Just get to play. You don't have to be any of that. Yeah, I agree. Everything Roy G. Biv. It makes my heart happy very much. Okay, let's see. Where am I? Gosh, now I got 36 colors. Where am I going to put them all? Okay, I'll put the reds over here. I'll put the greens over here. And then I'm going to have the brown ones over here. Right there. Okay, right. Yeah, Mario's like right there. That's going to work.
It's the only spot you have available.
Well, there is that. Okay, I think what I'm going to start doing is just really work on some backgrounds. I've pre-embossed some backgrounds. I've been wanting to play around with a few new things. I'm going to do this snowflake just with an embossing folder. I have to say, like, I love embossing folders. I love all the ones that I've done with Sizzix, I'm not gonna lie. But I absolutely love, these are from Simon Says Stamp, and I love embossing folders. I think it's important for any kind of creative, like whether you're a designer or not. Yeah, you can design and use your own stuff, but I love when, you know, there's other companies that you like, and yeah, you can kind of work around with this. I'm just gonna start with a piece of, this is watercolor cardstock that I embossed this snowflake. And I just want to go in with some Spritz and just play around with the colors. Now I just laid these down, so the sludge is still at the bottom, but see how quick it already started traveling up the side? Because that was clear. So you can shake it back and forth. If you have that little shaker machine I talked about, you can use that. But you got to get that little shaker, there you go, out of the mud. So that to me is really, really important. And we want to make sure that when you're using the Spritz that there is no pigment at the bottom. If you do, you'll suck up the pigment in the sprayer, and then of course that's going to clog the sprayer, and you don't really want to clog the sprayer, okay? Because if you do clog the sprayer, I haven't had any good luck unclogging it. All right, so Spritz is just a matched mica in a clear base. So that's why I wanted to start just on white, just to show you that you can take a color, you can take many colors of Spritz, and depending on how you spray, if you keep your distance, you can get a really nice, the whole purpose of Spritz is the Spritz. And I say that because you're like, well, of course, duh, it's a Spritz. But Spritz meaning it's designed to do these speckly sprays. It's not designed to be this harmonious mist. I didn't want that. I wanted something that you would spritz on as an accent, and that's exactly what this is. You don't really see the pearls until you dry it, okay? So, oh, I just saw a comment about the black and white. I got to be honest, I almost had my black glass mat because I was using the craft sheet. I'm like, but it's Christmas, so I'm using the white. That's what I said to Mario last night setting up. Right, Mario? Like, I had the mat, and I'm like, but it's Christmas, so I'm going to use white. But yeah, I often work on, I would say that I work on my black mat still more than the white. But the white is great for camera. It really is. It shows off color. Okay, you don't have to heat set Spritz. I'm just drying it because I want to dry it. So there you go. So there is that beautiful little bit of Spritz. See how it just does that little shine? Now we can still ink blend. You can do all sorts of things. But I want to remind you as we go through a lot of these demos that less is more. You don't have to throw every creative nuance on something if that's what it is. That to me, I think is really important. That sometimes, like the detail, for example, of this folder, it's going to be a beautiful background, but I love that if I cut this up for a card, I'm just going to get a little accent of a color, and I'm happy with that. So really, for that one, I'm calling it done. When I work with Spritz, I also just wipe off the nozzle just to make sure there's no pigment there. You don't have to scrub it. You don't even have to do this step. I just do it. So I have a towel, a flour sack towel, that is just kind of tucked into my pocket. So you might see me take this off camera. It's just because I'm wiping off the sprayers when you do it. Okay? So let's just work and play around with other things. Let's do this one. This is kind of a nice snowy one. This one we're going to do some other elements. Let me grab some more colors. We'll take some other sprays. All right. That magnet is crazy. Okay, perfect. I'm going to take some sprays. Let's see what I have here. That's what I'm looking for. We're going to go with a little bit of ice spruce because that's just going to give me kind of a gray color. And I think I'm just going to do that and some Spritz because broken china is really, you can see that the pigment, see how that pigment travels? That's why you lay them in the tin. It makes all the difference. All of the pigments already, just from laying down that little bit, see, traveled up the side. Just makes it so much easier to work with. Okay, there we go. Okay, so again, watercolor cardstock. I just use distressed watercolor cardstock because I want to have something that I can get wet, kind of play around with. So just gonna, a little bit of water. I just do a little bit of water on there because I want my colors to somewhat blend when I start spraying. So there's some spray stain. Ice spruce is kind of a grayish color. Spritz I can also mix. So that's just a good start. Now for this one, I don't want the spritzy pattern. So I'm gonna also spray this with water and just kind of move that around. So what I'm doing on this one is by using the spritz and the stain wet, it's kind of blending it together. It's kind of like making your own, I'll say mica stain, if you will. So see this little area that's white? You could leave it if you want, but really if you just add a little bit of water next to it, the color will just take over. Okay, we're just gonna dry it. Your paper's gonna curl, especially with that much moisture. Don't freak out, it doesn't have a memory. So there you go. I do lay my mica stains down. Anything that I have to shake, I lay down before I use it. So that would be mica stains, alloys, mixatives, foundry wax. Well, except for oxide spray. I will say that. Oxide spray, even though you have to shake it, it's a formula that's mixed. So I don't really lay those down. You could though, but I don't. All right, so this is just a totally different background. Again, I'm just talking about how easy backgrounds can be, and don't overthink the ink. I think sometimes when you get something, you know, we tend to want to overthink everything. So here's just a background, but you can see that see that little shimmer? What's important to know when it comes to what I just did, so you guys understand it like completely. If you were working with mica stain, that is a dye and a pigment combined. So when you spray it, it attaches. But because for this background, I used a spray stain, so this has no shimmer, and I use Spritz, which is just shimmer and no ink color, the mica really attaches itself to itself versus mixing. And I'll show you what I mean. It blends a little bit, you can see, but when I tip this to the light, you can see that the shine happens where the spritz is, and it's very, very subtle where there's more stain. Does that make sense? It pulls up a little bit around the embossing. That's why I like to do this on pre-embossed paper. Like, could you do a background and then emboss it? Yes. But doing it on pre-embossed paper, anytime you use a fluid medium, it builds up around that texture, and I happen to like that. You may not, you know, but you can see how like the ink takes on that movement, I guess, of the texture. So that's what I did. Anyway, just I think it's a cool folder, and we could have easily done it on this side too if you didn't want the bumps, but you wanted the little grooves. Totally done that. So far, spritzed, been done. This is spritz and stain. It couldn't be easier. Again, sometimes I think when you have stuff, it's just we overthink everything. And I'm just spraying with water just to clean off the glass mat, just because I want things cleaned up a little bit as we go. Okay, I do love this one. Isn't this one cool? Let's play around with this one. Let's see what we want to do on this. I think this one, I want to do a little bit of ink blending. Let's do that. So let's take out some minis. This is where things go crazy. I'm telling you right now. Don't judge. I mean, really, I have these from like when we did, remember this was the Yupo stencil with a die, but keep all your backgrounds. Keep all your ooh, that's a good one. That's with texture paste. See, that was texture paste and mica. See how that even around texture paste, it builds up. But I just love working with different backgrounds. Oh, that's a good one. I'll keep that one off to the side. Yeah, look at that one. Ooh-wee. Okay, don't be distracted, Holtz. Focus. We're back on this one. I'm gonna get do some browns and some green. There's some browns. And you could work with oxides, you can work with ink pads. I think whenever it comes to a pattern or a design that has small elements, I like using the mini ink blending tools because they're tiny, but you can use a brush. And I just like using mini ink pads, but use what you have. Take a look at that one. I mean, come on. I'm all about a star, and I know Paula is too, but it has to do with like the shape of it, but also that this star comes to a point in the middle. You know how hard that is to do with embossing, guys? Really. Because typically it'd be like the whole star and the whole thing would be raised, but the fact that it's a pointed star, like they remind me of the metal stars from Idea-ology. I can't even. Ooh, there's one in Kraft. Let's do both. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna open up the minis. So I just have my minis. I have one dedicated to each color group, family. Pink, red, orange, yellow, green, light blue, kind of darkish blue, purple, who knows what, dark and yet to be. And then I have some mini foams. This is the mini ink tin, same tin. I just took out the insert and kind of made this. And I cut out the little packaging that the refills come in. I cut that out and I taped it in, so I've got my little foams there. All right, let's work with this. So here I'm just going to open these up and stack them in. They're kind of, oh, not bad. Cool. Okay, let's do a little bit of rustic wilderness, peeled paint, forest moss. Those would be some good greens. Now, if you were using oxides, kind of the age-old question, can I use the same blending tool with oxides and inks? You can, but you have to clean it in between because oxide has pigment and ink, there's just a dye. So because I'm using just dyes, I don't have to clean the tool, even though I'm using one tool, meaning I can go into a color and go into another color, and I will not contaminate the ink pad. That's really where a blending tool even started out. That was its purpose, was actually to blend color, was to go in and double dip. But I know some people, it freaks you freak. So if that's you and you don't want to do it, you don't have to do that. Another option would be to literally smash some ink on your glass mat. So if you're like, oh, I'm not going to do that, you can smash some inks that way, and then you can blend two colors together. But really, it's totally fine to double dip in the ink pads. Okay. So here I'm just going to go in and just kind of lightly skip over the top. I mean, the tiny tool is just that. It's a domed foam, but see, it's tiny. It's like smaller than my thumb. And I'm not really doing the typical circular motion. I'm just dragging it just to hit the high points. Not concerned if I hit the low points. It doesn't really matter. Just do what you want. And I say that. It's not really an effective demo, is it? To say do what you want. But really, that is the reality of it. That sometimes I think really people get so in their heads about messing things up that you don't even play with the things you have. What are you saving them for? They're really there to play. And I'll give you an up-close look that I'm way outside the lines on some of the less detailed elements, but who cares? I'm going to go in and blend with a different color, so it doesn't matter. Little rustic wilderness. I love rustic wilderness because it's such a great, like, dark green color. Okay, so this is what we have so far. See, it's hitting that high point. So see, even these little areas that you've kind of gone out, who cares? Okay?
Who cares?
Who cares? Pop these back on. Put them back in there. I think that's going to go there. That's going to go there. That could go there. All right, now let's take a little bit of brown. Let's do some gathered twigs. If you're an overthinker, you could fix that. So, you know, I think sometimes people just accept that that's how you are as a creative thinker. I think maybe challenge yourself and maybe give yourself challenges of like, okay, I'm gonna take these 3 inks and I'm just gonna work with them and I'm gonna make the best of it. That's really good. All right, for these little pine cone, these little nuggety bits, wasn't sure if I wanted gathered twigs or brushed corduroy, so I'm pretty much sticking to brushed corduroy. I think I've got a lot of dark sludge on here, probably some scorched timber, because neither one of these colors are this dark. And ink reactivates ink, but hey, it's all right. It's a pine cone. I'm good with that. I could totally work. Okay. Those are what we have right now. Perfect. Okay, next I'm going to do some overall blending. So for this, I'm going to work with quite a bit of ink. So instead of me going back into the minis, if you only have minis, or maybe you're traveling and you're working with minis and you're doing a big background, it's so much easier, I think, to just push some ink onto, it could be a glass mat, it could be a craft sheet. I think blending on glass is much easier than blending on a craft sheet. That's just me. But instead of like always going back into the ink pad, just get some ink there and use that as your palette. Because now this is just going to allow me to just start blending. And I did choose kind of the cleaner foam, see, because I knew I wanted to get, you know, some lighter colors to go in. And this is where you can just really use this tool almost like a sports car, kind of getting into the corners, tight places, going around the curves. So what I'm doing is I'm kind of filling in the blanks a little bit. Not everything, because I think you can build up ink. You'll also see that when I'm inking, I'm always moving my paper and my inking hand stays in whatever position it was comfortable in. Like when you start ink blending, you know how whether you're right or left-handed, you kind of have this little feel. It's really important to not be a contortionist with that blending tool, even if you're using a brush, because you're changing your pressure as your hand moves it. But just move your paper, because it's like, okay, well, this is my groove, this is my palette, and see, I'm using up like really 90% of the ink because it doesn't dry on the glass. Okay, so now that I've done a light color, that's what we have so far. Now I'm going to go in with a dark color. Probably do same thing. I'm going to do a little bit of walnut stain and some scorched timber. Now the thing to remember, if you just do minis only have like 1/5 the amount of ink of an ink pad. And people buy minis and think that they're supposed to be like these juicy little, I don't know, fruit chews, but they're not. They're just a little ink pad. But when you get ink out of a pad, you need to push down. Like if you just drag it, like here's scorched timber. If I just do that, see, there's really nothing that comes out of it. But when I push, I get ink out of it. So whether you're using it on a stamp or whatever, you need to squish down. I also will say that on the bottom of all of my mini ink pads, because I use my minis a lot, I have to say. I use the big ones too, but if I'm doing something where I'm going to use a lot of colors, instead of getting out all the big ones, I just do these. I have a blending foam. It's just a flat one, the old school flat ones, under each mini. So the reason I do this is because that allows me to get away with 12 blending tools, because even on the traditional handle blending tools, I only work with that same setup. I have like 12 tools for ink and 12 for oxide, but those have domed foams. But if I'm doing a project where, let's say specifically, I only want to blend with crushed olive, or I only want to blend with something light like shabby shutters, each one of these colors has a dedicated foam only for that color. So then I can take one handle with me if I'm going on a trip or something and I want to bring my inks, and then I just stick it, and then that has the foam. So it's just an easy way, but only the flat ones do. The domed ones don't go underneath, but it's easy. It fits in there perfect. So that's another little tip if you like to have dedicated foams. Maybe, I know people that have dedicated tools. You know, they have like a whole drawer of stuff. So this, I'm just going to go around the edges of this just to create some dark contrast. I went back to that dark sludgy blending tool. Just going in, kind of running low on ink, but this is going to be okay. Okay, so it's all about building up. You could stop at any point, but now that I've got, in my opinion, a little bit of a foundation, now I'm going to go back to the greens again. Pick a green. It could be anything you want. This time I'm going to pretty much juice up that ink tool, because now I'm going to hit the high points one more time with a brighter green. So in this case, I went with peeled paint because I already have my undertones of rustic wilderness and everything else, but this to me is just going to provide a little bit more green for me. So that's why I wanted to just go in and really juice it up. And that is my background. And then, because I don't ever like anything that just looks perfectly blended, I'm going to take water, take the sprayer, I'm going to slowly squeeze the trigger so it spits water out like that, versus commit, because if you commit, it'll mist. So this, I'm just going to allow like these droplets to just start hitting. So I'm just repeatedly kind of using it like a squirt gun. This is what I love about the Distress sprayer. And I'm creating just kind of some big areas of water. Going to dry with a heat tool for only a second, just to kind of form the dots. I'm not drying the water, I'm just forming the dots. And then take a paper towel. And I'm doing that because I want to absorb the water. So you can see that pattern. That's the same splatter that was down there. So I want to do that because this is the effect it's going to give me. That great little splatter. So it kind of looks like snow. It creates a great snowy background. But do you see that doing the water splatter? And if you don't want anything this big, you can use a splatter brush, you can flick water. But doing this kind of breaks up your eye noticing your blending marks, right? When you're looking at it going, oh, but you didn't blend here, or gosh, you didn't get color. Who cares? None of that really matters when it's all said and done. And it's a beautiful background. You could add mica to this. Of course, we're going to add a little bit of Spritz to get some sparkly on there, but that's how easy it is, honestly, to add some color. So for this one, what color do I want to go with? You know I'm going to go with frayed burlap. That's what I'm going to go with because I like that little bit of brown in there. So That's what I'm gonna do. Okay. Shakety shake. Why does it always look better when someone else does it? I'll tell you, simple answer. Because we are our worst critic. We are in our heads at everything. We judge everything we do. And the trick is you've just got to get over yourself. That was the best piece of creative advice I ever got from Mario years ago, and that stuck with me. You have to get over yourself, because it's just the fact that you're second guessing everything. And if you just do it, set it aside, you could come back to it that same day and pick it up and be like, wow, that's so cool. But in the moment, you're judging everything you're doing. It's the truth. We judge it all.
True.
Yep. All right, so this, again, Spritz, keeping my distance. I mean, you could flood it, but I don't want to. I want to use Spritz for what it is. Spritz is Spritz. There we go. See those little Spritz dots? Plus, it's really, there's little tiny flecks in there. I'm going to dry with the heat tool. Do you have to dry with the heat tool? No, but I am a chronic heat tool user. This is, the Ranger heat tool is my jam. If I don't have it, I don't create. It's that simple. If I could have a holster, I would wear it, really. I say that because if I'm gluing, I'm drying. If I'm inking, I'm drying. If I'm blending, I'm drying. If I'm stamping, I'm drying, because this is just better than an embossing gun for drying your mediums. So see how my paper curved? It just means it has a little bit of moisture, so I'm going to heat from the other side, and it's going to flatten itself right out. There we go. Look at that background. Isn't that great? And of course, we could go in and, you could add more detail if you're like, oh, you know what? The water landed right on that pine cone and I want it darker again. You have the technology. Take that little tool, go back and ink again. You don't have to, you're only as good as your next layer. So feel free to go in, but don't overthink it. Wow, look at that frayed burlap. See, it adds that brown color, but it just adds that little bit of shine. Oh, I love it. Okay, good background. All right, let's spray that. And wipe this off. Okay. So far, so good with some backgrounds. Yeah, and this one, I don't really know. I think for this one, I just really wanted to do something. That's pretty cool. I think I'm going to just do something with oxides, though, real quick. Just because it's one of the few kraft papers that I brought. So this one's a little bit of evergreen bough. This is just going to kind of give it a little bit of a patina color, I think. All right, so for this one, I'm going to go, let's go a little nuts. Here we go. There you go. There we go. Yeah, the thing, I see some comments about the Ranger heat tool. Let me tell you some other advice on that. If you have the Ranger heat tool, like, be kind to it. If you drop it, the little, whatever they are in here, little electrode circuity things in there, they don't like this thing being whacked and dropped on the floor. And yeah, then you'll get some weird smoke, and then it just goes. And when it goes, you say, thanks, you were great, and you get another one. You get a new one. Yeah, because we have wood floors in the studio, and there's been too many times. Yeah, please. Half the time I've even played hacky sack with this. It fell off the table, and I kicked it with my heel and hit it with my knee, thinking, oh, I'm going to save it from hitting the ground. And then I think I just did more damage than it was. All right. So for this one, yeah, I think I'm going to, no, I'm not. I'm going to go in with a brush. See, tools are everything. So for this one, because I want this to kind of be a little all over, I'm going to take a distress blending brush instead of a little tool, just because I want to ink a much bigger area quicker without thinking about it. Blending brushes, they don't have a tendency to leave marks. And I'll show you what I'm doing. I'm just building up, again, going from the glass, picking up that color. The blending brush, if you leave it open, you get a great blend. If you want concentrated placement, you slide this up and you just hold your finger there, and now you can, actually focus ink, say like on the pine cone areas. But for this, I really want to just blend a big area. You'll see what I'm doing in a second. Okay, so see the difference? Where this just has that ink, this has no ink. It's subtle, but it's there. And I will admit, this is where, when I'm working with inks, I'm doing something this big, I would get my regulation ink pad out for sure. But the minis are here, and that's what I'm doing. Use what you have. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Oh, so does anyone remember when I alcohol inked my heat tool? I remember that. Remember that, Mario? I used to alcohol ink the white one. It's before we had black. Like, I asked Ranger for years about a black heat tool because I think the white one always looks gross. It's so dirty. It just gets everything on it, ink and paint. And so because it was gross, I'm like, oh, I'll alcohol ink it. But every time I took it to a show, it got stolen. To a demo. I'd come back and be like, oh, okay, not there. Plus the alcohol would just rub off on your hands. All right, look at that. See the difference just in paper? Like, that's the color of the paper, and that's the color we made it now. It's just nice. Different tools for different jobs. That's what it is. You know, you're not going to hammer in a nail with a screwdriver. You're just not. So keep that in mind when everyone's like, what is the best blending tool to have? The one in your hand. That's the one, because that means you're using it. So at that point, it's the best one. And then get another one for whatever job you're doing. All right, so for this, I'm just going to use some oxide. Now, typically with oxide, you could spray it on and literally cover a background. But I'm going to treat oxide kind of like a spritz, meaning I'm going to keep my distance, and I just want to add, you know, almost like a patina-like look to it. You'll see in a second. There we go. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, perfect. Just going to give it a quick little mist, just because I need to mist it with water so we get it to oxidize a little bit. All right. So oxide is a fusion of dye and pigment, and this is just going to give it a little bit more of I'll say a little bit of a patina look, but I'm also going to hit this with Spritz in Salvaged patina. Okay, so I'm drying that just part of the way. Actually, yeah, I will. All right. I always just shake and look, and if I don't see any stuff, it's good to go. So same thing, I'm going to add just Spritz, and I'm kind of following the same area, and we'll dry it. Oh, I stuck my finger right in it. That's all right.
Who cares?
Nope, because now it's going to be something totally different, just to kind of mimic the fingerprint. Thinking is overrated. Ooh, this has a good oxidized look. I'm liking that even more. All right. I'm just using, you know, whatever leftover oxide is there. I'm going to go in with this too, a little bit more. I do love this Spritz. All right. Hey. It is. It's like, no, don't put me away. Don't put me away. Okay. Oh, wow. You'll see when the light hits it. I can see the light from here, but you'll see it. Like, that cool? So you get kind of that milky, see that milky patina from the oxide, but then you just get that shine of the Spritz. Yeah, that's a cool background. I like that. All right, let me clean that up. Because really, when you're working with Spritz, the whole point of Distress Spritz and why I wanted to bring it out in the Distress line is that it can just be used to accent anything. Inks, oxides, sprays, paints, like anything Distress, you can use the oxide on it, which, yeah, I really love that. Okay, let's take, let's see how this is going to work. This one, it's been laying down. I'm using some Foundry wax now, and I've got a demo plan for Foundry wax, but you know, I told you, it's the Hoopla, anything goes. Foundry wax is a fluid wax. It's solvent-based. It's very strange because it's not alcohol ink, but it is solvent-based. But it is a wax that goes on fluid, but it dries to a cream and then goes to a powder very, very quick. I need my little shaker is what I need. I wasn't going to have it, but I'm just going to do it because this is driving me nuts. We interrupt this. No, I'm good. Thank you. All right, let me just plug this in over here. Please don't turn on.
Shakety shake.
Oh, it's like, please don't turn on. It's just gonna go quicker. Buckle up, Buttercup.
Bam.
Do 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 do. There we go. See, the ball is free. We are mixed. Little suction cups on there. Okay. Thanks. I might need this a little later. You want to, maybe you want to plug that in? I'm out of plugs. That's it. I'm good. All right, so our Foundry wax is ready to go, but really you could just shake it up if that's the case. Okay. Just going to put some down onto the glass. You don't need much. So Foundry wax, it starts out fluid. I'll show you. But then as the air hits it, really, it starts to kind of turn into a little bit more of a cream, and then eventually it will turn into a powder, okay? So what you want to do, especially if you're going to use it, say I'm going to just accent a little bit, I just like to give it a second and kind of let the air hit it on the glass until it, see how it's already starting to thicken up? Get it to where it becomes like a viscosity that I'm happy working with. Okay, I don't want it too wet, but I don't want it too dry, okay? So next I'm just going to just go and hit the high points of things. You kind of get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Definitely going to focus on certain areas. Okay, so can you see already that now it's just dust, okay? So we can add some more. A little bit goes a long way. We're going to do some other things. You're going to see about painting with it and all that. Also, when you're working with Foundry wax, keep it out of your heat area, meaning I'm putting the bottle kind of away because I'm going to heat this and I don't want to cook the Foundry wax. You'll see. Foundry wax is really cool. To me, it's just one of those underrated products. You could use a regular wax. You might be like, oh, go ahead, I'll just use a wax. I'm not a huge fan of those kind of waxes, the beeswax ones. I know a lot of people are, and that's great. You do you. Use what you love. I just like these because I think they just give a completely different vibe. Okay, so once it's done, and see again, it's just dust. This will clean off of your hands with water because it's not, I just dip my fingers in water because it's not an ink. It'll wipe right off. But Foundry wax has to be heat set. Okay, so you can see the wax right there, but the wax hasn't really done anything because it has to be embossed, kind of like embossing powder. I prefer to use an embossing gun for that. You could use the Ranger heat tool if that's your jam, but I'm going to use something that's directional. It's just going to be quicker. You'll see what I mean. So I'll try to hold this up so you can see the change. The change happens really quick because it doesn't emboss, it leafs. Do you see that? I don't know if you can see, like it goes, you see on the paper? So you can kind of, I mean, I guess if you think about it, it could be like liquid embossing powder, but it isn't. See that? It's literally like metallic. It's so cool. And that's what I love about Foundry wax, is that unlike a typical beeswax, this leafs. This has leafing metals in it. And so when you heat it, and once you heat it, it is permanent. It is set on there. It doesn't melt into, it's not plastic like embossing powder. It's just a cool product. I don't really know what else to say about it. But there's a whole video on it. But you see how, like, it just has that beautiful gilded look. And I love this because, again, when I do backgrounds, this is never going to stay a background for a card. I would cut this one. That would be a background for something. I would use the background for the other. But I just like to show you can create totally different effects with the tools that you have, and don't overthink things. Just a background is a background because it's going to be in the background. So when you're making backgrounds, don't be all judgy McJudge and get in your head about it being perfect, you know, where you're like, ooh, this is too heavy compared to this one. Because I get it. I see it, but I don't care about it because I'm like, yeah, it is. But you know what? I'm going to use this part, and chances are I'm going to glue something right over that anyway, like a sentiment. Or so you see, it can always be worked. And once you just play and move on, it's so much more freeing. It really is. Okay, let's do another background. I think this time let's work with a stencil. I'm going to work with this stencil. Yeah, let's work with this stencil. I'm just going to play around. Trying to watch the chat just to kind of see. I was using distressed watercolor cardstock on these. That's just what, because I knew when I embossed that I was going to wet that, and I wanted it to be, well, wet. I wanted to be able to do it. But you know what? I think before I do, ooh, isn't that a good one? I want to play around with this. I've never done this technique, so why not just do it live? It seems easy enough. I've seen people do it. Let's try it. It's that whole reverse blackout thing. Let's give it a whirl. It's either going to work or it's not going to work for me. So the premise, like typically I've done inking where I've inked my embossing folder and then embossed the ink, but this is all about turning this over and kind of inking the innie and then going over the outie, I guess. It seems easy, so I'm going to do it. So we'll see how it is. That's my jam. When Mario's right behind me, but we talk about this. He's like, "Oh, have you done that?" I'm like, "No." Did you want to try it? I'm like, "No." Okay, so you're gonna just do it, and I'm like, "Yeah, that's what you get. You get what you get." Because I'll learn whatever I did or didn't do. I'll learn, but I think that, you know, this is my advice. Even I know you're watching a video right now. You're watching live. When you're making, some people can make in real time. Good for you. You know, where you can actually make, and you can create right along with people. Good for you. Some people don't. You know, some people really struggle with the whole create along thing. If that's you, if you find yourself, you know, not really retaining the idea because all you're doing is just following along and doing and not really thinking about it yourself, then maybe that's a good challenge to start with. Watch a video, see how someone's doing it, like what I'm doing right now, and then hope you remember the steps, because you might discover something completely cool and different and unique. You might learn something, but if you don't, I think you'll also really remember probably what you should have done different. All right, so I believe on this one, you're just supposed to ink the inside pieces. That's what I did. And now I'm going to do the little red dots. Now, I don't technically have a tiny little ink brush, so I will use a blending brush. I don't have any of those little tiny ones. Those do seem like they would come in handy. Tiny little blending brushes. Plus I need some reds and pinks for berries. So let's do a little bit of worn lipstick and, oh, festive berries. Well, doesn't that seem fitting? Sure it does. So let's not do worn lipstick then. Let's do saltwater taffy. That will be good. So same thing, little squish of the ink. I may need more. So, and you might be rolling your eyes going, do you always have to use those two colors? No, you could do whatever. So this one, I'm just going to pick up some color. I'm going to slide this forward because I'm just trying to concentrate the color in a smaller area. This will work. It's not ideal, but it's going to work. I think for this, I'm just going to go right to the ink. But see the difference? See how harsh that is when you go right into your ink pad? I just like inking from the glass. That's what I'm going to go and do. Okay. Yeah, makeup sponges. Ranger does like little detail blending tools. They're like little pegs. I just don't know where mine are right now. But this is going to work because my understanding is that you don't see all of this disaster. We'll see. Mario's watching too because he's like, I have no idea what you're doing, but
Do you want me to find you something?
this is a hot mess. No. Hey, I love a good challenge. Okay. Little berry over here. No idea how I'm going to hit the brown. So on the brush, you just slide it all the way to the top to cover the bristles, cap on the bump, squeeze on the bump, and then they're there. Okay, so far so good. I agree, it is interesting. Okay, get rid of that. Then I think I'll do a little bit of brown. Just some vintage photo. Oh yeah, a Q-tip would totally work. I saw that. I do have a paintbrush. Let's try that. It's a little stubby brush. Let's see. You don't know what you don't know. Ooh, that totally works. Look at that. Little paintbrush. Hey now. I'm just doing a little bit of the stem. I'm not going to do all of them. I don't really care. I like the idea. It's just a background. So, but I know you could go in with a marker. You could probably do a lot of things. But for me, I I have the attention span really of a 5-year-old, even when I'm creating. And I often create 5 or 6 different things simultaneously. And do I ever finish an idea? No, I barely finish a sentence when I'm talking to Mario. I'll have an idea and I'll share it, and he's like, "So are you just gonna circle back to that thought?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think I will, because right now it's not fully cooked." I'm just gonna clean that brush. But really, if a technique requires a lot of thought and too many steps, I'm out. So maybe that's why I never did this. All right, so the idea is that you ink the inside of an embossed design, which is what I've done. I like this. I mean, I like it just as it is. So even if it doesn't show up, I'm okay with that. Then you take you could take a black ink pad or any, I think, dark color, but the idea is that it should be a felt pad. So this archival is going to be good. I'm just going to do permanent. And then you drag the ink pad over the top of it. Okay. I think it's going to be okay, but the problem is then I can't really do anything to it. I'll just do it. Well, because typically I would do this with a distress ink pad, a big one, because then I could do water and all that. But no. I'm playing by the rules. This is what they do. I think it's impressive. I mean, it really is. Like, and then you just take your time, and this again, you're kind of moving the paper, and you're dragging that black ink pad in different areas as you start filling in the background. And you could fill it as much as you want. You can go solid, but you don't want to squish it down, okay? You just want to keep working with it. Look at that. It's like a velvet painting of Elvis. That's so cool. Look at that. It's pretty neat. And you could use any ink pad, but you want it to be flat, and because the paper has different, rise and falls going in different directions, I think is helpful. And you could focus on an area as well. That's really cool. I actually like more of the worn look instead of going full blackout. But
it's
yeah,
really funny because as you were
pretty.
holding the pad over, you're
Yeah.
like, should I? And the chat was just blowing up like, no, don't do it.
Oh.
And now everyone just loves it.
Yeah, it's a cool technique. I mean, I didn't come up with this technique, but I've seen it. But I like. It's typically been done with a permanent ink pad, but I like the idea of, maybe doing a permanent ink, or maybe even just taking distress, like taking scorched timber and doing that, because then if I flicked water, I could get the little water magic. Archival is waterproof, so water is not going to do anything to the black. It would do something to this, but it's a cool background. But we're going to spritz it. Hey, why not? So archival, I need to clean archival. Because it's permanent, you can use archival cleaner, you can use isopropyl alcohol, you can use hand sanitizer, but you're going to need to use usually some type of solvent to take archival off, because archival is a permanent ink. But it's nice, really, really nice. Okay. Yeah, fun. So there you go. See, some people have even said they haven't seen it before. That's pretty fun. Okay. So with that, let's do a little spritz-a-doo. I think I'll do a little bit of bundled sage. I told you about that. It's yummy. I think I'll do a little bit of that, just because that's the kind of color that I want to go with. Okay, perfect. And let's spritz. Excellent. Just spritzed. Gonna dry it. It's going to show up nice on the black, and because it's black, okay, and it's archival, it's permanent, the spritz is not going to react to anything either. But even if it was distress, it wouldn't do that. So let's just give it a dry. That's really pretty. What a great background. And you could even like splatter some snow or whatever, but don't underestimate the power of a spritz, because remember, this doesn't have any ink color. So often when you spray it on, you're like, oh, it didn't do anything. This is disappointing. But trust the process, dry it, because it's when the light hits it that you have all of that great magic. So we can, just do this with green, but we can also take a little bit of of red. We're going to do a little bit of that lumberjack plaid. And maybe we don't. Well, let's see what other color do I have. Ooh, I'm going to give this a whirl. It's going to be pretty red, but I don't care. Let's just take a little bit of that. Ooh, yeah. I'm really keeping my distance. There we go. Just wanted to kind of go in the berry zones. Don't want it to look too much like a crime scene. All right. But again, this because I don't typically make, you know, an A2 card, I would cut this up and get a couple of cards out of these backgrounds. But I like subtlety, but I also like a little bit of punch. So see how that red, and I only did it in a couple of areas, you know, like where there was more concentration of berries, because I don't want it to be a crime scene, but I love that bit of red, the green. How festive is that? Who would have thunk, right? White paper, smearing some black ink, but that's festive wonderment. And I really love leaving a little bit of that white space. That's just cool. I know lumberjack plaid, like, that is such a good spritz. The red is intense. It doesn't look that red in the bottle, I'll be honest. When I first, you know, looked at the sludge, I was like, this is not good. And then when you spray it and it dries, it's like, wow, that is that perfect lumberjack plaid. Okay. All right. So far, so good. Just really, these were just playing around with just ideas and different ways to use spritz. It's fun. But let's play around with this, shall we? Okay. I got a loose one over here. There we go. Let's do little stenciling. Okay. I'm looking for a piece of grip. Oh, that'll work. I have way too many pieces of grip cut. Okay. But you could use a sticky mat. I just don't have a small one. But you could use really any kind of sticky mat. But I just wanted to try this out just because I've been wanting to do this with the stencil, and I'm gonna. Okay. A little bit of grip. That's going to be good. Let's see what size. I think, again, I can work on watercolor. I could work on maybe a tag. That could also be fun, but I think I'll just stick to the white paper. That'll be fine. Just watercolor. I'll cut that up anyway. All right. Okay. Hey, Mario. Guys, I swear to you, this hoopla, now I just blew it. But this morning I'm like, I'm not going to have to ask Mario for anything because I have got it covered.
But I don't. What do you need?
In the bottom drawer on my desk, on the left-hand side is my black masking tape. Thanks.
Easy peasy.
Snap. I was so close.
Bam.
Thank you. I'm just a masking tape guy, but you can use whatever kind of tape, but black masking tape works for me. Okay, I'm just going to tape down because I like to have a little hinge, and this is just going to kind of secure the paper. Okay, I'm going to end up chopping this up. Don't worry about the paper or the orientation of it, okay? So this is a fun stencil. This is the new like bubble tree I did with Stampers Anonymous. This is the mini, also comes big. But I'm just going to use some different colors to go through the bubble tree. And I want to make just kind of a transition of just maybe some different, like some pinks to reds. I might even throw in really a little bit of bright, like, so those are going to be those colors. And then we'll go something a little bright to kind of balance that. So I got some Twisted Citron. We'll probably do a little bit of peeled paint. I don't know if it's going to go too much into Cracked Pistachio and Evergreen Bough, but it may and it may not. But that's where I'm going to start. I think that's going to be good. So I'll move these minis out of the way. And for the star, we'll do a little bit of yellow. So I'm just kind of getting my colors going, just because I think once I start inking, I'm going to want to keep going. Okay? So I'll just start with the top, just because that seems to be easiest. This little tiny tool, just going to hold that down, and a little ink. Done. Not overthinking this one at all. Then I'm going to go into the pink. So I'll work with my pinks. That's going to be Saltwater, end pick. So I'm going to go kind of light to dark. And each time I'm just kind of holding the stencil down a little bit. So we'll just do some pinks. So that's good. Okay. Ooh, Pocono Pam in the house. Hey, my bestie. There she is. She's sneaking in at work. There you go.
Don't tell anyone.
I know.
Shh, quiet.
Mario, put those scissors away. Do not cut my hair off. There you go. Hi, Pam. That was fun. You had to watch that Hang with Hero. That was hilarious. Good, good fun. Okay. I'm going to go into some reds. What's on this tool? Not bad. It's a little barn door. I want something a little punchier. Let's go into some lumberjack. Ah, there we go. That's punchier. I think what I'm going to do is actually do a little dip and twist. I'm liking that even better. Let's go back to that. Okay. Yeah, I'm liking that better. Okay. I just wanted the color a little bit more intense as I'm going. And we'll take some green. Now, I've been using this, so this may not be as light as I want it to be, but that's what we're going for. Ooh, that's still working. And I don't mind a little green and pink. I know it makes brown, but hey, brown is my favorite color, so I'm totally good with that. There we go. Don't overthink this, because I think that you could really take the fun out of kind of creating something like this if you overthink the ink and the colors. You just get too much in your head and, you know, worry about the blends and all of that. Just I don't think we need to worry about it too much. Little cracked pistachio. This had some blue on it, but again, I'm not bothered by that. And you know, let's see, is there any purple left on here? Look at that. I just saw the purple mini. I'm like, let's just see if there's any ink left on it. Because the other thing to know about your blending tools, ink doesn't dry on this foam. So I don't even know when the last time I picked up purple, but hey, it worked. So I'm just going to do that. Let's pick a little bit more of that evergreen bough and kind of go in here. There we go. Just get a little bit of a blend. All right. So this is what we have. Right now we've got like a little blendy tree, and this is totally fine, but we're going to do one other thing to it. So I'm going to take a paper towel, and I'm I need to clean the stencil before I'm going to put paste on it, but I want to clean it. You could lift it off, but I just think if you take this and just make sure that you're kind of, you know, using a paper towel or a cloth and you're pulling that ink into where it belongs. You know, I'm not wiping it all up to get purple into yellow. That's going to be fine. Again, you could take that off, but you just need to wipe off. See, there's not a lot of ink on there. Not a lot of residual ink. What I'm going to do is add some paste. If only I can find it. Here we go. I got stuff. We're going to add some texture paste sparkle. I'm going to talk about that. Texture paste sparkle, very cool. Clean that little bit of green off. Okay. Texture paste sparkle is a translucent gloss paste with little glitter flecks. So I'm going to take off the rubber band. I'm going to open it up. So this is what it looks like. It looks just kind of like mayo, but it's got little tiny flecks of glitter. We're going to take a palette knife. Excellent. I'm going to pick this up. So when it dries, this is going to dry crystal clear, and it's going to have little bits of glitter. And I'll show you a finished one, and you'll see this one obviously when it dries throughout the hoopla. But now all I'm going to do is, again, just take the paste. Don't overwork this either, because remember, we're working on distress ink. Distress ink is reactive with water. So as soon as the paste hits this ink, it's going to want, I might have lifted up the stencil. That's all right. That blob might be a little bit bigger than it should. There we go. Okay. Let's just pick this up. Let's see. How do we do? Ooh, not bad. All right. We're just going to pick this up. I'm going to put this in water. Just got a little tray of water off to the side. Let that clean the stencil. This I'll scrape off. Put this back. I'm going to wipe off palette knife onto the cloth. Put my lid back on my paste, line up the threads, and Rubber band. I know a lot of people saw, gosh, the show of the broccoli bands. Remember that? Okay. This is what we have. So we have this paste over the dots. It's not smoothie. I don't need a little squeegee weegee. Just want to put it on and be done. And we're going to let it dry. I'm going to trim all this stuff off. So I always recommend also, if you're doing something like this, work on something a little bit bigger, because inevitably I think you're going to smudge or create a mess like I did here. But when I trim this off, it's going to be perfect for a card front. We're going to let this dry, let it kind of do its thing. I'll put this on the table over here. Here we go. It can dry right there, Mario. Okay, thanks. Just so I don't, but really what's going to happen is this is the effect that we're going to get. We're going to get not only the gloss, because this is just done with the same idea, but just done with a snowflake stencil, but you see those little tiny bits of glitter in there? So you can still see the color, but it's sparkly. So we're going to just let that dry and do its thing. It's going to be cool. And we'll talk about just glitter in general. Like I said, I have a lot of different ideas. It's very random, but that's it. So, Sherry asked if I'm using rubber bands instead of it. Yes, rubber bands are the future for me. To me, I think it changed everything. I think this goes here. This is going to go here. Let's put all these back. Yeah, I like it so much better. Well, I think this actually goes here. This goes here. This goes here. And yellow. Okay. Woo. We're going to let that tree dry. See, shouldn't take too long to dry. If you were in a hurry on paste, you could use a fan. So this is a great little, you could buy these over the summer. But this intakes air from here, and it blows out cool air. So I often set that there to dry it. So I'm just going to give this tomorrow. And this is rechargeable as well. So I don't want this to blow off to the side. So maybe over here. Yeah, just kind of give it a little angle.
Sure.
Just like, I think it's getting some air. That's perfect. Thanks, Mario. You're welcome. All right. Woo. Okay. So what I want to talk about, oh my gosh, I literally wrapped my microphone around my shoe. Okay. What I want to talk about, sparkle. Paste and understanding things are really, really important. Ranger has links. Ranger has the black bands. I think Simon Says might sell the black bands as well, but yeah, no, we don't have links. I got mine from a rubber band supplier, but yeah, Ranger stocked in exactly the ones that I used, because I wanted like not silicone rubber. I wanted like made in the USA rubber that really has a good stretch. Okie doke. So I do not use press and seal, Deborah, anymore. I just use these that go around all of my jars. So to me, and I talked about it in the last one, so I'm not going to go into detail, but it just creates that seal right around the rim of the jar, because that's what I felt was kind of drying out my stuff. And I also feel that it does give a way better like texture paste, like from August. I mean, I even dated mine during the test just to see, because typically my paste wouldn't even last a month, even with press and seal. Living in Arizona, they would dry up so fast. Okay, so let's just talk real quick about paste and something to kind of think about. When it comes to the world of mediums, understanding what they're made of is really key. And as a designer, I don't mind telling you this, because, you know, working closely with the chemists, I like to find out what's made of what, how things are made, and I don't think that there's, you know, an issue with really understanding not only the process, but sharing that process with people, okay? So different mediums have different bases, and some of them, I will say, are uniquely formulated bases. So, you know, in certain pastes, whether it's like grit paste or crackle paste versus crackle paint, they're not all the same, but certain things have the similar base. And in the case of a translucent gloss paste, they all have the same base. So technically, texture paste translucent, okay, which is just a gloss paste, is the base for sparkle. It's literally this with some glitter in it. But it's the ratio of glitter, it's the particle of glitter, it's all those things that make it consistent. But at the same time, it's also something really important to understand. Because let's say, this is just kind of getting this is getting a little random, but I'm all right. Let's say you want to have glitter paste, okay? Be that sparkle. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mind even sharing how this is, but also other things. So maybe you have, you know, some different backgrounds or stencils that you want glitter paste. You probably have glitters. Now, glitter comes in all different colors. It comes in different sizes. Like, this is a larger particle. These, I don't do a lot of glitter, but see, this is a really fine glitter. You can make your own glitter paste with ease. And the reason I like to do this is because it's just easier. Mario, would you mind grabbing me just that box of palette paper, please?
Sure.
I thought I had some out here. Thank you. That's 2. I'll start keeping track. Thank you. It's just going to make for a quick mix. This is just deli paper. I got this tip from Paula. I thought it was really clever. Like, if you're ever doing any quick mixes, you can, of course, use your glass mat. You could use your craft sheet, but using this just makes cleanup like, ooh, so much easier. Okay, but let's say you just wanted to make a paste, and I probably won't do anything with the stencil, and you wanted a glitter paste. The easy thing is that you can take this translucent texture paste and mix it with any glitter. So any questions that you're going to ask, will it work with this glitter or this glitter? Yes. Microbeads? Yes. Mica? Yes. You can mix it with anything you want. Sequins? Yes. Any particles. You just take some of that paste, so it's the same mayo that was in Sparkle. You can put it on a palette, and you could make some and even put it in a jar if you wanted, if you had little storage jars. But what I like about this is, let's say you're doing a project and you're like, hey, I want to use the little poinsettia stencil and I want to have some red glitter paste, but I don't have a jar of it, or I don't use my paste enough before it, you know, it dries up. Well, just make it. So you can control how much glitter you add. There's no right or wrong ratio to this. So sprinkle this on. Yeah, you can see it. Just kind of move out of the light. There we go. And just mix this up with a palette knife. Now you're going to see on a larger particle, that's kind of more like, I'll just say, Sparkle is. Glitter paste has a lot of glitter, so don't be afraid to just add glitter to this and make it whatever viscosity you want. So if you need to have pretty much a solid glittered paste, and this isn't for someone that's like, oh, I glitter paste everything. Well, then you should probably buy a pre-made glitter paste, right? Because you're not going to want to mix it for every card. But I don't use it often. But when I do, like around the holidays, chances are what I bought last year, whatever, is pretty dried up, okay? But now it isn't. So this is a red paste. I'm just going to put this on. I'm just going to show you the difference between this glitter and this glitter, because particle size is everything. You'll notice, let me take a little bit of cardstock here. We'll take this little stencil. It's a fun little demo. This is what the Hoopla is all about. It's learning rando things that you woke up, didn't think you needed to know, and you probably are going to go to bed thinking, I didn't need to know that still. But it's cool to know that you could if you wanted to. So going through a stencil, like something like this, it's still going to work because you don't change the paste viscosity, but your glitter sizes, it's pretty big. It's pretty chunky, okay? And I'll just smear this on here as well, just so you can see the difference. Because it does, it opens up everything. I love, you know, when it comes to different things. We're gonna let this dry. This will dry completely clear and shiny. You have no idea. There you go. Can you add that to your drying area? It's almost like you need a drying room again, but we're not in summer temps anymore. Northern Arizona, we don't have the 80, 90s anymore. So, all right. Just going to clean this up. So this, easy. Just get to fold it up. I can use the other side again, but that was such a good tip that Paula shared. She's like, the cleanup is like easy, and she's totally right about that. Okay, so this one, let's make another little batch. And I'm just using, again, a palette knife, so you can make as much or as little as you want, but I mean, a jar of this goes a long way. That's what's pretty cool about it. Okay, so this one is a little shakety shake. Wow, this is like ruby red slippers. Woohoo! Nice. And we're just going to mix this up. So what's great, I also like about a paste is that it does capture all the particles versus gluing on top. But I'm still going to glue, but technically the glitter that I like to glue on top of something is going to be rock candy. that's just going to be kind of my jam. All right, close up. And these little glitters, like I got these at the dollar store, so you know, I don't think you need any high grade glitter. Just get colors that you like and the sizes that you like. But great time to buy. I mean, I'm sure most makers have some type of glitter. Maybe you don't like any kind of glitter, but it's also one of those cool mediums that you can get on clearance after a holiday. They have big jars of it. Okay, so now we have this. Let's kind of do the same sample. I'll use the other part of that stencil just so we have something to compare it with. So I'm just going to pick up some of that paste. So this is more of that fine red. Come on, paper. There we go. Pick that up. And then this I'm just going to put in water. So it goes in with the lasagna pan. I'm going to scrape this up, and we'll just do a little smush here too, just to see the difference. So that's going to be our fine red glitter. There you go. Thanks. So this is something, again, if you're not a glitter paste person, well, this is not for you. You don't have to convince yourself that it is. But if you like to sparkle stuff and you have sequins and glitters and all of that, and you're not an everyday user and you think, well, gosh, you know, by the time I use it, the jar dries up, just remember, translucent texture paste, you can make it. And you could tint it if you wanted to, so you could add ink to it. I mean, you could really color this however you want. But if you are going to color it, you want to color it with a dye ink so it stays translucent. If you color it with paint, it would become opaque. But you could say tint it with like a lime green re-inker, and you could add glitter. And now you've got a color and a sparkle, which brings me to this idea. So these were swatches, and I did this long ago, maybe last year or something, but this is texture paste sparkle, that's this one, where I tinted it just using distressed re-inkers. So see, that was like making a sparkly, I love this even more because I didn't have to have all the different colors of glitter. And you don't even have to use re-inkers. You can smash your ink pad on the glass and then just mix that re-inker. Any dye-based re-inker, doesn't have to be distress. But see, I mean, look at all those colors, and it just dries totally shiny, and the glitter, and it's just cool. It's fun, like because I love the colors of distress. So that's just a fun thing to do if you're doing like a night sky. You know, that becomes your sky, or ocean, water. There's beautiful colors of purples, and even earth tone colors. You know, like antique linen. But you could even go, you know, look at that vintage photo, walnut, little lost shadow, even down to black. So that's all done with texture paste sparkle because it already has that little subtlety of glitter using a re-inker. So yeah, so many ideas just to remind you of using the things that you have in maybe different ways. Like this, we're gonna use snowfall today, but this is tinting snowfall. I don't know why you'd want colored snow, probably not yellow snow, but you might want a texture like that, you know, maybe for an outdoorsy thing, who knows? Okay. So that was just a fun little sparkly texture idea. All right. So let me put my band on it. Okay. So far, so good. Doing okay? I'll give you that. Thanks. Those are drying. Good. These can go back in the tin. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mario.
You're welcome.
Good. All right. Okay. So we got some things drying. We've got some spritzed backgrounds. I think that's good for now. Let's talk about some ideas. Okay. So I'm going to bring this in, and I know Mario has all of the links because I shared to him. As we get into a new year of Hoopla, I always want to remind you, because you know, we read online and we get comments of like, can anyone tell me this? I don't know how to do this. Okay, it's very important that you use the tools that are provided for you from myself, from manufacturers, from designers, from other makers. The power of the internet. Google is your friend. You can Google pretty much the question that you have and find an answer somewhere. Now, I'm not saying it means it's the right answer, because some people just give you their opinion of it, but it's really important to remember all the things that were shared And I have encouraged people forever to have a little notebook when you're watching live so you can try to write down like where or when that was from. These are ideas from 2021 holiday demos. Now back in 2021, I actually did 4 demos. It wasn't even called the Hoopla then. But there were 4 holiday demos. Then there was, of course, the Holiday Hoopla in 2022, the Holiday Hoopla in 2023, and now this one. These are ideas from those previous Hooplas. So if you're ever looking for like, how do you tint bottle brush trees? You can find those. You can go to timholtz.com. Mario will put the links up there. And when you go there, click the actual link, and I put thumbnails, even after I do a live, I put thumbnails of all the things I demoed. So you may not know the name of it or what, but if you at least click the post and scroll to the bottom, you'll be able to see that and be like, oh, this is the one where he did the trees, or this is the one where he did the double stamping or the snowman. So those are things that are really, really important, because I admit it's even hard for me to remember. I had to Google all of this. I didn't remember what year I did these things, but Google helped, and I went to the website because it kind of narrowed it down. I'm like, I didn't even remember doing 4 holiday posts. Like these, look at these little tinsel trees. This is using the idea-ology tinsel, this stuff. Like, you may have a pack of this. You may have never used it. I know this was discontinued years ago. You might find some retailers that had it. But this is 4 yards, 4 yards of this, like 12 feet of tinsel. This is from 2 years ago, but it's wired. So unlike like the stuff that you would get at the store, besides that it's really skinny, it's wired. And so because it's wired, you can cut it, trim it, alcohol ink it, and make your own tinsel trees. That's how I made these. So that was in one of the demos, I think 2021. That was pretty fun to create those little trees. When we talked about, I think this we did this in one of the Hooplas for sure, this embossing in crayon, but I also did this when we released crayons. This was a double stamping technique I learned from Stacy, taking a bold stamp and stamping a background. So that's like plaid. This one's a wood grain. So these are solid stamps where you stamp a background. That's a fun idea, because it's often ideas that you totally forget about. Or like the bottle brush trees. Remember these where we used the sticky embossing powder? So we did these watercolor trees, and then this is sticky embossing powder with rock candy. I still have all these card fronts that I've never even done anything with. Or windows. This is using the snowfall grit paste. I think we did these last year. Adding that for the snowy window, or creating that through a stencil. One of my favorite stencils, it's my favorite little snowy stencil. So it's just number 21. But you put snowfall, and look at that icy window. So you can do that, make your own transparencies. Maybe it's not even for a window, maybe it's for a shaker card, right? So the idea can be applied to whatever it is that you're doing. I was just playing around with the idea because we had shattered, and this is one of the new photos that are in idea-ology, and this totally reminds me of Christmas Story, You Shoot Your Eye Out with the shattered glass. So I just put that's a shattered transparency, and glued it over and just did it over a frame. What am I gonna do with this? I don't know, but I had fun making just this little thing, and it will be part of something fun at some point. Compartmental making. Do the things that make you happy. Don't always just think you've got to do a make from start to finish. Have an idea and go, that's a fun embellishment. I don't know what I'm going to do. It could even go on someone's card. Probably with something like you'll shoot your eye out. But that was funny to me. So I wanted to make it. Other little elements like snowballs, trees, right? These are the idea-ology barrels. Remember, if you're looking for something for Christmas, maybe look in your stash of stuff and you can apply it to Christmas. This was my very first time using that glimmer system, the Spellbinders, the hot foil. I've never used it before. So what better way to learn than not using a hot foil plate? I'm like, will it work on these dies? Because these were those inkable label dies I did for Sizzix. And I remember sharing this in the Hoopla where we embossed these tags. So instead of ink, we did foil. And I made a bazillion foil tags just on kraft heavy stock, watercolor, and did stamping. That was fun. I love that. Love ideas. This using test tubes, little glass test tubes. These were idea-ology Halloween. I think that it's kind of fun. I see so many people going, you remember that? I mean, getting all this stuff out, I'm like, I can't even believe all the stuff that we did through the years. So this one, and if you don't have these, I think they're sold out everywhere. Maybe some people might still have them, but these are retired. But you can find any kind of glass. But this is distress mica flakes, and then taking polymer clay, made a bunch of little noses, some little eyeballs, and then just add a little thing. It's like snowman, some assembly required. It's just cute. It's a fun thing. These could be ornaments. You could put a little screw eye in the top of the cork and hang them. It could be on the package, like a little package topper. Just really ideas. We talked about painting charms. So fun. Remember these? Little frame. This used to be Idea-ology, that trophy antler. I love that. This is Foundry wax. I'll demo a little Foundry wax, but I love those little frames. I repurposed one of them. You'll see that today. I asked Mario, I love to repurpose. Like, why do I do all this stuff? Because half the time it will completely transform into something else before its final use. But that is the true value of a maker, right? So these are all previous holiday things, 21, 22, 23. Get inspired by ideas, because we're going to add more. We're going to add more to the mix, which I hope we add more to the mix that you guys like. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mario's right there. He's like at the ready. Like, okay. Okay, so let's see. Where do I want to go with this? I think what I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to work with this, because I did a little tease, so I'll talk about just ideas, because I think ideas are very cool. I am curious. I am a curious little 5-year-old person. And just like when I talked about that holly technique, I've always been fascinated by cards with lights. Now, I know there's a lot of different companies that have different ways of doing lights. I'm not one that's comfortable building a circuit. So I learned about these lights. This is Pear Blossom Press. If you're not familiar with them, they do all types of lights. In fact, when we were at Create, they were doing a make and take, because everyone was talking about the candle. And Mara and I were like, yeah, okay. They're like, no, it lights up and you blow on it. I'm like, okay. I had no idea how amazing it was. So I reached out to Amanda. Thank you so much for sending me some little samples. I'm like, I don't know anything about anything, but I want to use it in a different way than you use it. So I had no idea there were so many different kind of lights. And if you're new to this, like, do your homework. Go on YouTube, watch some videos, because there are a lot of options. Like, there's a little single light. This is the candle light I'll share. This is kind of a warm triple light, and these are little twinkle lights. Now, you might be thinking, well, how are they different than tiny lights? Completely different, because mine aren't really even tiny lights. If mine are tiny lights, these are like micro lights. They're so small. So I wanted to play around with the lights, and I think what's so interesting about it is they're really foolproof, because you have a battery, you slide it in, you break it apart, you touch the little button. This one light would come on. This particular one, you have 3 little lights. So see, it's got a little button. And again, YouTube will show you how to construct cards and all of that stuff. But in addition to the lights, she sent me these beautiful, beautiful cards. Now, and we're talking like, I mean, it is a card. Like, they fold, there's openings. She even wrote a little message. So thank you, Amanda, for this. And she's like, oh, I made a couple cards using your dies and the light. Okay, so this is the first one. And she's got little stamp sets that do push. So this is using the Sizzix candle light. This is using the embossing folder. I love this embossing folder, Sparkle. Okay, the little background. And the whole idea is that when you push on the card, it lights up. Like, look at that. And she cut the little flame out of layers of vellum, and I'm sure she's got so many different tips and tricks and how to create that effect. But this is a single light thing. Again, no wiring. You break it off, you put it there. This is the little button. So I would imagine that it's kind of angled, that this is where the button is. So when you push it, it lights up that little light. And I think that's so cool, because it's a great way to enhance this. Now, if you're not a card maker, do this in a frame. We talked about last Hoopla about doing the frame frights and framing them. Make this and someone could frame it. Like, that's amazing. Not as amazing as this one. When I talked about the whole candle, this is what it is. This is actually called a candlelight. So this is the light mechanism. Don't ask me how to do it. I don't know how this trickery works, but this is how it works. It is a light that when you press it, it illuminates, and you literally have to blow it out, like physically. You don't turn it off with a switch. You have to breathe on it. And so there are all the tips and tricks on how to create it. So I'll show you it before I light it up, just the mechanics. And I believe there's even, she said there was a video on this, but also candlelight. Isn't that fabulous? And then that's the funky festive, like old school. But you could use the vaults, because we did some new funky on that. Merry and bright. But see that little hole in there? That hole is not for the light. That hole is because you actually need a blowhole to blow out the light. So when you push it, it's going to illuminate the candle. So think about this for like a birthday card or whatever, and you literally have to blow into that hole to blow out the candle. Let's see if I can do it on camera. Do you see that? Was it on camera or did I have to bring it close enough to my face? I'll try it. See, because you have to get close to it, but I don't stick my face in there.
There it goes.
Did you hear it?
Yes.
How cool is that? You literally blow out the candle. Come on. That is, I don't even understand it. So no trickery. My hands are here.
That is some wizardry there.
But if you don't blow into the hole, it won't blow it out. There we go. Oh my God, I love it. So anyway, absolutely fabulous. So of course, this is the die that I want to do something to, and I will. It's 'tis the season, right? I've got a whole making season, but I'm going to do one of her light sets in the candles. I think that's going to be really fun. But my first thing, of course, was doing something just weird, where Mari's like, what are you doing? I'm like, remember that little frame that I did in one of the hooplas? So you remember with the antlers? I'm like, it has the tiniest tree. This is one of the idea-ology woodlands, the small tree. And you can't put tiny lights on this tree because, well, it's too tiny. So I used the twinkle lights, because these twinkle lights, see, they're wired and they have 3 little twinkly lights. It's right there. I made a little pin back, a little brooch. But look at that. Shut up.
Man.
How cute is that? Lighting up a little twinkly light tree. Are you kidding? So how fun is that to make something small, maybe for a vignette box? Because yeah, you can do tiny lights, but if you don't want to turn them on and off, and then when somebody goes to your vignette, maybe they just push on something and it lights up. But also this could be wearable. Put a pin back on it. I love that you can replace the battery. And when you want to light it up, there's your little button. You just touch it. You just, like, those are little twinkly lights. I mean, come on. I can't even. That's just fun. So it was really a lesson for me in one, you know, don't be intimidated by something. Don't be afraid to learn, and certainly don't be afraid to ask questions. I asked a lot of questions. I didn't understand it. I watched a lot of videos because I needed to understand the dynamic, but it also doesn't mean that that's the only way you can use a product. Whatever you do, maybe you do miniatures or clay or cards or framed pieces, there's a purpose for all these products out in our creative space. It's just about applying your idea to it. And these twinkle lights, it came with a long thing of wires, but they're all wrapped up. We just, you know, they're thin enough that we just wrapped them. We covered it in tape. It's hidden in there. See, there's some foam tape. But yeah, I just find that, like, it's the cutest little thing to light up a little twinkle tree.
It's a sweet mix.
It makes me happy on the inside. It's so cute. So other things, like besides this one, I'm like, ooh, but what about this colorized tree? We could add twinkly lights because that could be any size. Or, ooh, what about putting the lights in this fireside colorized, where we have the fire glowing because these are warm lights. It's, right? Crazy. So try something fun this holiday season. Even if it's just one of these light designs, try it. I know that you could buy from their website. I know Simon Says Stamp sells them. A lot of retailers sell them. Pear, Blossom Press. But, you know, I just asked for lights, so thank you for sending me those. In fact, she just offered, which I love that, because I'm not that guy because I feel an obligation, but I loved it. And then when I got these cards, I mean, come on. See, on and off, or, oh my gosh, so fun. Yeah, see, like, I totally want a birthday card. See, where every year you just get to blow out the candle. Just make yourself a birthday card. There you go. That's your goal for 2025. Right, because you can't blow on cakes anymore. Make yourself a card where you can blow out your birthday card every year. I love that. Anyway, so thanks, Amanda, and really, Pear Blossom Press is so cool. But yeah, use it your own way. It didn't matter what it's for. It's how you want to use it. There you go. Okay. So yeah, that derailed my thought process, but I love that. That's what it's all about. I think it's about creating just some different things. Okay, what do I want to do next? Next, I think I'm still going to work on a couple things. I'll still get the Sizzix, but this is a hoopla. This is not. I got time. I got time to do what I want.
You got all day.
Okay, let's play around with a new idea-ology product, because we talked about the trees. Okay, and the trees that I'm talking about in the idea-ology, these are woodlands. Now, there's 2 different styles. We've done them throughout the years. Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be coming back next year. We've got big trees and we have alpine. You can buy a lot of bottle brush trees, but I've never found any place that you can just color your own. And that's what I loved about doing these with idea-ology. But really, a lot of people now sell pre-colored trees, and people just want them already colored. But you do you. I still love to color things. But this is what we launched this year. And they're just called Woodland Garland. And the idea was, I loved being able to color my own woodlands using inks, paints, oxides, whatever. But there's sometimes that I want a wreath or a garland to make. So I asked Advantis, I'm like, can we ask the tree people if they can just make us some sticks? But they need to be fluffy, fluffier than a pipe cleaner. They need to have a lot more bristles than like a bottle brush cleaner. I wanted something garland. And I actually used it when I did the holiday make, when I did this little confectionery cabinet. This was my little garland. And I love the idea that I was able to make a garland to scale using idea-ology stuff. It was just quite fun. But in this live, I talked about how cool this would be for Halloween, and I'm like, ooh, in the hoopla, I'll show you something Halloween. Well, it didn't make the Halloween hoopla, but hey, this is still a hoopla. Mario reminded me, this is still a hoopla. So the great thing about this is that you can color these any color you want. So you can make it black, you can use spray stain. Spray stain is going to give you more of a solid color. You can also use oxide sprays. Oxides are going to give you more of that like dusty color. You can dry them fluffy or you can dry them flat. Now again, if you've been following me and you've watched videos, you've even seen us do bottle brush carrots for Easter, where we take these trees and, well, they become carrots. You put greenery on the outside. So inking this is quite simple. So I'm just going to show you that real quick and just ink one just so you get the idea of what I'm talking about. I'm going to just quickly bring in my splat box just so I have something to ink in. I prefer to use some type of spray colorant. It could be mica stain. I wouldn't use Spritz on this because Spritz doesn't have a colorant, meaning it doesn't have a dye. It would just be the pigment and it's not enough to color this. So could you spritz it later? Yes, but you honestly don't see the pearl on this material for whatever reason. So I would just stick to just utilizing it as is. Now, depending on how you want to work with this, if you want your colors to blend, you can mist it with a little bit of water first. But if you're just going for color, you don't necessarily have to do that. I'm going to take a spray stain and I'm just going to spray it and just kind of move it around. You could have gloves if you want. Probably, Mari, would you mind handing me a glove, please?
Sure.
It's right at the bottom. Gosh, that's 3. Anyone else keeping track? I am, because I thought I was so, oh my gosh. It's like rehearsal. It's like a wedding, like, you know, going through rehearsal. I'm just going to put on a glove. Again, I got to just fit this in. There we go. Okay. Just because after you spray, you see how it's got ink on it? I use the ink from the paper towel to squish around it to really get that ink everywhere. If you do this with your hand, you'll have ink everywhere, okay? Kate's like, I knew the glove would be needed. Yeah, thanks, Mario. He does too. Okay, so that's what we have. I mean, it's perfectly colored. It's gonna literally dry in a minute or so. If you wanted it darker, you could add more color. This material, this is Sizzix natural rope, will absorb the color, okay? But it's how you choose to dry this that's going to determine whether it has this fluffy look or this squished look, okay? The squished look just comes from when you squish it in a paper towel, okay, like this. Let it dry like this. It seems strange, but or you could put it in another paper towel if you want, but I don't. I just use this. Let it dry, because all these little squeezes that you gave will flatten this stuff out. If I were to spray this with water, it would come back to life like a chia pet. It would fluff back up. But that's really an option, whether you want a fluffy garland or a squish one. And there's a reason why I would want one over the other. It just depends on how you're going to use it. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Now, let's just do an oxide one real quick, just so you can see the difference. That one was a stain. We'll do an oxide. Same color. This is Evergreen Bough. Uh-oh. 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 Let's see. I think I got a schnozzle, a clogged schnozzle from before. Yep. Let me just change it out. We take that?
Yep.
Thanks.
Sure.
We take that?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mario's right at the ready. I know everyone's like, I need an assistant like Mario. He's just so, thanks Mario.
You're welcome.
He's just right there. He just is. Let me just get that going. There we go. Thanks Mario.
Sure.
Okay. So oxide's going to come out like paint. So I always have just replacement sprayers. Ranger sells replacement sprayers. This one I can probably clean out because it's just oxide. There we go. Put that back. So I'm going to do the same thing. Grab this, squish it. This is really pretty and soft and like, I don't know, like creamy, dreamy. So this one's going to dry. So I don't know if you can see the difference. Yeah, you can totally see the difference. This is the color, that's the dye, and then this is oxide. It's just going to dry more milky, frosty, if you will. And I'm going to let that dry again. There we go. Perfect, perfect. I didn't unclog the nozzle. I just put on a new sprayer. I have replacement. Someone asked, how did I clean the nozzle so quick? I have replacement sprayers and I just put on a new one. And that's it. And if I can clean the other one out, great. But I always have replacement sprayers at the ready. Okay, so this we're going to let those dry over here. And we'll talk about like what to do with these things. We'll put this stuff back, get out of my way. I'm pretty set up over here, guys. You should see my organizational skills. But here's the thing. The Halloween one I referred to, this is what I was talking about. Because what I love about these is that you have the ability to make a garland, a wreath, whatever you want. So I know we're a few days past Halloween, but some people it's Halloween 365, but just wanted to give you an idea. Because it is a garland, you get to control what you want to do. So because I wanted to put a skull in there, there's the trickery. I just glued each end to the skull. I didn't have to try to saw the back of the skull and glue it flat. So I didn't make a donut wreath first. I had the wreath end around the object that I wanted to create. I added a little bone, a little ribbon. There's some confections. These are baubles. You see those tiny little sparkly bats? This is one of the Sizzix dies. This is Gothic Gates, has a tiniest little bat die. So I just die cut those out of sparkle. But it's a cutest little Halloween wreath that, I don't know, maybe it'll be a vignette. Maybe I'll put in some lights on that. Who knows, right? But I think that's just a fun make to have. And then I started creating stuff for Christmas. So this one, I just used one of the idea-ology bells. I used the pine cones. I used the little mirrored stars. This one, in order to get the little snowy, I just used some Adina Wakley gesso, stick my finger in gesso, and literally just touch the tips with gesso. And that's what created those white snowy tips. Just gesso on my finger. Because if you use paint or anything else, the ink seems to bleed into the paint. And I didn't have that problem with gesso. But the ink was dry. And then, of course, I also wanted to make one with a drippy candle. So I love drippy candles that we have for Halloween. But look at that little wreath. This totally reminds me of Disney. Glittery, there's a little bow. And this I made, again, a full wreath. And then just glued on that little drippy candle. And these are idea-ology baubles, a little bit of rock candy. So it's quite fun to create because it doesn't take much to go in and start and build. For example, if you want a wreath, I'd probably work with more of a fluffy one. You can just use hot glue. I think hot glue is going to be the easiest way to do it. And there's your foundation. And you can just start. You can have, your smaller little baubles. You can have any of your little inked ribbons ready. And just build, find your embellishments. But what I like about this is that it could be, for the holidays, it could be a great ornament. It could be great tied on to a package if you wanted to tie it on to packaging. You can put it on a vignette. You can put it in a frame. I know a lot of you were looking for little 3x3 frames from the Halloween Hoopla. Imagine just gluing that into a little frame with some great background paper, adding a little word plaque. There's a lot of things that you can create with the beauty of having your own custom woodland garland. I think that's really great. If you're going to do a garland, let's just talk about some of the things that you can add. Let me just grab that. Can you hand me the muffin pan, please?
Sure.
Just to show you some of the little trinkety bits that we have. It's like the amount of space that we use or don't use. Thanks. Okay, so little trinkety bits. I do work from this muffin tin during the season. I think that's really important because I often prep some things like maybe Baubles. These are alcohol inks. So again, I've done this for like 2021. I demoed this, I think 2023 again. So I just picked out the smaller ones from these. They're the same idea-ology pearl Baubles. I think I have a package of them somewhere. Did you? Nah, it's all right. They've seen them. They're pearls. Oh, I think I put them over. I don't know where I put them. No, it's all right. It's on probably another tray. But you can alcohol ink these. Small ones are what I used here. And just hot glue. Everything. This one's done with hot glue. I'm a collage medium fan, but not, thanks, Mario, not when it comes to gluing little things. I think Baubles are the way to do it. But if you're going to do pine cones, these are really, really fun. Let me show you real quick on the pine cones, because that's an easy thing. You see these little pine cones? I love them. So these are idea-ology pine cones. They are these little guys. They're resin. Now, if you already have little pine cones, use your own pine cones. But I love that these are really tiny, okay? I've done a lot of things. Sometimes I just glitter them, so that's just a little bit of rock candy. But sometimes I want them to be, I'm digging through here. Sometimes I want them to be kind of snowy. So they're super easy to do. Let me find some. So this is how they come right out of the package. They're just brown, but they're cool. They're actually painted 2 different tones, so that's nice. But we could have a snowy cone or a sparkly cone. And I'm going to do a snowy sparkly cone. So here's how we do it. You're going to want some distress paint in white. Let me find that. I have a little picket fence. There we go. We'll use that. And I'll take some glitter, some rock candy. Boom, there we go. So we're just going to do a little paint and a little glitter. So you can put your glitter in another container if you want. You can do really whatever is going to work for you. Let's do a few. So I'm going to take all these ones. Okay. Put a little bit of paint on the mat. Not much, just need a little drip. You guys see that? Perfect. I'm just going to pick this up with my finger, touch it with my thumb, and actually pick up the pine cone and just roll it. And that's it. And so however much snow you want, touch, pick up, roll. That's how you put that snow on the end of the pine cone. That's it. And if you want it sparkly, you can throw it in the glitter while the paint is wet. It's just going to get a little bit of glitter to stick to it. If you want more glitter to stick to it, see, it's sparkly, it'll dry like that. If you want more, then you can paint them in, say, one step, and then you could go back and add glossy accents or collage medium if you wanted more. But I just like having a little bit. All right. So again, touching your fingers together because you want to have wet paint, but then you just want to roll it. And you can just move it around. It's pretty easy. Kind of get all the edges. Simple, right? Put in the glitter, shakety shake. Just get a little bit of glitter covering that and taking it out. Look at that, sparkly little sugar cone. Like I said, not a lot of glitter sticks to paint, but it's wet enough that you will get glitter to stick. Pretty simple. We'll do one more just because we can. And I love rock candy because it's just clear and it doesn't go airborne. It just adds like the best little sugary effect to everything. So here we go. Just reach over, put my fingers in the water, clean it all up. Simple. So that's another kind of compartmental thing is, you know, when you're making all of these this whole little thing of cones, I just have them. I have them at the ready. So when I wanted to make this wreath, I just went in, I'm like, oh, I'll take the cones. They're whiter because I went around with gesso. I was like, oh, let's make these even brighter white, which I like that. Okay. The bells, idea-ology. So you can use a little jingle bell, but they also have this little bell. And it does have a little dinger in there. So you can add that. Drippy candles, they're the drippy candles. So if you didn't want the candle, you can do metallic. You can really do anything you want. Just a lot of fun. Okay, moving on. So far, so good. Let me just clean this up. How are we doing? All right?
We're good.
Okay, I'm trying to watch the chat, but I get distracted. I do. I look at the chat and I'm like, I want to just start talking. Okay. But I think I kind of covered that pretty good. Okay. I'll hand you. I'm going to need that like.
Back. Okay.
Here.
I'll make room.
Thanks, Mario.
Sure.
I hand it to him and then I like take it back. I'm like, hand it to him, take it back. Okay. They're cute. I probably had more fun than I should making these little wreaths. Oh my gosh. Isn't it just because like whenever you create, at least for me, whenever I create small things, I just love, I think the detail work, I just escape in that. It's just a lot of fun. So if you haven't picked up any of the little idea-ology Garland, I think it's really great. Oh, I saw somebody comment about Santa mugs. Well, you'll see we're going to do some Santa mug stuff today too. That's coming a little later. Okay, just wipe this off. You'll also see throughout the hoopla that I am a chronic cleaner. I am chaos around me, but my workspace, really, really important just to keep that somewhat clean. Crinkle ribbon is not available. No, that's, I think that was seam binding ribbon that I used. That's really skinny stuff. Paula told me about it. It's just skinny seam binding ribbon. But it's the same thing, and you just let it dry and it crinkles. So no, crinkle ribbon has been gone for many years. Sad but true. It's good. Okay. Let me set that aside. So let's do something. We're going to do some Foundry wax, and then I'll probably move into some Sizzix stuff. That sounds like fun. Okay, I want to circle back on Foundry wax just to talk about some other elements. And I've demoed this before, but to me, I think it's worth repeating because it's really cool when you have certain elements and how you want to alter them. The important thing to remember with Foundry wax is that this works on anything that's going to be heat stable. If you can't heat emboss it, you shouldn't use Foundry wax on it. Okay, so that's just, so like, does Foundry wax work on wood? Yes. Paper? Yes. Fabric? Yes. Metal? Yes. Plastic? Some. Resin, but if it's too thin, it's going to melt it. I mean, I used it on the Salvaged deer. I was doing good here, but then too much heat on these, the antlers start to kind of droop. But I stopped real quick and kind of formed them, and they hardened again. So just be aware when you're, using it that has to be a heat stable substrate that you are going to work on. Okay. Because this is a solvent, it is important to know that working with it, isopropyl alcohol is going to be your best bet for thinning this out, especially if you're going to paint it, which we're going to do. Right out of the bottle, like you saw when we were doing it on the embossed paper, it thickens up super fast. And so for painting, it's important that you keep it thin and fluid, especially if you're going to cover something to paint. So isopropyl alcohol, that's it. It's just 91% ISO. That's what I have. I'm just going to use a little cup because that's what I'll have to clean the brush that I use with as well, because it's not a water-soluble medium. So even to clean the paintbrush, I need to clean it in a little alcohol. And then I've got some sticks. This is just going to be a craft stick that's going to help me hold on to the object while I paint it and heat it. Okay? So it's fun. Like I said, you may have seen this demo before, but it is worth repeating. Now, these figures, these salvage figures, they come in two different sizes. There's a Santa, a snowman, and a little toy soldier. These are the small. There's also large ones. You saw it in the muffin tin. I'll be using them a little bit later. But I love how we can take something that's just this kind of off-white resin and transform it into something that literally looks like pewter. It just looks like a piece of metal, or gold, or copper, or bronze, or whatever. And that's just done with Foundry wax. And you might be thinking, well, I'll just use paint. You go ahead, really, you do you. Use the things. Is metallic paint metallic? Yes. Does it look the same as Foundry wax? I don't think so, but it might be great for you. So when I show you this, I don't want you to think like the only way you can alter these is with wax. You can certainly use paint. A lot of people use spray paint. So whatever is going to work. Mario, they are very smooth. I just saw that in the chat. I'm like, they're the smoothest. I have this thing with craft sticks. Okay.
You do.
But you can't use the plastic ones because those will also melt. So Foundry wax, what's great is that when the light hits it, it is super, super reflective because Foundry wax has leafing metals in it. So it's almost like a gold leaf or a silver leaf or a bronze leaf. But it just adds not only a metallic finish, but this smoothness to it that has this wonderful quality. I can't describe it. Until you see it, like that just to me is like, it's amazing. Okay, So I want to do the snowman. I mean, I could do this toy soldier, but I really want to do like a silver snowman because, well, I want to. Okay, so on the end of the stick, we put a piece of red line tape. You just want some double stick tape that's going to be heat stable, and red line tape is heat stable, so that's what's on there. Doesn't mean that it's still going to be sticky. Back in the day, I used to hot glue the object on there, but then when you would heat emboss it, it would remelt the glue and then it would fall off. So I just decided to use that instead. So I'm just gonna go in and just peel off that release. We'll take our little snowman guy. I'm just gonna kind of put him in the middle and just really stick him down, just to secure him to the stick, okay? Out of all the Foundry wax, sterling is the thickest. I would say double thickness as far as viscosity goes. These, when you shake them up, and you saw with the little shaker, you have to really shake them up, they are very fluid. This one, sterling, is never fluid. It's just thick. It's still fluid, but not as fluid as these. So just know that when you get it, even from the beginning, okay? It's just thicker. Because of that, we're gonna make sure that we really thin it out. So what I'm gonna do as I'm shaking this, the brush I'm gonna use, I'm just gonna use like a small brush, a small flat. Let me find it. That'll work. There we go. I'm also gonna make sure that when you paint, if you happen to have a fan or a heater or anything on around you, turn it off, because that cool air just makes this stuff dry up way faster than you probably are gonna wanna work. Okay. So let's just put a little bit of ISO in there. That's just going to clean the brush. I say ISO, that's isopropyl alcohol, but I'm not going to say that every time. Okay, we're ready to go. You guys ready to go? Here we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by applying Foundry wax. Pretty good puddle to the mat. I'm going to leave it on its side. I'm immediately going to thin it out with some ISO. How much? I probably just cover the same drop, meaning I don't put a bigger puddle than I did wax. Just kind of cover the top, and then I'm going to mix it up with my brush. That's all you got to do. So it is kind of fluid, and then it's go time. So I'm just going to start painting, and you can see that I don't really have to be too careful, but I want to just work as quick as possible over the whole thing. Can you go back and add another layer? Yeah, you can, but once this starts to dry, remember, it goes to a cream and then it goes to a powder, even on a surface. So I just like to get a good foundation first. So that's why I'm just like dip and mop. You don't have to think about it. See, it covers it really quick. So just don't overthink it. But I want to make sure that everything is just kind of covered. Doesn't take much at all, honestly, because I prefer my Foundry wax to be fluid. You'll see as you paint it, and now that I think that's good. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna set that aside so I can just demo this on, let's do it on a piece of black paper real quick so you guys can see. Okay, so this is fluid. See how nice it is? It paints. Okay, if I keep painting in that same area, it's gonna go on fluid, but you're gonna see it quickly start to like catch onto itself, and it'll start to peel up. You see that? It just gets really crumbly. See? That's the wax actually turning into a cream. And then it will eventually, so I do like that you could even dry brush with this wax before you heat it. So any effect that you want to achieve, it doesn't always have to be solid. So you can do this like over an embossed piece of paper. It could even be that. And I'll heat this just so you can see what it works. But even on the brush now, so you can see that there's stuff on the brush, but now it's just like, it's just dust. It's powder, right? But that's still cool. So I'm going to clean my brush just with a little bit of alcohol. Just kind of twist my brush in it. That's enough to clean it. I've wiped off my brush. It's pretty good. Then I'm going to rinse the solvent off in water. And then this little bit that I have here, I'm just going to pour that down onto the glass mat because I'll use that solvent to clean that. There we go. Squeaky clean. So now I just use that solvent to clean, and then I'll take the paper towel and I'll twist to dry out that solvent and clean out the cup at the same time. Bam. Easy. So now it's clean and we're ready to go. Okay, so this is not set. Our snowman is not set, meaning all we did was paint on the Foundry wax, but we have to heat set the Foundry wax. If we don't, It's going to be trouble. When you go to heat set it, these need to be out of the way, because if you apply heat next to these, you can solidify Foundry wax in its bottle. So just get it out of the way. Do you have to heat Foundry wax? Yes. If you don't, it will all just rub off. If you were to touch this now, it would all come off. So not only do we have to use it to set it, but we also need to leaf it. And you'll be able to watch it. Hopefully the camera will pick it up as good as possible. So let me get my embossing gun. That's what we got here. And we can start with the piece of paper, and then we'll do the snowman. All right. Perfect. Hot. So hopefully you can watch it transform. There you go. Did you see it happen right before? So watch. I'm going to do this next part. It kind of looks wet. There you go. And then you can kind of see it melting. But that's what it's doing. It's changing into that mirrored finish. So even this little dusting right here on the end, you'll be able to heat it. And you cannot overheat Foundry wax. That's the other cool thing about it. Is like typically with wax, like embossing, like, well, what if I overheat it? Is it going to melt? No, you can't overheat Foundry wax. And it is, I mean, it's done. It's set. Even those little chunks. So that's what I was saying, like when you paint on the chunks and they melt, they'll melt in chunks because it's wax. So that's why the smoother you apply it, the better the finish, because it will still melt in that chunky. But maybe you like that look. Maybe you're like, hey, I'm going for like a pitted metal background. Okay, so now let's do our snowman. Now, when I do this, I'll admit when I'm working, I'll just keep this stick on the table and move it around, because even though this is a piece of tape, if we heat like this too long, gravity's going to take over. It's going to fall off the stick. So try to keep it level as much as possible, but I also, for camera, I want you guys to see it change best you can. Okay, let's fire this up. So on this, I just kind of go around a little at a time first, just to get it going. But once it starts, the whole thing does it at the same time. Let's find a smooth area. There we go. Let's try that. There you go. See on his body right now? See the difference already? Just how that light, see how the light reflects on that side, but nothing on that side? There's a good angle. So this side is all melted. This side is not. See the difference? It's like the Tin Man. So cool. All right. Now I can just hold it because you really just want to get your eyes adjusted to where you see it. It's not like embossing powder. Once it heats in seconds. And I just like to go around it 2-3 times just to make sure that every little angle is set. And the finish is done. It's permanent. You don't need to seal it. You don't need to do anything. All right. Cool. And we're just going to let that cool for a second. Put this away. So good. All right. It is a cool effect. Now I can turn my fan back on. There we go. Cool that off. Okay. So the piece is already cool. And then I just twist it off the tape. And there's our guy. Look at that. So you can leave him like this, or you can give him an antique tarnished finish. The antique tarnish, well, that comes from using a distress crayon. Now this piece of tape, you just peel it off, roll it up, throw it away, and just put another piece on for the next little stick. So for this one, let me grab, just going to use a distress crayon in walnut stain, and I'm going to use a blending brush dedicated to brown. I have it painted on the top, so I know this is my crayon brush. I have 2 crayon brushes, one for browns and one for grays. I never clean them because they just stay for the crayon brush. It's really worth it. Okay, I'm just going to carefully apply the crayon to, no, just making a joke. You don't have to be careful at all. You just put it on there. See? That's it. Yeah. Crayon is a water reactive pigment. So I'm going to spray a little bit of water just on the mat, not on the actual object. I'm going to dip the brush, just the tip of the bristles, in some water. And I'm just going to start mushing this around. Just mixing all that, just a little bit of water. You could use your fingers if you want, but the bristles really help get that brown into all the detail. You don't want it too wet, so a little goes a long way, because if you get it too wet, it looks more like a, like a wash or a stain. But we're just going to keep working that crayon in. Don't worry about the chunks. If you need to see that little area right there, you can slide this up so the bristles are more compact. There we go. See, we were able to get right in those little areas around his hat. Okay. So at this point, he's no longer silver. Wah, wah. But this is the beauty of the crayon. So I'm going to slide this up, cap it, done, crayon, cap it, done. But because this is water reactive, we're simply going to take, it could be a cloth, it could be whatever. Just going to take a paper towel with a little bit of water. I don't like to use a baby wipe. I think it's too much. And first I clean off my fingers from it. But then here's the transformation. You're just going to start wiping off that crayon because that's water reactive. And it will leave as much or as little on there as you want. See that? Just bringing back that silver. You can do this with any color. This could be, if you used any of the other colors of Foundry wax, gilded or bronze like the copper. And you could use any crayon. You could use black, you could do white, depending on the contrast. And I just go in and just kind of clean it. So any place you don't want any of that crayon, and if you take off too much, you can go back and apply more. Get a clean area, because at some point you'll have so much brown on there that really all you're doing is wiping more brown on there. But once it dries, the crayon will dry on there. It's just, look at that. It's like an old figure. Oh my gosh, he's so good. That's it. Beautiful, beautiful. So yeah, now I've got a couple of old metal figures. And what's also great about Foundry wax is, like, the more you touch it, the more I think it polishes, which is very cool. Yeah, I just love that. It's just so this is just a fun thing to do. I mean, I tell people all the time when I mention compartmental making, look, not every time you're feeling the groove. Not every time I'm going in with a clean paper towel, because I can tell, see, he's still a little dingy. He's not as clean. That's because he still has like a wash of brown. So now I'm going to a clean part of the paper towel. You're not always on your groove. You get into your craft room and you're not jiving. Well, at least do something. And this is something. So you can just sit there with some Foundry wax and a little pile of figures and make a whole bunch of them. There you go. That's better. See how shiny he is? Oh, fun. Fun, fun. All right, we'll clean the crayon off of that. So now you have just pieces at the ready. And you could still go in and color these. You could still add a little alcohol ink if you wanted to add some color, a little bit of paint, maybe go over the Sharpie marker if you wanted to color it. So, I mean, there are ways that you could even tint it, but I love the fact that we just took some really funky pieces and changed it. So yes, this could be anything. If this was something, let's say it was already colored. Let's say you went to the dollar store and you found like a ceramic figure, okay? And it was all the different colors. My advice would be to paint it first with one solid color, because it's just going to make it easier when you add the Foundry wax, where, like, if it was red or black or green, you might have trouble covering those areas. So that's just kind of my suggestion. But yeah, I love Foundry wax. It's kind of like an underrated product, but I use it. I use it for embossing paper, and I certainly use it to paint things because I just love it. It's really, really cool. Okay, I think I handled that. Thank you. I'm going to put I'm adding these little trinkets to my tray. I am. I'm adding them to the muffin tin. I'm like, I'll give you the white ones, and I'm adding the little color ones to mine.
Jazzy,
it's fun. It's fun. Now I've got little pewter ones. Great. Okay. I agree. I love those little figures. This is what the Hoopla is. It's random popcorn brain. Hope you guys are enjoying it. I really do. Okay. Moving on. Let me clear this. Got Garland. What did I do with that? Okay. All right. Next, I think let's talk about some dies, shall we? Yes. Let's talk about the new side orders. I'm gonna just no. Mario's standing here like, you are starting to make me nervous. Okay. Here. I'm just gonna let me just rework things just a little bit. If you guys saw the amount of space that the Hoopla happens in. And you know what? Mario even said, you should take a photo of this when it was all set up. And did I? No, I forgot. But yeah, there's not a lot of space. So I tend to work things around the area. You can set those over here and then. Okay. And put these in the drawers. All right. Gosh, Who knew? Who knew I was this organized / disorganized? Okay, I'm gonna still need the brown. I feel better about that. You guys feel better? Okay. Whew, thank you. I got lots of stuff to cover. Here we go.
You ready?
Well, you know, I will not create in chaos. I say I cannot, I will not. I just cannot do it. Okay, let's talk about the new side orders and just give you a little overview about it. A shout out to Sizzix, a shout out to Jen at Sizzix, who I worked with on these side orders, but really a shout out to the whole team at Sizzix. Side orders were something that came out years ago at a trade show. It was just an idea that I had about creating some dies and folders that work specifically in the Sidekick. Now, you can use these in any of your other machines. So whatever machine you have that you already die cut and emboss with, you can use the side orders, absolutely. The reason I call them side orders is because whatever's in here will definitely fit the Sidekick. Okay, that's what it was all about. You can use the Sidekick for other dies you have. If the die fits in the Sidekick, you can use it. But embossing folders, where are you going to have embossing folders small enough to work in the Sidekick? So that's really where side orders came in. Sadly, it was just kind of like, I don't know why. I loved it, but it was like a flash idea. I don't think Sizzix really liked it too much, and they were quickly retired. Well, when we were talking about doing stuff from the vault and bringing things back, I said, I wish we'd bring back side orders. Like, I loved them, and Jen also loved them because she helped even decorate the booth. I remember the show had like a 50s diner theme. We had like the little receipt ticket wheel and a little bar and the jukebox, and I loved it when we launched it. And she's like, hey, I'm totally on board. I'm like, great. So what we did with the side orders is we kept them the same price as the vault, which is $20.99, but you're getting the dies and an embossing folder. We also increased the size of the embossing folder so it would fit on an A2 card going across. Like if it's 4 1/4, so you can, it's actually 4 1/2, but 4 1/4 embossed design, so it can go across the front of an A2 like as a band, if you will. Went into some designs that I've done through the years and chose some of my favorites, and of course resize them. Okay, so in no particular order, I'll just talk about the original dies that these were inspired by. So this one, the side order Celebrate, well, that was inspired by the colorized one, and you can see like the party hat, and I can actually find it. Oh, here we go. Just to kind of show you from a die size comparison. I didn't do the fancy little things because it's not really that kind of live, right? But you can see the party hat is smaller, the streamer is smaller, the balloons are smaller. So we made this set smaller than the colorized. We also made it much simpler, so we don't have 4 layers on a hat, we have 2, right? Where you can just add the little elements to it. And I think it's really fun because you get just simple elements that you can use. And the purpose of a side order also was if you needed to make something with a theme, you could just take this and everything would be matchy-matchy. You had your little embossing folder, and this is like old school, so nothing fancy. No 3D multi-level. This is like your old school little folder, but I love this design. And these were also original embossing folders that had been retired. I'm like, let's bring back this texture. So, and you could use it. I mean, you could still emboss a piece of paper twice and still get something to cover a whole thing if you wanted to. That was Celebrate. This one, like I said, no particular order, just whatever strikes my eye. This one, I love this one. This is Fresh Brewed. This was actually a Biggs die. So this used to be a steel rule die where we had the bubble lid and the cup, and I think this little coffee cup came from, I think this came from like a Christmas set. So we made the mug bigger, but we made these significantly smaller. Let me find, I mean, you guys could see it. Like, there's way smaller. Like that was the size of the cup. There's the entire thing. So I wanted something cute. And the great thing about this set is you get the cups, you get the 2 different type lids, the hot or cold, the little bubble lid, you get whipped cream, a straw, a little band to do whatever color in your choice, of course. Then you get the little cup, you get steam, there's a little heart, so the heart could go anywhere. It was just for fun because I thought how great would it be just to have coffee with friends and also do stuff for gift cards. But I love this folder. And a lot of these old school folders, because they were so basic, can certainly be used either way. So you can either have like this puffy design, or in this case, this one, like look how cool it looks the other way, because you really get the detail of the band. So play around with these folders and use them either way as well. It's just, it's very cool. And by the way, the makers, we did a whole, when these launched yesterday, because side orders launched yesterday, they're available worldwide. The makers did such a great job with inspiration. I shared it in my story, but there'll be a follow-up blog post next week just for the side orders, and I'll have all of their makes on the website, so you'll be able to go and see all the inspiration for these side orders, because there wasn't a, you know, a dedicated live for them. It's just too much going on. So I'm like, I'll use them in the Hoopla. Okay. Another set. This one was actually a side order. This was one of them that was originally inspired by a side order. This is the original. See, that was the original folder size for the side orders. My gosh, see how tiny it was? It's like, what do you do with that? But it was cute. It was tiny. But now we just made them big. And we also took all of the designs, just so you know, typically people use folders this way. We did all the designs in this landscape because the idea was to go across a card. So when you're putting this in, like, that's the whole idea behind this. And then you can see on these, the pieces are bigger than what was in here. The heart candy box. We didn't do all the pieces, just an inspired by. Okay. This folder's cute because look, it's got the solids and the little outlines, and there again, either side, very cute. This one, yeah, so we made bigger because I love this candy box. We took an arrow from one of the, I think it was like a quill set. Maybe it was like a colorized True Love. And then we did the little envelope. So the envelope, just so you know, it's not an envelope, if you will, meaning it's designed to be an embellishment. There you go, that's a good look. That when you cut this die out, it does have crease rule, but you fold in all the pieces, and they are not designed to overlap to actually make a physical tuck something in envelope. It's designed that when you fold it in, it's going to leave a gap. So when you ink it, it gives it the illusion, but I wanted something flat to go on a card, and then you have that little heart. So this is really designed to be used as an embellishment, not like, oh, I'm trying to fold it and put a little card in. That's not what it's designed for. It's really a paper embellishment. The heart, just to keep in mind, it is designed to be a candy box. That's the design here. Hold on, voice. But this one actually has a heart die, and it has a bow. So this bottom layer is a weird heart. It's kind of blocked on the side, but this set just gives you a regular heart that you can use for other things, or a bow that you can use for other things, or you can make a candy box. So remember that when it comes to working with the side orders. It's just a lot of little ideas, and really for $20.99 for all the dies and an embossing folder, amazing value. Speaking of amazing value, this set. When I told Jen that I want to do it, she's like, that idea is so cool, because I've never had an embossing folder that did this before. This one inspired by Stacy, who did a make years ago when this die came out. This was a Biggs XL. It was called letterboard. It was back in the day when letterboard was all the rage, and it's kind of come and gone through the years, which is cool. But it's just that whole felt board with that iconic styling of letters. And I said, wouldn't it be fun to just really shrink down that alphabet? So the Biggs XL, I think they were like 1.25 inches, and these are 3/4 of an inch. Give the alphabet, the numbers, all of that, but give them something to work on. So Stacy found this like wavy felt back in the day. I'm like, wouldn't that be cool if we could just do an embossing folder that just debossed the little track, the little grooves for a letterboard? And that's just what this folder does. You put it in black cardstock, it debosses those little lines, right? So you use that side, and then when you cut it out, it is sized to actually fit 2 rows of words. And you could do more. I mean, again, if you've seen the Maker Makes, some people did, I mean, big cards where they actually continued the sentiment, so you can build up or across. It's completely up to you. But I think it's really fun because you can personalize things, and of course this could be year-round. So I love the idea of having letters, but you could accent the board with hearts or Christmas or whatever. So the inspiration is definitely there. But that whole thing, the folder and the alphabet and the numbers and the plus sign, $20.99. That's crazy. It's a great set because you have so many creative options year-round. And then, of course, because we were launching them this time of year, this is one of my favorite sets that have been retired. It's just so cute. All these great little cute Christmas things. And it has some favorites, like this this gingerbread. He's hilarious. It's just fun, I think, in this simplistic style. So we chose some favorites, made them pretty big. So here's this set. All right, let me get this out. So this was the original size. That's the new size. So they're significantly bigger, but so fun. So we took the gingerbread, about 1.5 inches tall, the snowman, the Santa, candy cane, and holly. How great is that? These are perfect for holidays. And then this embossing folder, we did that diagonal candy stripe. So again, you can use either side, whether you want the wide thing sticking up or whether you want the skinny line sticking up, doesn't really matter. But it's so, so cute. And these elements really inspired a make. So I'm going to share a make with you because these make me happy. And they are really perfect for the holidays. So those were the inspiration for all the originals of the Vault side orders. There are 5 SKUs. Oh my gosh, such a pile everywhere. Let me give you that. I'm just going to hand you those. I got to clear the deck. I got to get stuff out of here. Thanks, Mario.
You're welcome.
Okay, we'll keep that. I'm going to keep that here. See, I got bags of, there's all the packaged ones. You can tell I rip mine open and I use them. Like, I'm ready to play. Okay. So fun.
Anything else you want to go?
No, thank you, Mario.
Sure.
I agree. I saw some comments about the price point. I agree. And that is a shout out again to Sizzix because I just said Vault is $20.99. And that's really the price I want to keep this at. They're like, yeah, but we're including an embossing folder. That's injection molded plastic, all the things you guys don't care about, but it's an expense. And I'm like, nope, $20.99. So I love that, we were able to do that and still provide. I mean, look at that. You're getting 5 elements and an embossing folder. Crazy. So what inspired me is the holiday season and what you can do with all of these different pieces. And again, I encourage you to see what the makers made. But just to give you a quick little idea is if you have any of the other Sizzix dies that maybe you bought this year from the Vault, and that would be any of the structure ones. So maybe you bought the Vault that has the matchbox. These are perfect because you can add any of these little icons to the front, and this could be something that you can make an advent calendar on, where you have these little elements. You can use the numbers from letterboard. You can make ornaments, but it's really cute to use for the matchbox. Or this set that has the pillow box, but it also has the label, but this bag. This bag is sized for gift cards. So this is the time of year that if you're looking to give gift cards, this is a great die for that. You could use regular cardstock, but I just wanted to share a little tip. It's pretty obvious, but sometimes the obvious things are ones where it's like, well, I didn't think of that. If you go shopping or you get something or something's delivered or whatever, and it comes in a brown paper bag, keep that brown paper bag because that paper for the brown paper bag makes the best paper bags. Okay, it's not too thin because you can use, you can find brown paper like at the home improvement store for paint masking and all that, but it's pretty thin. But this, pretty great. Does the pillow box fit the sidekick? No, the pillow box, these structure dies, these do not fit the sidekick because your sidekick is only going to be it's going to be a 2.5 by 4.5. And this is what comes with the sidekick. This is your embossing one, which I'll emboss in there. But yeah, that's just an easy way is just to take this and go, nope, doesn't fit. Even that little edge has to fit within, and it can't go past that tapered. Like it has to stay on the flat side. So your structures don't, but all the little bits do. So find your bags, cut them up, die cut them, and even better because paper bags are thin enough that because you need 2 pieces to make a bag. So when you use this, I won't go too much into the demo, but this bag die, you have to cut it twice to make a bag. So I'll show you that. So typically what I do is I'll take the paper bag and I'll stack 2 pieces together and then run the die through. So I'll have the 2 pieces I need to make one bag. Does that make sense? And I'll show you how to assemble a bag. It's quite easy. But yeah, they're perfect. So even the little wrinkles that you get out of the paper, like bonus, but they are perfect that you can add your side orders. Heck, you can do your little coffee cup put the little coffee cup on there, maybe add a little holly to there, and then put a Starbucks card in. And you could add this to a card. So this could get stuck to the front of a card or inside the card or just used as a gift. But I love this die for the paper bag. And I also love the idea of using paper bags or lunch bags or anything for it. So I think that's going to be good. Too bad it doesn't fit an artist trading card. No, I really wanted it more for a gift card because I think that that's really charming. But there is a coin envelope in chapter 3 specifically for an artist trading card. And that's in the set called Collector because you collect trading cards. So there is a die for that. It's just a coin envelope versus a paper bag. All right. So for this, quite simple. When it die cuts, it's going to cut and score. But I think the first time you do it, it does get a little confusing. And my advice, if you've never made a bag, is make one out of something you don't care about and do it again. Because you actually have to use one piece right side up and one piece upside down. Now, because this is just craft paper, it doesn't really matter front and back. But if this was patterned paper, you're going to need to kind of remember where your pattern design goes, okay? So on one of the pieces, you're going to fold, like, just imagine the arch top, if you will. I think that's just going to be the best way to kind of remember this. So on one side, you're going to fold this tab in. And because it's just paper, it's just going to use the score line, okay? Then on the one with the arch on the bottom, you're going to score that one behind it. So you'll see in just a second. I'm going to fold that, and then this tab I'm going to fold. So I don't fold the top arch. I just leave it as is. So one piece, I just fold the one tab, and one piece I fold two tabs. And this is how it's going to go together. Those are going to go in, and then this wraps around, and it creates the bag. So everybody has their own little preferences to how things work. And again, if you prefer liquid adhesive, do liquid adhesive. If you like dry adhesive, use dry adhesive. I'm going to use both for the bag. So on the inside tabs, I'm just going to use a little bit of score tape, and I'll just put that typically right on, say, that almost to the outer edge. I'll hold this up in just a second. So I just apply, it's very skinny. I think this is maybe, what is this, 1/4 inch? A little less than 1/4 inch score tape. So I'm just applying that to the edge of those longer tabs. There we go. But I don't put it on the bottom tab. So let me just secure it. Let me just secure it. That's what we have. Then what I'll do is I'll pull this off with a pick. I'll take the bag. Now the bag has to actually fold around the back of it. So I don't know if you guys can see that. Oh, that's pretty good. I'm just going to place it to where I know that my seam is just a little past that ziggity zag at the end. You can mark it if you want, but I just kind of eyeball it. This paper is also incredibly forgiving. But once I place that down, that's good. So this is still going to fold over the bottom. Does that make sense? There you go. It's kind of just under the score line. If you see that little score line, see how like those little points go just under? That's really the kind of your measurement. Can you see that score line? So like the tips of these kind of line up to that score line if you need a visual that way. My eyes are not good enough to see that. So then I'm just going to fold that over. And I don't really make a super tight bag because I want the gift card to be able to kind of fit in and out. So this one, oh my gosh, I just kind of fold it down and I'll just tack it a little bit just to make sure it's lined up over there. So see how I flipped it down? See, it's got a little gap, and then I'll just press it. So it's kind of pockety. So tabs front, but remember this is going to go to the back like our little paper bag. So for this one, you could use tape. There would be nothing wrong with it, but you know, it's a little archy place. So I'm just going to use some glue, a little collage medium. You can use whatever liquid glue you want, or you can use tape, doesn't matter. That's going to be good. Collage medium is just going to dry matte, but if you had glossy accents, you can use that as well. It's got my glues. Got my little glue station off to the side. Then I'm just going to fold that. Just use your finger just burnish the glue, and that's it. So you could ink these, you can do whatever, but this again is something you can just sit down and make and make and make, and they don't have to be kraft. You can get white paper bags, right? If you go to a restaurant or a candy shop or a gift shop, sometimes it's, you know, it's that great white paper bag. Well, make white bags for Christmas, or glassine. You can have glassine paper and you can do it. So it's really all the little details, but I love the bags. But the bags are great for all of the side orders because they fit perfect as an embellishment. So when it comes to using it, I'll just do this real quick. It's not a huge deal, but I've got a little piece here. I'm going to take a little tag. Why not? Let's take that. Let's do our little coffee one because we can. If you have a little number 5 tag, you can also just take a little number 5 tag, put that in. That's going to fit. And this could be inked or not, doesn't really matter. This little gray one that comes with your sidekick, that's for your embossing folder. These two are for cutting. And what's crazy about these, if you've never owned a sidekick, I'm telling you now, it is my most used machine because it's my go-to. It's just always there. It has a suction, so you place it down, you take the lever and you flip it over. If you're going to do a lot of cutting, just mist the bottom with a little bit of water, and man, that will help it stick to your glass mat for ever. I mean, for a long time. But what's nice about this is that these cutting pads, this is my original set from my original sidekick. And you can see I've cut both sides, but they don't bow, they don't bend. They're not made out of the same material. And I've asked Sizzix, I'm like, whatever this material is, why can't you make regular cutting pads? Because I don't need any other, I've never had to replace them. And I have a lot of cuts in there. You can see a bazillion, and they are flat as can be. But anyway, whatever it is, you need one of the cutting pads and your embossing pad. That's the gray one. That's what you run through your sidekick. You stack it up, you just push it in the machine. The handle will tell you which way to go. You see that? Because sometimes it's just a little weird. And you can run it through once, you can run it through twice, totally up to you. It doesn't matter. Maybe you're doing vellum or who knows. But then you have just like a cute embossed tag. So a number 5 tag, that was the other thing. It's the other reason why I wanted this size, because not only does it fit across an A2, I am the mayor of Tagtown. I'm kidding. I love tags, but I love that I can quickly emboss a number 5 and tie it onto a package. Simple, just like that. So it's really cute. That's what I love about the sidekick. So if you're cutting, I'll just give you some tips about cutting. Let me move this stuff out of the way here. I'll leave it here for now because you know my brain, Mario.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I might need something. That's just how it is. You never know. I like stuff. I love tags. I just like little ideas because, again, I told you, my mind can't focus. So if I have these little ideas of like, oh, I'm just going to make a pile of bags, I can sit for a couple hours and just watch something and make bags and have them to embellish or whatever. It's really simple. So here is a make that I want to share. I'm going to have to move this thing off. Let's see, where is it? Okay, it's still on frame. There we go. Boom. Here's some ideas also with the sidekick, and that is making some little rosettes. These are super easy, super fun. You can use these for packages. You can use them for parties. You can use them for decoration. You can stick them in a tree. I mean, really, there's so many ideas that you can do with a rosette, and that was one of the vaults. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna do a little party rosette. You've seen these a lot. You saw Halloween ones when Zoe did Coffin Box, and I've demoed the rosette before, so I'm not gonna demo it completely, but just to give you an idea of how easy these are to make with the side orders. Okay, so first off, if you have the vault rosette, yes, this die does fit the sidekick because all you have to do to see if it works is hold a cutting pad over it, and if you can't see the die, it's going to fit. So you can die cut the rosette. So what I did is I found this minty stripe foiled paper at the craft store. Maybe you have it. Maybe you have a mink or some foiling thing that you want to make your own with hot plate. But I went in and just die cut the rosette. If you're going to make a full rosette, you need 3 pieces, 3 panels to do this. And I love that it kind of creates this little spirally pinwheel. Okay, so that's what I have here. I've die cut these, and I'm just going to fold this and do the tape. So we'll take it through step by step. I'll kind of bring this around to where I'll be able to, yeah, I'll be able to demo it. Let me take this. Just going to re-plug in some things. So I'm going to take this heat tool off. I'm going to plug in my glue gun. Okay. Fire it up. Cool. Okay. Glue gun's on. Holtz. Watch the hands. Here we go. This piece, this piece, this piece. Okie doke. I'm going to set this here. Oh, cool. Now I actually have room to work. Let me give you this. Thanks, Mario.
Sure.
All right. I have stuff everywhere. Well, you know, I just want to, you know, I want the camera shot to look nice. There we go. Look at that, you guys. That's a beautiful sight, isn't it? Okay. So when you die cut a rosette, like I said, there's going to be like a quick breakdown of a rosette, but there's a full one that I've done on Sizzix. I take a clear edged thing. This happens to be a stamp block, but it could be whatever it is that you work with. Okay, maybe a credit card or something, but something with a straight edge. And I just start by bringing that crease up and pushing against it. I understand it's a zigzag. Don't question the method until you see it, because it makes all the difference. Don't even think about it. So you could just sit there. See that? I'm just bringing that crease rule up to the line of the block. There you go. And I'm pushing against it one at a time. And it goes really fast. Now that I'll bring it into my eye line, I just push each one. And I do this to all of them. So if I was doing the strip and then on this last one, I just flip it over because it's just easier to push that. So this is what I've done, but I've kind of creased all of them. Then I go in and I still make that crease where you're like, but it's not a zigzag. No, I know, not at this point, but it will. But right now it makes it so much easier to actually crease because you've already done that fold against the block. Okay. Now that that's done and you have all those little actual folds, now it makes it easy to just gather them. You literally can just accordion them in your hand, and you don't have to hold on to the whole thing because it'll pop out. You just grab a little edge, and the paper is just going to want to go that way. It doesn't really matter, because once you've kind of broken down the paper, whether it's a zig or a zag, the paper doesn't care. They're like, yep, zig, zag, don't care. Who cares? Okay, once I've made the zigzag, then I bring it all together and give it a squish. There's our fan, easy. And when you do the rosette, all of your tabs, this little end piece with the angle, need to start the same way. So if they're starting up, they go up. If they're starting down, they need to all be down, okay? But fast. So see, you can fold those in no time, honestly. It's just, I mean, I love the grid block because it's got that straight edge, and it just, but you could also use the edge of a ruler. That's easy, right? If you have a clear ruler, you can just use the edge of the ruler on that. So that's completely fine to do. Okay, then I'm going to add score tape. Like I said, if you want to use a different type of adhesive, you do you. I'm just going to use a little bit of score tape. I'm just going to put this right along that edge. Perfect. Rip this up. Okay. There's my tape. Now, I know some people fold in the tape. You can, but you can also just trim it off if it drives you crazy. And for me, it's pretty much going to drive me crazy. But I'm going to bring up, I need to get out my craft mat too, because I'm going to glue. So if you're prepping these like I did, I do go in and just trim off the tape edge, just because if I'm going to do a lot of these and I'm going to throw them in a bag, I don't want any of the tape stick to the other one. But you wouldn't have to trim it if you were just making one. Does that make sense? I hope so.
Makes
okay.
sense to me.
All right. Let me put down a craft mat over here, because the studio mat does not come with this. But you can buy this separate. You can buy this size. This is the size that comes with the glass media mat, the black one. This is a silicone backed non-stick craft sheet. So it's a craft sheet there, silicone on that side, and you can just stick this down. So this will be, oh, that's good. It's in frame. There you go. This will be for like sticky and glue and all that. Okay, put these together really quick. I'm just gonna take a craft pick peel off the tape, take the straight edge, so not the tape edge, the straight edge, put it right into that little seam, you know, lining up the bottom edge. You see that? Don't worry about your pinstripes lining up or your candy stripes. It doesn't really matter. You won't see it. You won't be able to tell. Okay, and I'm just using a craft pick. It's the same thing. So I do love the fact that the rosette fits the sidekick. I think that's really great, especially if it's those. I think it's just nice to have that. Okay, so now I'm just going to bring this around. So I've already made that edge. I'm going to bring this around. So same thing. I'm just putting that. Can you guys see? There we go. Maybe you can see this way if I hold it the right way. Just line it up. And that tape is pretty forgiving. And then you're just going to squeeze it. So any place you have the seam, just give it one more little squeezy. All right, so now you have a rosette. You've got scallop edge and you've got a straight edge. Believe it or not, you can do the rosette either way. So if you want the rosette for whatever reason to have a straight edge on the outside, you could. But the idea is that you put scallop side down. You're going to gather the outside and you're going to bring it all together, like almost like pushing it all down. Just kind of force it down. It'll just make its way. You can kind of manipulate, like see this where it's just giving me grief, where it's like, nope, we're not in or out. You might need to help it because that's where we had that little seam. And then just gather it again, but it'll just do it. It like once it knows, it'll just do it again. Okay, so here's how we glue it. So again, we've got the scallop side down. You're going to need some hot glue. You're going to put a puddle down. Here's my puddle of glue. I'll say like about a dime. So a couple of good squeezes. I'm going to place this over the top. I'm going to go around. See that glue? I start on the outside and I squeeze into the glue and out of the glue and into the glue and out of the glue. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want the glue to get in between all those little layers, and then I squeeze it together and hold it. You're going to get a bump of glue that comes up. If you are sensitive to hot glue, maybe you get something, I know they sell stuff at the tip of your finger, but just wait a second. It's not hot anymore. It'll just roll off. But I want to flatten down that bump of glue, because otherwise, if you don't flatten it down, you have this blob, you'll have to cut it off, okay? Because otherwise, whenever you put something in the middle, it's going to have a dome to it. But it really isn't that hot. If you kind of just do that in and out for a second, it really isn't. And then you're going to just let it dry. We want it to dry and cool. So I'm holding it in the center with my finger because I don't want it to like open. But honestly, it's not. See, like the rosette is leaving a mark, not the glue. So I didn't do it right away. Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, next we're going to do the seal, the center part of these little party rosettes. And the seal, I used sparkle. So there's going to be some paper that we're going to use to make these, not only for the center, but also for these little side order designs. And it's all idea-ology paper. And I know a lot of times people don't associate sparkly and shiny colors with idea-ology, but believe it or not, it's there. So this is called Kraft Stock Sparkle. It's not a glitter paper. It's actually a printed paper. You get two colors in the pack. You get this silver and this gold. It is a craft paper, so it's brown on the back, and it's completely smooth. But this sparkle is printed on there, so you can emboss it, you can tear it, you can sand it, you can ink it, you can die cut it, you can punch it, you can do whatever it is you want from this paper. And that's what I did these little medallions with. I used the die that comes with this rosette, ran it through the sidekick, and cut out the little medallion. In fact, there's different sizes of medallions, so depending on what you want, I just chose the bigger size because, well, I wanted it to sparkle. So that's what I did. I love the sparkle. Then as we get into the side order pieces, I don't think you need to see how to die cut. If you do, I'm sure there's other videos for that. So we already went in and prepped. I die cut the Santa and the gingerbread, and I'll talk a little bit about how I die cut with the sidekick. But the paper that we used is Kraft Stock Metallic. So it's still Kraft Stock, just like the sparkle, but instead of it sparkly, it's metallic. So that would tell you right away that it is, well, it is a craft paper with a metallic. And this one has all these beautiful colors in it. And this one has all these beautiful metallic colors. So what I love about this is that you have some really great vintage metallic foiled papers that are kraft. So when you sand it, you can still ink it with distress. You've seen maybe Zoe's done stuff. I know Vicky has done stuff where they create really authentic looking industrial elements and people swear that it's metal and it's really just like, say, the silver or the black onyx or the copper that has been sanded and inked. It's just really cool paper because it is kraft. Most metallic papers have a white core. This has a brown core, so it has a different resilience. We've gone in and Xyroned all this. Again, I've talked about this in previous posts about Xyron. Xyron's just a machine. I'll just grab this one. It comes in different sizes. I'm not doing an infomercial for Xyron, but you can buy adhesive cartridges, and we just cut little scraps and run it through so it puts adhesive on the back. It's got a release paper, but this way, anytime I die cut, it's always done, thanks Mario, on Xyron's paper. So, you know, if you really want to see how my brain works, this is all Xyron paper. It's never big pieces. It's always little, it starts out as like little pieces that I have in a color order. So I have Xyron kraft stock, but that's all I'm going to Xyron. I'm not going to Xyron a big giant thing because let's say I was cutting like Theodore or a big bear. I don't need to Xyron that. I can glue that down. I use all of my Xyrons for all little things that I don't want to glue because little things are a pain to glue. So that to me is important. So I just like to work with Xyron paper. I saw a question about doing rosettes with kraft stock. It's too heavy. This is a 100-pound cover. You could do it, but it's really going to be hard to fold. I would suggest just sticking to like a scrapbook type weight paper versus a cardstock weight paper. Okay. All right. So that's what we've done here. We've got our little medallion, and the little medallion is going to go right in the middle. So while this is still stuck down, I'll go in with a little bit of hot glue, and I'm just going to do a little circle. I don't need a blob. I just need a little circle, and I'll put that medallion down. Excellent. Use the palm of my hand to make it flat. There we go. Then when it's done, just give it a twist, and it comes right off of the craft sheet, and it's ready to go. So you can make a bunch of these before you even embellish. Just make. Okay? So simple. So now how do we embellish these? How do we build them? Well, the side orders and the sidekick are super easy to use, but for creative convenience, we put the design, because that's how side orders are. Everything you need is on one die. So if you're going to cut out something like Santa, you could cut it all out of white, and you could go in with your markers or inks or pencils, and you could color each of the elements that you would want. You could color, the hat red, and you can color the eyes. You can color each piece. If you're going to do something like metallic, you actually have to run the die through different times to get your different metallic colors. But it's easier than you think. When you use it, typically I try to cut into one plate. Doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes I'll, accidentally cut into one, but for the most part, but for the most part, I'll keep one clean and one not. But all you need to do is say, okay, I want to cut out like the Santa hat in red. Well, I'm going to get out my bowl of red, and I'm going to see if I have any metallic in there. Okay, I don't. So then I'll take my little piece, I'll get my shears, I'll just cut a piece that I'm going to need for the hat. That's it. And then that's going to be the hat. So I'm just going to go through this, cut. So that's how much red I need for the hat, because I need to know exactly where to go. So I prefer to work in reverse. There's the whole theory of die cuts, like, is it blade down or blade up? It doesn't really matter. It's completely up to you. In this case, because I want to make sure a color goes in a certain spot, I'm going to go blade up. So because the blade's going to be up, I'm going to put my scratchy pad on the top. So I'm going to take my red right over the hat. Now, if there's another space of another color, like in this case, his face or his beard, I could put the silver piece down as well. So as long as when you're doing this color match, you're able to get another piece unobstructed, you can do two colors at once. So you don't always have, I just do one because, well, that's just me, because inevitably it's going to shift. Then you're just going to place this down over the top, hold it, put it into the sidekick. Again, it doesn't matter which way, just watch for the handle to turn. Give it a little twisty turn. There it is, paper, Xyron, and it's a foiled paper. So it's cutting through paper, Xyron, and foil. Now, if it's a little tiny cut, you'll see, like on the gingerbread, like those little tiny dots, sometimes it doesn't want to cut through the release paper. I say thank you, because to me it's easier to find those little pieces than when it pops out, but it will definitely cut through the paper and the adhesive. Okay, so that's how we cut all the pieces. And then again, this is something that if you're going to do a lot, you can totally prep. You can just sit there and go, I'm going to just cut bags of Santa or holly or whatever it is you want to do. So now I've just done the die cut demo and embossed demo. So I did that, but let's build. That's what I want to do. I want to do the fun build. Okay, put that over here. So for Santa, just going to dump out his pieces. Make sure he's got everything. We've got the base, face, mustache, 2 eyes, and a hat. Perfect. Then I'm going to use a craft pick. I'm going to use something that's got a sharp point on it, and that's going to help me with the release paper. You can really choose however you want to build. I prefer to kind of build from the top to the bottom. So this is already sticky. Xyron's very, very forgiving. So it allows you to kind of, I just place it down, see it's not even lined up. And then I can take my fingers and literally just use my fingers to square it up to the base shape. There you go, match. And then because the hat is on, I'll use the face. So same thing, peel off the release paper, pick this up, line that up next to that, place it down, and you can maneuver it. I mean, you can slide it a little bit. It's really nice because it's once you give it, there you go. Once you give it good pressure, then it's pretty set. The thing about these little side orders, they're also kind of comical because like I've seen from the makers when they did Santa, like depending on how you position all his little elements from his eyes to his mustache, maybe they're even fun eyebrows. It's pretty cool. When I have a little piece like this that I can't hold on to, I don't really use tweezers because tweezers I have to do the dismount. That doesn't really work. I peel off the back and I stick it to the pick, and then the pick allows me to position it where I want it to be, give or take, use my finger to kind of grab it, and then also use my pick to position it. So you can even slide that down. Just makes it easy. And I don't have any glue smear or nothing. That's really, Xyron is, I think once you do it, it's so different. And I mean, a lot of people do it and they're like, oh, it's so expensive. I'm like, yeah, if you're doing like poster boards of it, but if you're using it for just the little things, which most die cuts are little things, it goes a long way. You'd be surprised. Okay, so even this little tiny eyeball, Xyron, there's your release paper. It's stuck on there. Done. Pick this up. Take your little pick. I just use it. Just go right into your finger. You won't jab yourself. You're just peeling off that release paper. There's your little eyeball. Simple, right? I think. And then I'm just going to use that to kind of position just where I want it to be. Ta-da! There he is. Okay. Now if we want to add this, let's add him, and then let's also add a little holly piece. So for this, these I wanted like a little dimension. So see how I wanted to do some dimension? If you're going to add dimension, you still need to get off the release paper. So technically, did I need to Xyron the silver? Nah, but I don't mind that I did. Get your different kind of adhesives. These are all from Simon Says Stamp. You have big squares, little squares, thick squares, thin squares, so they don't all have to have the same depth or thickness. And I'm going to pretty much dimensionalize him. So I'll peel off his release paper. You need release paper off because otherwise it would be like how these squares are. It wouldn't really stick to your card. It would just want to come off the same way it comes off the release paper. So I stick the squares to the back of this, peel off the release papers, decide, oh, hey, he's going to go, will he go there? Yep, he goes there. Okay, done. Because you're just building. Then wanted to add a little holly. Let's bring all these guys in. They're just fun. The little holly leaves, same thing. And dump this out. And the holly, I mean, there's a lot of things like this. I saw Paula did, see that little bow that comes on the candy cane? She did the bow and put it on top of the gingerbread. So cute. Made a little, she was so cute with that little bow in her hair. Little gingerbread. All right, gonna take this holly leaf. So same thing, these are already die cut. I have a whole bag of them because it was just great as an embellishment. Peel this off. Same thing, a lot of times I'll just stick it to the pick because then I can just decide where I want to put it. To me, the pick is just easier. And then place it down. There you go, holly sticker. We'll take a little berry. Super, super simple. There's a little berry there. Maybe I want to move it. Okay, move it there. Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to put these other pieces back, so I'll just use them because maybe I'll use them when I build another one another time. You get the idea. So now we built these elements, but now I want to put a word or something on there. I just wanted something that I thought would be fun and festive. So let me get all my release papers that I fly everywhere. There we go. So this is what I used. I used the stickers from the idea-ology sticker book. There are 2 pages in the back of green and red that kind of look like old school label maker. And that's what I wanted to use for the words. So for Santa, I still think I'm going to go green. We could do Happy Holidays. We could do Let Us Ho, Ho, Ho. That's what we use. I'll peel that off. I just wanted to also give it a little fancy detail. So I'm just going to take the scissors and just cut a little ribbon flag. Just that little, just right on the end there. Perfect. And I wanted it also off of it just a little bit. So you see how, there we go. Can you see how it sits on this, but this is a little taller? So all I did just to give this a little height is I used a thin foam square just on where, like, I'll just say where the ribbon tail is. You'll see in a sec. But you don't have to do this step. You can just stick it down. But this way I can tuck that in wherever I want that to go. And I do it to where that little foam square is going to hit one of the high points. Because see, it's got a high and a low. And that'll just keep it in position there. There we go. Simple. Then we'll just add the fancy stick, which is nothing more than a bag of straws. So let's do a polka dotted one because we got a lot of minty going on. Let's do a polka dotted one. Paper straws. Fun. Simple. Decide where you want it, right? Do you want it to be up? That's why I said how you position him doesn't matter because you get to decide. You're like, oh, I want him upright. Oh, I want him to have a little attitude. Okay. Once I know where the attitude is, the straw is sitting inside one of the folds. So once you decide that, then just flip it over so you know where your little track is. Okay, I just kind of put mine at, say, 3 o'clock so I remember where that's going to be. I'll remove that. I'll put the little bit of glue, just a little hot glue in that channel. I'll take the straw, give it a little swirly twirl just so it really grabs. Turn it over and press it down on the mat.
Swirly twirl reminds me of Al.
Oh yeah, swirly twirly gumdrops. Yeah, because I remember that line because it talked about candy, talked about gumdrops. I'm like, oh, I would love to go through the forest of twirly twirly gumdrops. Okay, let's get rid of the sidekick for right now. I might need it a little later. Okay, so then ribbon. Now look, you could be good at tying bows. I mean, Paula she is a bow Jedi. She can tie a bow with a double back handspring and just, I cannot. I'm not good at it and I'm okay with it. This is a great cheat. This may not be for you. This may seem too flouncy. Maybe you think this is like some little Victorian tea party. I think it's cool and very festive. It's tulle. And I have lots of it. It's really cheap. You could buy it in a lot of colors. So it's fun. So I'm just going to take a bit of tulle. I'm going to cut some. You don't need much. Just take that with the shears. Just cut it right off the roll. I'm using green, but really I have for a lot of colors. It's super simple, okay? Then I'm going to take, because it comes wide like this, I'm just going to fold it because I want the bow, I mean, because by itself when it's one layer, it is pretty lifeless. So, and this is also really cool at Halloween, believe it or not. If you have black, it's kind of like old school netting. Anyway, I'm just cutting right down so I have 2 skinny strips. And then I'm just going to take both of the strips at the same time and I'm just going to tie it. So I go around the straw, tie it, go around again, tie it, slide it up to the top, and then, so if this was a Halloween make, I would normally take 1 layer of this stuff and grab with your fingers and pull it, and you get like the coolest tattered, worn edge. See that? It gets all, looks almost melted. Very cool for Halloween, but it isn't. This is Christmas. So I'm just going to take this, and when I cut it, I just like cut into it with my scissor and pull this off just so I get some different definition instead of one chop, because you can go in and give it a haircut a little later if you need to. So just don't cut the straw. Just, you want to leave it there. So I'm just like cutting and pulling the scissors across, and then just give it a little zhuzh. See if something, you know, like that's a little thick there, kind of chia pet. Just trim it up. There you go. And then I got some fun bow. You can do a little bit of a bell or anything. But yeah, fun, simple. So these are something really that you can sit down and make and put on gifts or whatever. And I just thought that the metallic paper just made it more festive. I don't really use a lot of metallic. Usually it's pretty grunge, but hey, that makes it really fun. So all stuff to do with like a holiday side order. Couldn't be easier, right? Simple, simple, simple. Okay, so there we go. We did a rosette. Let's get rid of that. We did a lot of stuff. Yeah. We did rosette, we did some side orders. Fun. Okay, let's set those over here. Okay, moving on. My gosh. You would think that the table is empty. I assure you that it is not.
It's not.
It's not. Okay. Thanks, Mario. I'll hand you that just in case I need it back. Okay. Thank you. Sure. Okay. Before we move on, oh, this stuff is almost dry. It's pretty dry. Okay, we're going to go back to our glitter. We'll talk about that real quick, because remember, what's that?
Do you want it in front of the fan some more?
Oh, no, we're good. Thank you. We're going to go back to our glitter. It's pretty much dry. It's dry enough for you to tell, and if I don't do it now, I'll completely forget, but you get the idea. So, to review, we talked about taking texture paste translucent, dry glitter, mixing it up, and making your own glitter paste. This is the one with that thick, chunky glitter. Isn't that great? Makes for a really nice glitter paste, even through your stencil. And it keeps all of its definition, all of its shape, everything that it would do. And then, of course, this is the fine glitter. So it's very sparkly and also very shiny. And when you put it, so even you can see like the way the palette knife is, I love how this stuff lays down, because it's very, very shiny and very sparkly, like ruby slippers, right? So pretty. Yeah, it's really, really nice. So just remember, if you want to make your own glitter paste of whatever colors, and you can do a whole mix of glitter, just make up a little batch. A little goes a long way, especially if you're just going to do a card. It's really, really simple to do. Now, the other thing we talked about was the tree. And I'll hold over the smudge. This is what our finished tree now looks like. How fun is that? Stencil. So this is the one that we did all the little colors of ink through there. And then we did the texture paste sparkle. So this is glossy and it's got little tiny flecks of glitter, but it's spread out so you can see the color. And not only do you get that gloss finish of the paste, but you also get just, like I would say, it reminds me of like a Formica table from the 50s. Just really cool. It's a great little look. So that's just fun. And you can do colors. And just keep in mind, it changes your color somewhat. Like remember, this was a lumberjack plaid and it kind of made a little orange. If you find, and this is really important before you go to Card Town and you make, 20 of them, if you're having issues with any medium affecting your inks, you have options. You can use microglaze to seal it, or get some permanent inks. You can use archival, you can use any kind of permanent ink, and if you use permanent ink, it shouldn't react with the paste. I'm perfectly happy with this, but I think if I really wanted to go red, or you can do paint. I think I'd do paint next time, because then you don't have to worry about anything. I could just dab paint through here and do my pinks, reds, orange, and then your paste would never alter paint. So just something to keep in mind. But great ideas for using the paste. I wanted to circle back before, you know, I tend to forget things like that. Right, Mario?
Kind of.
I do.
You do.
Sometimes. Okay. So while we're on the whole die cut train, because I'm loving the die cut train, I wanted to revisit something. Because I'm one of those people that, listen, when I first do something and I want to share it, I'm very excited to share it. But that doesn't mean that I don't learn along the way. I think the most important thing about being a creative is always being open to learn, open to discovering new things. And the longer that I've been working with stuff and creating, I find little shortcuts, or maybe somebody that watches a video shares their tips with me. And I love the whole creative community about sharing ideas, tips, and techniques. Case in point, the village. I think it was in 2021. I shared how we can take the paper village. So the paper village is different than the village series. The paper village are these tiny little buildings, almost like the size, I'll just say, of like little putz houses, if you're familiar with that for Christmas. It's a die set. There's 2 different sets that you can make these small little houses. So when we talk small, I'm going to say like the biggest, widest house, you're talking 2 1/4 inches wide by, say, 2 inches tall. These little towers, that's about 3/4 inches wide. So they're not very big. They're actually quite small. And let's see, I think I have some in this drawer. Yeah. So this is the size comparison to, like, this is the village series. Like when you saw the haunted manor that I did, they were made from these dies, and you can see they're way, way, way bigger. These are perfect for Christmas because you can make the cutest little houses, the cutest little ornaments. And so I made these little gingerbread, and I thought they're so fun and so charming. And honestly, I watched the video and I listened to myself in 2021 when I did it. I'm like, oh my gosh, who would do that? Like, I was having you like, oh, use this from this die set and use this window from here and use this. It was absolutely crazy. And I'm like, oh, and you're going to use a pastry bag. And so following that live, when I talked about the pastry bag, Jana, who is she's a great creative, but she's like, hey, have you heard of this cool syringe thing? Anyway, we're going to get to that. But I love the idea of how what starts out as something has evolved. And so I thought, you know what? It's 2024. We're going to do Gingerbread 2.0. We're going to show a new way to do it, to create these, which is what I created. I think they're cute. They're very messy. That's what I love. They look like a kid did them. I did them. That's what I love about it, because it's everything I remember as a kid about making a gingerbread house, minus the fact that you can't eat this candy. But I loved the idea, so I wanted to share it with you. So what you're going to do is you're going to cut out your pieces. Now, the other great thing about working with this die set, the paper village also fits the sidekick. So if you wanted to create these, or you're new into die cutting and you're thinking, okay, what do I want to start with, and you love the side orders, these dies will work in here. So you can make these houses with the sidekick, which is also great. And even if you have a bigger machine, I recommend sidekick, because when Mario helped me prep these dies, guess what he used?
Sidekick.
It's so much faster.
So fast.
It's just less of a pass. If you think about it, when you're die cutting a big thing, you've got to crank that entire plate through. This is zippity-doo. It's so fast. So that is what we used.
So quick.
So he made all these little kits, because that's the whole idea. So you're going to choose what you want to create. Let me go back to the dies just to show you. There's other videos about this. Again, 2021 will go more into detail. But this is kind of like a DIY kit, meaning the shape itself, the house, you would take the house, let's say we're going to make, well, for this particular little house, you have, this is the shell. You're going to cut it twice. One is going to be the front and one is going to be the back. So if you're going to use the front, you would drop in some type of doorway, and it sits in, you can use sticky grid, or if you want to use a magnet platform, you could, but I just use sticky grid. And you can use either one. Again, the other video will show you how to actually die cut, but this gives you window options. It already cuts the door and scores it, so you have a little door that opens. The roof lines, they're already here. Everything cuts and scores, and it's really convenient because you can pick like, oh, I want to put a round window. If you have both sets, you do get other options that are interchangeable. So if you have Paper Village 1 and 2, they're two different series, you can say, oh, you know what? I want to put those windows over here. You can drop any other die into this opening when you cut it. So possibilities are endless. That's the great thing. And you can see there's like little shuttered windows that I did. There's these little awnings, little pediments, and that's just a piece of paper that you can glue on. It's literally this die that you can glue on. So these could have a little opening if you want, but instead I'm using a giant mint as my little awning. Okay. So I didn't want to get into the die cut part. I wanted to get into the embellishing play part. So once you die cut all of your pieces, this is what you're going to have. They're going to cut and score. And just like what we did with the Rosette, you would do the same thing. You would take your block, you would place it right along there, and you would fold. Even this is craft stock, I'm sorry, not craft stock, heavy stock craft, okay, from Ranger. The importance of this is like my dream cardstock because it's 130-pound craft. So instead of like trying to cut it like with a paper bag, like we were talking about the gift bags, this is thick enough that it will make a perfect house that's not going to cave in. So that is the paper that I used to cut all of these. Chipboard is too thick. Regular paper could be a little thin. So that's what's really important. Anyway, you would go in and you would fold along that edge. So you just push it and it's a tiny little tab, but it will still bend. And then you're going to finish the fold with your fingers because now we're folding 130-pound cardstock, not scrapbook paper. Take some type of bone folder and you're going to, this is just a Teflon paper creaser, and you're going to crease that tab. See that? So you would do that for each one. You're going to fold it. I push, and you could do all your folds first and then use the creaser, whatever you want. You do you. Okay? Once you've done that, your next step is going to be to add your tape. So again, very much like the Rosette, if you're used to it, you kind of get in your groove. You can tell this is my die cut groove. I like to just pre-apply the score tape and cut it. It's just easy. Then they're at the ready when I want to make them. Because just because I'm cutting them doesn't mean I'm making them. Does that make sense? I think sometimes as makers we're like, let's get out the die, let's cut it, let's tape it, let's make it. I saw Shirley say just like the coffins. Yes, because if you plan on making more than one, we'll talk about coffin box or gingerbread, it's just better to spend a day doing all of your prep work and not build a single one. Because if you cut and build, it's going to seem like it took you a day to make one house. But if you do all your prep work one day and then the next day build, you would knock out 10, 15, 20 houses. Not kidding. Easy, because everything is in its own little bag. Everything that you need is ready to go. It's a different way of using your brain. It's just compartmental making, and it makes you way more efficient. It's like prepping in the kitchen, doing the prep work, you know, versus just getting everything out for a chopped salad and spending, you know, an afternoon making it.
Yeah.
You get it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to skip to the prep one, but I'm going to talk about what I learned when you're like, okay, well, so far, snooze fest, I've already heard this stuff. Right. But in the last video in 2021, I talked about wanting to have window frames for the Paper Village. And the Paper Village does not come with window frames. It doesn't. The Village collection, the big houses, they had fancy window frames and we had dies and all that. So that's where I was like, oh, take this window from that and this frame. I'm like, no way. Just with these two sets, you make your own window frames. And again, you probably already know this, but me, after doing this for 20 years, it's like a light bulb moment where I'm like, why didn't I think of that? I took cardstock that was Xyron because it's small, so it's already Xyron, and the same die that I used for the entryway and the same die that we dropped in for the windows, again, the dies that come with this set, we just die cut it out of white paper. Didn't seem to make any sense, but we die cut out of white paper. Once that's done, you go in with your scissors and you literally cut however far away from the edge of those panels. So in this case, if I want a skinny window frame, I'm using my recoil scissors because they're really sharp and they don't have a serrated edge. They're really quick. Then you could even, and so you could, I'm going to straighten that up. You can even go in and like kind of notch the corners just a little bit. Just a touch. Then when you take your pick, it doesn't matter if your paper's in or out. It doesn't really matter. Then when you take your pick and peel off the Xyron, peel this off. There we go. We can pop out those little nuggets, and there is your window frame that fit the window. Come on. Maybe you saw that. I don't know, but it was like, seriously? So I can make windows. If you want to have an arch top, you didn't have to cut it in a square. You could cut the square, and then this one you could go up it like a point or an angle or whatever. You can make any shape window frame. You could take whatever you want to make it, and it was like, come on. Like, there we go. So I even did that. Cut them, and now I've got all my little Xyron windows. These are all ready to peel and stick. So I've got windows on there. Come on. That's pretty cool.
You were so excited.
I was, because I thought, how many times have I wished I had a window frame for these, but I didn't have the die. So now I could actually outline like this die. It could have the perfect cool little window frame. I could even cut another circle. I love the idea that I can do it. And even if you wanted a different color door, well, same thing. It's just,
you know, you were so excited and you're like, do you know what I'm doing? I go, no,
yeah.
I don't need to know what you're doing. Just tell me what you want to cut.
I was really, yeah.
But then by later you're like, okay, I got to tell you.
I got to show you what I'm doing. And he's like, okay. Like, you're just cutting around the shape and leaving a frame. So if you wanted a different color door, there's your door. And now you're just going to cut right on that score line. And now you have a door panel. So if you wanted a white door or you wanted to stamp, same idea.
Bam.
Yeah, that was it. Fun. Okay, so let's build one of these. Have all of these. Just gonna, I think I have too many pieces out now, but I just want to actually build this. Okay, because this one's already prepped. Done. That's the roof. Okay, these are the extra pieces. I don't want to confuse myself. Yeah, don't confuse yourself with extra pieces. That would be bad. Okay. Get those out of there. This is just another house that's all done. Okay. The other thing that I want to talk about is what to do with your windows. Now, you can leave the windows completely open like this. You can just leave the cutout. But I'm going to talk about lighting them up. And I think one of the things about lighting them up is having something to diffuse the light. It just helps the light carry inside. You can use vellum. Vellum is excellent for this. You can use any type of plastic packaging, any kind of plastic film, like even cut up your die envelopes, or maybe you have page protectors that have like this frosted finish. This also works really great for windows. Anything to diffuse the light. Like I said, vellum is probably the easiest and most common to do that, to diffuse the light. So here's how we're going to build the little house, okay? And I want to make sure that I do this on frame. So I'm going to bring back a craft mat because working on something non-stick is going to be super helpful for you guys. Okay, here we go. So all I'm going to do is just start building our little house. So I'm going to start by peeling off the tab. Now, oh, snap. I got to put another piece of tape on there. Let me get my score tape. I grabbed under the tape instead of under the release. Here we go. Problem solved. Push down. Trim away. Because it's ADD, I can't not have trimmed edge tape. There we go. Mariah's like, why are you cutting it? Because I have to. My brain tells me I have to. Okay.
I know, yeah.
You're going to peel off the release paper, and then you have this extra tape. You saw that these were sticking because the tabs are shorter than my score tape. But don't worry about it. It'll hold everything, but really don't panic. So here's what I do. Once I have the tape there, I just take my finger and just fold it back. It's easy, okay? Then you're going to take the next part of the house and you're going to line it up right at the bottom, right on that seam. But I want to make sure that like the corner of the house isn't totally covered, if that makes sense. So I'm just lining up the bottom and I'm going to push that. Okay, so there's our first piece. The next one, it's going to kind of hurt your head, but really these are squared up pieces because, well, they're little houses. So there's our tape. Fold that over. This next one, you're actually going to just fold this down and fold this down, like literally flat, which seems very strange, but it's going to line up perfectly. See? Because, well, these are measured perfectly. So there's our little pop-up house. What? Yes, it works every time on that, okay? Then we're going to talk about our little rooftop piece. Now, you could do the windows ahead of time. It doesn't really matter. Some people want to have like the windows flat. I never remember them, so I always plan on doing them later, but you could have added the windows when everything was flat. I'm not going to, just so if you're like me and you forget it, you can do them last, which is what we're going to do. But now we have all of our tabs with tape. I'm going to work one side at a time. So I'm just going to go in again and peel off the release paper on the 3 panels. So think of it like doing like one side of the roof. Could you do all of them? Yeah, but sometimes I just find it's a little bit more to deal with, but do what's going to work for you. Then we have our little roof. It's already folded. When you're doing this, you can decide, like, do you want this to be, it's like if you were going to glue this down, let's say we're going to glue the house onto, I don't know, a canvas or a frame. You may want to put this down, and then you could set the roof on the table, and then the roof line would be flush with the bottom. So you might want to do that if you're doing like an advent calendar when you're gluing it. But if you want this to be on like both sides, both edges, just kind of eyeball one side. So what I do is I'll just take the little house, take the point of the house and put it into the fold. I got to do that where you guys can see it too. And then I just line it up. So I don't care that it's like more in the front, less in the back. That's how much overhang I want. That's about right. I think that's good. And then once I'm happy with it, I place it on the table to where it's flat. So you can see that just that roof line is flat. Take this little tool, go in and just push down. I'm just pushing on all those tabs so they're stuck. Now I can just reveal the tape on the other side. So like I said, could you have done all the tape? Yes. Do you have to do the fold over? I don't, because I think it adds, like it gives it more area to stick, I suppose. And then we're going to just do the same thing. We're going to wrap that house around. So you've got, make sure it fits that roof line. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And you could adjust it if you need to. And then once you're happy with it, put it down flat, take that, burnish those, and now we have our little house. So there's our house, built, easy, zippity-doo. For our little windows, I've got just, again, our little plastic pieces, our diffuser panels, if you want to call them. I use the same tape. I'm going to slide this one inside the front, and that's going to take care of, oops, let me pop this out. That's got a little too much tape showing. So I'm just going to roll some of that tape back. It was showing through the window. I didn't want it to show through the window, so I'm just going to roll it. There we go. Incognito. Press that. So see, it just adds that little bit of diffusion. We're going to do the same thing for these side windows. And it doesn't really matter really where you put the sticky, as long as you're not seeing it through the window. So I cut it bigger than I need because I don't like little things if I can avoid it. I mean, the little windows are one thing, but if everything was a fussy little piece, why? Just, see, I just slide it up there. As long as it's hidden, it's going to stick somewhere. So there we go. Here's our little house. Now we got our windows and our window frames. Cool. Just going to peel this off. These have already been, see, Xyron. There's our little release. Saves you from all the little gluing. Just imagine just doing all of this stuff. It's so much fun to just actually enjoy the process of doing. That's what I love. All right. There's our pick. There's our frame. So you just stick it down and then squish it. I just think it adds such a detail to have these little window frames. That was really fun. All right. I just saw somebody complaining, I'm so jealous of everyone having the big village house that are not made anymore. Actually, the village house are made. They're just done out of thinlits now instead of steel rule dies. It's called the Village Collection, where you actually get all the dies from the entire Village series as a thin die. They're actually, to me, easier to work with because you can modify them like I showed you, whereas the original steel rule dies, you kind of got wherever the windows were and wherever the door was. So check out the Village Collection. It is available, and you get for all the houses, all the details, the awnings, Like the house that I shared for Halloween, that was from the Village Collection. So you are in luck. Okay. So here is our little house. So far, so good. Not much. We still got to jazz it up. We ready to do that? That's going to be the fun stuff. Here we go. So Xyron, I saw a Xyron repositionable. It kind of is. It's repositionable where you can quickly move it, but you can buy repositionable adhesive or permanent. I prefer permanent because it is going to be permanent. It's not going to pop up if it's humid or hot or whatever. So you do you. But I definitely like the permanent one. It does give you a little flexibility. Okay, so now on to the fun part, the detail, the icing. And this is the tip that Jana shared. So thank you again, Jana. If you happen to watch, I'm just grabbing my stuff over here off camera. Oh my gosh. If you happen to watch when I did this back in 2021, I talked about getting a pastry bag from the dollar store and filling it with texture paste. Texture paste, opaque. And I struggled with the bag. I used it, but you know, it's a pastry bag and used a lot of stuff and it was really a pain to use. And she's like, have you ever heard of a syringe for cake decorating? I'm like, no. And she sent me the link and I'm like, oh my gosh, so cool. This whole thing you can buy. It is a silicone tube. It comes with, so thank you again, Jana, because this has changed everything. Like I'm still not great, but I love it. It comes with 4 different tips. And it comes with this little plunger thing. Now, it is designed for cake decorating. I'm going to use texture paste. Some people have said they use a lightweight spackle. Use whatever you like. I find that lightweight spackle tends to get a little brittle and fall off of these. That's why I like texture paste, because it stays a little bit more flexible, but do whatever works for you. So for the houses, I'm going to screw on the biggest cap that comes with it. There's our little silicone thing. I'm using opaque texture paste because this is what, in my opinion, looks the most like royal icing. Then I'm going to fill it. So it's a new jar. I recommend using a newer jar, a fluffier jar of stuff if you can. I'm going to use the palette knife that has like a long palette knife so we can fill this up. So this was Mario's tip because I'm like, do you have any ideas how to fill this? Because, you know, I'm not good with that. And he goes, oh, use your palette knife. I'm like, oh, smart. So I'm just picking up paste, putting it in, scraping it off. And you can put as much of this in there as you want. Think of it like frosting, because it kind of is. Because you can just keep working it in there. And you can push it right down into the thing. You can scrape it off. You can clean it off. I've got baby wipes as well. So I'm just going to fill this up because I'm going to use it for something else too. So I'm just going to add it. Yeah, just like cake decorating. So could you use royal icing? I mean, I know a lot of people don't use royal icing. You could actually use whatever you want. I happen to have texture paste. I'm familiar with texture paste. I like how it works. I find it pretty forgiving, so I'm happy that I can use it in here. Okay. Pretty good. So I don't fill it all the way. You can kind of see like I'm about, say, 3/4 of the way. That's good because you need room for the plunger. All right. So now this, I'm just going to scrape off. Put it all back in the jar. Easy enough. Clean this off in water. Put the lid on. Give it a good little thunk. Put the rubber band on. Simple. Okay. Very good. Just clean my palette knife. Okay, here we go. So next you're going to take this and you're going to just push that in from the back. You might get a little ooze. You can always clean that off. I'm going to just get a baby wipe. I have found that just works the best. But you can also use a paper towel, or I don't like to use this on my flour sack towel because I don't want like crusty crumbs on it. Oof, gross. No, Ranger's not going to make texture paste in a tube. Tubes are really not, Dina's paint used to come in a tube. Tubes are not really great for shelf-friendly stuff. This is how it works because this is like for a specific application. So you're just going to push this until you see the paste come out at the end. Easy. I also like to use the baby wipe to kind of keep the tip clean. So here is how this works. If you're going to embellish it with sweets, sugaries, candies, whatever it is that you have, you're going to want to get those. I happen to have, I told you it's going to make an appearance, I often have a little muffin pan of sugary sweets. So let's see, what do I want to use? I think I want a couple, I think I want some peppermint sticks for the top. Ooh, and I'll do a little green. Do you have to do sugary? No, you can just do regular, but these just have rock candy. But I think these little mints would be, it's kind of like that, but I'll do a little short version. Be cute. Okay. So far, so good. So first things first, let's make sure everything fits. So if I'm going to put the candies like on the roof line here, it's going to be important that we cut them at an angle. See that? So they kind of meet up ish. Doesn't have to be perfect. Don't overthink this. You know, don't need to get out some fancy angle ruler. Be like, okay, there's an angle cut. All right, I think I want it to stop about there. Perfect. Once I've cut one, well, it's going to be the same for the other one. So just make an angle cut, make a shortcut. There we go. So now my pieces are ready for the roof. You also have little peppermint nuggets for something else. Who knows? You never know when you need them. Okay. When you first go to use this, give yourself permission. Give yourself like permission to make a mess and have fun and be a kid and not be perfect. If you are striving for perfection, I would skip this craft. Now, when I first used it, I thought that you had to like inject the frosting like you were, I don't know, basting a turkey. No. Then I watched a little video. I'm like, oh, got it. What you do is you push this down until frosting comes to the end, in this case texture paste, and then you see these little flat sides. Now you squeeze it. This is what made it so easy for me. So now all you do is you go right to where you want to put some of this, and I'm going to just squeeze this, and look, it comes right out. Are you kidding me? Come on. That's it. And then once you squeeze it out, if you just push like the air out, and you'll see that that just comes to the tip again. All you're doing is kind of burping that, and you're ready to go again. Come on, so easy. Then I'm just going to do like another line of it, because I'm going to squish the candy cane in it. So I just did 2 lines of that. I'm going to take my little candy cane with the angle, because I want my frosting to ooze. That's why I did 2 lines. See? I love that. Could you have just done one little line where nobody knows you did it? Yeah, I want everyone to know I was there. Okay. So it's so simple, right? I just think it's really fun. All right, gonna do that. And usually you can get like a couple of squeezes before you have to push the back in. All right, there's my next piece. Line it up, kind of see where I want to position it, and then put it right into the goo. Ooh-wee, that's fun. Okay, off we go. I'll put that back on. Okay, now the sides and everything else is where the trickery happens, because I tried to do the sides first and I wasn't really good, because you're trying to get this stuff to go on the corner, and it does. It's just like, you have to just, oh, that was pretty good. You have to get it to grab. So let's say you don't like that. So it's fine, but I kind of think it looks like a dinosaur bone. Not a fan. Here's the other great thing about texture paste. It just comes right off. It just rolls off. Now, you could put it back in the jar. You could do whatever you want with it. I'm just going to wipe it off. But I like the fact that it is a bit forgiving and it doesn't leave a crazy residue. So let's try it again. I did have Christmas music going, and that could have helped. Ah, that one's better. I like that. Okay. Off we go the other side. How fun is this thing, right? Who knew you needed to just squeeze out icing from a tube? It's so much fun. And then all I'm doing, because, you know, I like to use my belly, is just, I'm pushing this against my belly until I see that that's how I'm just keeping it going. So there we go. There's another side. Ooh, good fun. Okay, let's do all the sides, because I seem to have my groove on. Oh, dang it. Jinxed myself. Snapdragon. There we go. Done. Okay. Try it again. So if I had my jar, gosh, a lot of that would be going back. Oh, that's better. See? I love this. It's good fun. Good fun. So you can do, it comes with different tips. So there's a really skinny one. So if you were bold on the icicles, go for it. Look at that pinky. What does it think it's doing? It's leveraging. It's like I'm here to balance. I'm bringing balance to the force. Okay. Let's do it. Did I do the back? Yep. Going to do the back here. Okay. Off we go. That's fun. Gosh, it's so quiet in here. Because I'm not talking. Okay. We could go along the roof line. Isn't that just fun? It's so much easier. I think it's so much easier. You can also do glitter if you wanted to. So you could add some rock candy to this while the paste is wet. It would definitely stick to that. Now I'm just going to do right along the top because I think that's pretty fun. Usually I like this one to be pretty gunky. Just makes for a better gingerbread house look, right? Nice. Yeah. Look at that. All right. Now let's add our little mint. So this one, I'm going to give it one big blob. Pretty good blob, see? Because I want to make sure that when I push in this mint, it gets some ooze. Ooze. So fun. Okay. So now it's going to dry. See, that was just easy. There's no denying that's easy. So
remember back at the restaurant when you made that gingerbread house?
I did.
So awesome.
I did a gingerbread house at the restaurant.
Beautiful.
It's fun. I did find, yeah, and then, yeah, I had like a spinning snowman out of marshmallows.
Yeah.
It had crazy stuff.
So cool.
Good. Christmas lights, you know it. So as far as storage for this, I would say that like if you're going to do stuff, do it that day. Keep this probably in a Ziploc bag. But once you're done for the day, I would, take it out, scoop out whatever paste you don't use, put it back in the jar, and, you can use it for something else. But I would definitely clean this, just clean it with water. But we're going to use it again. So I'm going to set it aside. We're going to use it for something else. So you could do shingles on this. You can do like the decal edge trimmer. There is a die for shingles, but that's another set. But I just thought adding some white paint did the trick, just splattering it on. So, because again, I wanted these to be simple. Could you have done 1,000,001 die sets? Yes, but I wanted to be able to make a lot of these and not make one and go, not doing that again. We've all been there where you think, oh, that'll be fun. And then once you do it, you're like, okay, not doing that again. So let's just take this. We're going to add a little bit of white paint. No, I got it. Thank you. And just going to do a little splatter. So I'm just taking some distress paint, putting a little bit of paint on the mat. Splatter brush. You can use a toothbrush. You can use whatever you like to splatter with. And I'm just going to start splattering the white paint. And the more you have, the more snow you're going to get. Maybe you want to snow the front. Kind of turn it. It's fun. And I like to be, well, no doubt, I like to be kind of crazy with this because there again, I think like powdered sugar, frosting, I like some, I like that. I like that look. You don't necessarily want like a bird strike on there, but if you do, it is what it is. It still makes it pretty fun. Anyway, you're just going to continue the whole thing until you're happy with the snowy effect. I'll lay this on the back. The texture paste is pretty resilient as far as like moving it on the back for just a little bit. As long as you don't push down, you can pick it up and it's not going to damage like the icing or anything that you did. Oh, there we go. So just you're not picking up where you put the icing. Does that make sense? There you go. Super fun, simple. Just going to let that little one dry. Good times. Okay. Clean that off. Moving on. Very cute. So I just wanted to again like revisit the idea because I think these were way easier than what I tried to share in 2021. Really fun. I think kids would certainly enjoy this because you could have all sorts of little charms. If you do polymer clay, you can make your own things. And there's always options for creative. It's just the idea. It's not about dissecting the idea of all the other things you would do different. Just things that you can do. And that's what I love about making. Fun. Who knew? I can't really just imagine an entire like gingerbread village, because you can put like one inside the other. Some have little chimneys. Gosh, there's so many great ideas. I love these. Okay. You doing all right, Mario?
Doing great. How are you doing?
Good times. Good times.
For you, give you a little break.
Nope, I'm fine. I'm doing good. Okay.
What do you want taken away?
Nothing.
Anything?
Nope, thank you. All right. Moving on. Okay. So I think next what I want to work on, now that we've done that, is let's bring in these little cuties, because this is some good fun right here. Let's talk about Santa mugs, shall we? Santa mugs were a new release for idea-ology for this Christmas. They are the cutest little mug. They are made out of resin. They are painted. They are absolutely charming. They could be used for so many things. They could be used for ornaments. They could be used for around wine bottles, tree toppers, packaging, like you name it. It's just really, it's very cool. All right. And I wanted to show you different ways that we can alter the Santa mugs, because I learned a lot. They're a lot of fun. So that's what I want to do. Okay. So the mug, you get 2 in a pack. They already come finished. They are hand painted. So, you know, any little imperfection, just embrace that. I think that's the great thing about this. But you can achieve some different looks, and that's what I wanted to kind of take you through and show you how we can alter them. The easiest thing is to just make them vintage. Okay, so this is the original, but you can see how you can easily make it vintage. You can smudge them, and I'll show you how to do it. You have options. You can go like old school gray smudge or brown smudge. Same technique, just a different color, but it does change everything about it. It changes the beard, the skin tone, all of that. Really easy, okay? That, of course, is going to be done with crayons, very much like how we did the Foundry wax. Now, that's why on my, I don't know if you can see these, but I painted the ends. This is painted brown. This is painted gray. So I know that I've got one brush dedicated when I use a brown crayon and one brush when I use either kind of gray. Because sometimes I'll go pumice stone. Pumice stone's a little dirty, but on the cool side. And sometimes I'll go hickory smoke. Hickory smoke is much darker. Okay, so that's really the gist of it. So what I'm going to do is, I think for this one we'll go gray. I'm just going to take the crayon. I'm going to scribble some of it on the glass. There we go. I'm in frame. Perfect. I'll move this off. Okay. I'm also just going to scribble some on him, just like it's exactly like how we did the Foundry wax snowman. You scribble some crayon first. Don't worry about what it looks like. You just want to get that on there. Then we're going to take our brush. We need a little bit of water, so the water goes off to the side, not over the crayon, just off to the side, because we want to pick up some of that water, mix in some of that pigment, and then we're just going to work that in. The water is going to help work it in. You can also use your fingers if you want. There's nothing wrong with that. Just whatever you can to get this color of sludge. See that sludge? That's what we're doing. We're just working that crayon in. Now, this is never going to be permanent, meaning you don't seal this. We don't talk about sealing. These products are craft related. They're not meant for, you know, food consumption, dishwasher safe. But the crayon's not going to come off unless you wet it. So as long as you don't plan on washing it, the paint, of course, is permanent, but the crayon step, it's not going to come off when you touch it. It's only going to come off if you wash it or lick it. So don't do either one of those. Just look at it. You can handle it. You can touch it, but nothing else is going to happen to it. Okay. I'm just going to do a little bit more smudging because I want to add a little bit more. So for the most part, it tinted it well, but like around some of those grooves, I want it to be a little heavier. So that's where I'll just take my finger then and just kind of work that crayon, because you can smudge the crayon with your fingers once it's mixed in there. See how it just kind of built up a little bit more? Okay. And just like that last one, we're going to go in with a paper towel, a little bit of water, and you don't even need a paper towel if you don't want to. You can just actually put water on your fingers. It doesn't matter. But a little bit of water will help start to reveal some of that color. So see, I can just make some of that white a little whiter, and I'm just dabbing. See, I'm just taking off a little bit. I'm not wiping everything, but see how I can get it to be white, but then I'll leave some of that gray. I love how it just dinged up that red a little bit. So I'm just really dabbing. There he is. Perfect. So again, a clean one and a vintage one. So if you're like, oh, you know what, he's a little too sooty. I think, you know, it's like he's been in the chimney. There you go. See how now it just added more shadow to the features. Cool. So great fun to just take the crayons and create these wonderful vintage Santa mugs. Simple, a distressed crayon, a brush, and some water. I mean, that couldn't be easier. Okay. Now, the next one, well, that's going to take a little bit more work, but it's easy nonetheless. So this one is where I needed to step it out because we're not all going to sit around and wait for paint to dry. But one thing about Santa mugs, if you love Santa mugs, is finding Santa mugs that are crazed, that have that wonderful crackly finish on it. It's so good. Crazing is pretty much just a step in between what we did with the crayon. These are both essentially stained with crayon, but you can see that these take on a whole different finish. These have a very high gloss to them, and they have that beautiful crackle crazed finish. So these are very shiny compared to these. See, because the product that we're going to use on it. So what you're going to do to create crazed mugs, like I said, if you're going to do this, I would suggest doing whatever ones you want to do in a batch, because it takes time, and if you try to rush the process, it just won't work, and well, it's still a Santa mug, it just won't look good. So the first step that you're going to need to do is you're going to take a Santa mug and you're going to base coat it with Collage Medium Matte. This is a trick that makers have used for years to apply crackle to slick surfaces, be that glass like corked vials or anything that the crackle doesn't typically want to work on. Collage Medium is going to provide tooth, and I know you're going to say, tooth, does that mean I could use gesso, I could use Mod Podge, I can use this? You can try anything that you want to try. I can tell you that this technique has worked perfectly with Distress Collage Medium Matte. So we painted it on and let it dry. So this is what it will look like. It doesn't change much, so it is important that you kind of keep them separate, because if you don't keep them separate, it's really hard to tell if you put Collage Medium on it or not. All right, so this is a layer of Collage Medium, and it's just painted on, a very light layer, and let it dry. And I'm going to paint one just so you can kind of see the amount of paint, because I always think that's kind of annoying when they're like a light coat. I'm like, well, tell me what that means. All right, so we have that light coat, let it dry. Then we apply the crackle. Now, for crackle, especially in the world of distress, there are actually 3 crackle products, but there is Crackle Paste Opaque. That's the white crackle paste that you may have seen. Then we have Crackle Paste Translucent. So this is a paste that is crackly, but the product that we need for this is Crackle Paint. We need something to paint on, not to paste on. So the only difference really is this word. So it's very easy to get confused. So if you're going to do the crazing, it needs to be Crackle Paint. Okay. And this is old school. This has been around for many years. It's come in jars, it's come in ones with brushes, but now it's in the medium line. So this particular paint, it's really strange looking. It's kind of this weird yellowy, I almost say it grows, but it doesn't. It just kind of pulls up from the top. It gets crusty around the edge every time, but the rubber band has really kept this going. So let me show you real quick. After it cracks, this is what it looks like. Okay, so I'm going to set this one aside because I know I've got a new one and one with Collage Medium. So, because I don't want to waste my mugs, I want to use them. So I'm just going to take a brush. So if you're going to put Collage Medium on there, yeah, I'll just take this. I just hold the Santa mug like this. I put my thumb inside, I hold the bottom because it allows me just to spin the whole thing. But if you want to do the popsicle stick thing, go for it. But I don't need to. So I'm just going to take the collage medium and I'm brushing it on and I'm painting it. So any place that, like, let's say it was gooped on like that, it's not what you want. You literally want to paint it. So if you find it heavy, you can paint over it as many times as you want, go in different directions, but you want a light coat, but you also want to cover everything. So I'm not saying that you can do too much of this, but at the same time, you want to make sure everything is covered. I'm just using a little paintbrush. Collage medium dries matte. That's, I think, it's great feature when it comes to working with it on paper and things like that. But also when you're working with it, it's hard to tell if it has it on it because you can't see it. So that's why you kind of, once you do it, you set it aside. So I just use my paintbrush, go in different directions because I want to make sure I have it on there. It's okay that I painted it on my finger. Yeah. Go inside, around the handle. Okay. Once it's done, if you had a normal size thumb, you could probably do this and it would come right off. I don't. So I'm just going to place it down and just use the end of the brush to get that off my thumb. Okay. That was the collage medium step. Collage medium is water-based. You're just going to clean your brush with water. I'm going to clean my hands with water too. And then we'll talk about that. Crackle paint. So let me put this back. There's our collage medium matte. So crackle paint. So this one already has collage medium and it's dry. So now I'll pick this up. Paintbrush, it's clean. Now we're going to pick this up. So this stuff is a little, you can see it's kind of clear, like almost like glossy accents, pretty thick. And so we want to paint this on, and this is where you just have to practice. You'll just learn more by doing. You want this to be thin, but you want it to be where you can actually see that it's shiny. If you don't see that it's shiny, you probably didn't put enough of it on and you have nothing to crack. But if you goop it on, that's really going to be bad because the crackle will become cloudy and most likely chip off. So you can see that I'm spending just a little bit more time on the face because I'm tipping it on the light to make sure that it's shiny, but I don't have any puddles of crackle anywhere because really the puddle on this it won't look good and most likely it would chip off. So just put a thin layer. It's really, once you do your first one, you get it. Just pay attention to like the amount you're putting on. It's just, I think a lot of times when people think crackle paint, they want to like mop it on. They're like, oh, I got a lot of paint on there, so it's going to get nice big cracks. This product is not designed to give you big cracks ever. It's just going to give you a lot of little cracks on top of each other, and that's where it gets cloudy looking and where it chips off. So, you know, again, just going in, just brushing it around. Simple. So, yeah, I wouldn't do practice on your Santa mugs. I would just practice on something else. But, hey, you never know. It might be perfect the first time. Ooh, there's a little bit of glitter right there. On that. Ooh, got it. Okay. So once that's done, you see it's kind of shiny all the way around. You're just going to let that dry. Crack time on this, gosh, I'm going to say at least an hour. I would give it at least an hour. I prefer just to let it overnight, but honestly in an hour to be done. I don't recommend speeding up the crackle process. Don't use a heat tool. Don't use a fan. Don't use any of that. Just let it do its thing, okay? Because I think that's really important to just let it do its thing and dry. So that is that. And once you're done, you're just going to add crayon. So the cracked one, that's going to be this one. You don't really see anything. And you're like, what? Did anything even happen? You just got to trust the process. This one, let's go in with brown. So we're going to take brown crayon, and I'm going to make sure I take the brown brush. We're going to do the same thing. Just going to add, so this is the one that was already done, and you get what you get. I mean, that is the downside to this, but hey, it's just like nature when you have, you know, brushes with crackle, and like you get what you get. Sometimes you're like, oh, I wish this piece had more crazing on it. Yeah, well, it doesn't. So if it doesn't, it doesn't. So I'm just going to move this around. So just like everything else, Distress Crayon, once you start using it, man, you'll realize how it's so good to antique a lot of things, because it's just, to me, it's way more forgiving than like a gel stain, because the brush allows you to just to get into all those areas. That's just what I did with this crayon. Okay. Put a little bit on there, kind of smear it around. Okay. So same rules apply. It's like you do, you do, you do. Place it down. A little spray of water. And then we just start revealing the magic. So that's what we're getting. So you can see all those little crackles? Oh, so good. And you can really reveal as much or as little as you want. That's what I love about this. So if you don't want the crackle really dark, then don't use walnut. Start with a lighter color. I happen to like really grungy, grimy things, but you can clean off as much. But see how it stays into those cracks? Oh, so fun. I love the effect of this. Oh, look at that. Look at that great little crazing. Oh, see, those that love that kind of mug just really appreciate how old and the shine that it gives it. It just gives it like porcelain, like ceramics. Just really, really cool. I mean, it has such a high gloss, that crackle paint. I just love it. So fun. So there you go. That was really fun on the Santa mugs. Now, there's other things we can do to the Santa mugs besides grunge and crackle. Maybe you're like, I'm not getting that Santa mug to make them all dirty. I want it to be shiny and sparkly and festive. Okay, we got you covered. You can also glitter him, and glittering him is so simple. So I've got a little dish with glitter, little rock candy, and I think he sparkles so magical. Okay, so when you do this, you're going to want to take a mug. I think this is a mug. Yeah, that's a clean one. And I'm going to add a little glitter. I think I can glitter in there. Okay, here's the product that we're going to use to glitter the Santa mug. You can try a lot of other things. You could use collage medium. You can do glossy accents. You can do all of those things. The reason I'm going to use resist spray is because resist spray is fluid. You see it? It's like milk. And I want to paint, just like I talked about all the other things, a thin layer, because if you put on too much glue and you add too much glitter, you won't see his features anymore. There'll be so much glitter that you won't see any of his details at all, okay? So you can just kind of really work with whatever's going to be best. I think for this, let's see, what am I going to pour glitter into? We had this issue yesterday. What do I want to use? I think we ended up using one of these containers. Let's just use that. Yeah, I'll use that. I think this will be good. I'll just use the corner of it. Thanks, Mario. You need something deep enough that you can get this in, so I'm just going to use this little container. I would pick something a little bit smaller for this, but hey, we can totally make this work. Then you're going to use your rock candy. So what you want to do is you want to kind of have a little base layer just in case you have to set something down. But you want to pour it on. You'll see what I mean in just a second. Okay, so for the resist, I just go right from the bottle. So you can do whatever's going to work for you. I don't think that you need to pour this out or do anything. Just you're going to work right from the bottle. So I'm going to unscrew this, take out the sprayer, just set that on a paper towel. You want a brush. That brush is not going to fit in there. There we go. A smaller brush, and we're just going to go right into that. So this stuff is like it's almost blue. It's really strange. It's like this iridescent, milky blue color thing, but that's what we're going to do. I'm also going to shut off the fan because I don't want this to dry. Okay, here we go. So when it goes on, see, it kind of goes on this weird milky blue. Just going to paint it on, and paint it on as quick as you can. You want this to go on very thin, but because it goes on thin, it likes to dry really fast. So what I would suggest doing is do one side, glitter it, and then flip it and do the other side. So I'm only worrying about his face right now. And again, get rid of any of those buildups or bubbles. You can, if you have too much, which I felt like I did, I'm just going to kind of wipe some of that off. So there we go. So see, it's just shiny around the edge. Then I'm going to set this down. And I'm going to glitter right over it. Perfect. There you go. Sugary sparkle. Simple. Okay, now I'm going to just do the other side. So just flip it over like that. and go in for a dip and paint. And all you want to do is just, try not to go, kind of meet up with where you have the other glitter. If you go a little bit over, it's not the end of the world, but just resist spray is super easy to work with because it's very thin, it's very fluid, it's super forgiving, but it just dries quickly. So once you get the hang of it, of like, okay, I see that it's blue. When it's blue, that tells me usually that I have too much in that area because it's just built up. And then I just go over like one other quick wash, and I just like to let the glitter fall. I don't ever want to push it into the glitter because I feel like you lose its charm. There we go. All right, and once that's done, you're going to want this to dry. Drying time on the glitter, I'm going to say maybe, 15-30 minutes. It doesn't take long, but I felt that the longer the resist, it probably really is 15 minutes, but the longer it can sit, the better chance you have of that glitter really staying on. Okay, because if you add, like if you touch it while it's wet, it'll just kind of slide and really build up. So that's it. Could you paint the distressed sparkle paste on the Santa mug? Sure you could. It wouldn't look like this, but you could. Sparkle paste it'd be glossy with like little flecks of that. So you could paint whatever you'd like on the Santa mugs. Just depends on the look that you want, but it would give you a little metallic-y look. Okay. Nice to have a little sugar, right? We love a little sugar rush.
You do love a little.
I love a little sugar rush so much that when I saw this little glittered Santa mug, I'm like, wouldn't it be cute if it was just all decked in a holiday little treat? So we're going to do a little
Look at that.
He's so cute. So we're going to do a little whipped cream and some little candy in a Santa mug. Now, you don't have to do it in a glittery one, but hey, we have the stuff. We're going to add a little whipped cream and some sprinkles. It's going to be good fun. Okay, so let's do this now with our Santa mugs. What I've got is some candy. I've got some little sprinkles. Now, these are not food grade sprinkles. These are actually crafty sprinkles. They're little glass, no hole beads, but the little shaker things that you would have in a card. That we had a little party mix, and Mario went in and sorted Christmas because I wanted Christmas ones. Great. Just like making your own glitter. Like, could you buy all these different colors of things? Yes. But I only need a few. So when these are done for Christmas, they go back into general population, and now they're part of the party again. So there we go. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a little spoon. So somebody said finale. They want me to be over? No, not even close. Just playing. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a styrofoam ball. Styrofoam ball is what's going to kind of fill this area up for the whipped cream. I think it's going to be better. So I'm just going to start by taking a little 1-inch styrofoam ball and putting it in the Santa mug. So I'm just going to add a little bit of glue. Put some glue in there. And take a styrofoam ball. Just squish it in there. I like these kind of crunchy ones because it just allows me to fill in the gap. That's what I want to do. Okay? Then I'm going to add my candy. So because I want a candy cane in there, I don't want a candy cane coming out really high. I want the candy cane just to kind of be about angled there. So I'll probably cut some of this off because I don't want to have to worry about too much of it. So I'll chop like that much, and this could be used again for something else. And then wherever I want that candy cane to be in the styrofoam ball, you're just going to push it in there first, just to kind of, you can use an end of a paintbrush or whatever, but I just want to like create a hole in there. It's just going to make it easier once the whipped cream's in place. I also want to use a little green mint. That's going to be fun. Okay, and we're going to use some little sprinkles. Here we go. Back to this. So now we're going to take this tip off that we used on the house, and it comes with a fun little star tip. So we're going to do that. Now, when I was doing this, I was really, I'm not a baker, I'm not a cook, so I'm not really good at the whole icing thing, but it's still fun. It's still fun to create this little effect. So I kind of created my own little whipped cream, vibe. All right. So no need to judge. So here I'm just going to take this, and this is where I actually squeeze from the back because I'm putting on like a lot of it. But I do like the fact that I have like some forgiveness here. There you go. So there's my little blob. Not bad. Not bad at all. Because it's going to change. It's going to change quite a bit. So I'm going to go in with my candy cane and kind of in that general vicinity. Oh, look at that. Matched up perfect. I'm going to take that little peak. Maybe I want to knock that down a little bit. I'm going to take this little mint. I needed enough stuff. So see how I said like it's going to change a little bit, which is, it's cute though. And then I'm going to take the little sprinkly bits and you just sprinkle them on. Now these things are going to like want to bounce everywhere, but that's okay. So I have a little bowl under there. And once they're kind of where I want, I just gently tap so they kind of get into that paste. You guys see that? So just, I love these little sprinkles. They're so cute. Because you don't want to use food ones because the color will run right into the paste. So you don't want to do that. Yeah, and you can pick up really any that you want to do. There we go. Let's put some in the front. There's another. Whoop. Hey, I knew I was going to do that. Oh, the jar is empty. Oh, there's a red one. I'll use it. There. Perfect. There's another red one. I'll put it back. And there's a green one. I'll put it back. And there's the jar. So there's our little mug with whipped cream, candy cane. Cute. And then you just let it dry. And then when you let it dry, like, it's done. It's on there. It's finished. And it's just very, very cute. Very cute. Really fun. Super simple. So, I mean, I love just having ideas for things. Oh, that's the one we're drawing. Easy, Holtz. There we go. From smudged to crazed to candy.
You did really good on those.
Cute. They're really, really fun. I love the detail of these. And as a Santa mug collector, the detail of these are so on. Another cute thing, if you were going to present them, these are a little idea-ology. See this little spoon? Like, how cute is that? A little spoon with the Santa. This is idea-ology silverware. So a little spoon, fork, knives. I know Tammy B's uses this a lot for other things, but yeah, it's just a cute little way that, you know, if you were going to display your Santa mug, you can have a little spoon next to him. It's cute. It's a little big, but cute nonetheless. Yeah, I think they did a good job, but I had fun altering them. I think that was really, really fun. Not too bad on the whole icing job.
You did really good.
You never know. Okay, moving on. That was fun. A whole little thing of mugs. I got one drying, one cracking, one with glitter. Whew, so much fun. All right.
Ready for that to go?
Thanks. If you could just set that on the table.
Sure.
Thank you, Mario. Okay.
My table looks worse than yours now.
Well, you know, it started here in order, and then you kind of get it, and it just goes, right?
There's stuff everywhere.
Okay. Let's see what's next. What do I have over here? That's some fun stuff.
You got all kinds of stuff.
Let's do that one next.
one?
Yeah.
There you go.
This will be a fun one. Okay. Next up, we're going to talk about this. I did these for the idea-ology Christmas, but I also did this for the Halloween Hoopla and talked about it. They're very, very simple, so I just wanted to share how to do it. This is not an intense demo, but it's very cute and really fun, and hopefully it'll get you to use your things. The cake decorator things, I know Simon Says had them. I've seen them on Ranger. Ranger has them as well. You can try to buy them on Amazon, but you have to buy like several of them. So it just depends on, I guess, how many that you want.
Ranger and
So
Simon both have them.
yeah, Ranger and Simon both have them. Okay, so what these are is this is about taking a structure. In this case, I was using small leftover vignette boxes, using papers. I'll talk about the paper scraps, and using typography. So typography, this is a product that came back in the world of idea-ology. It was around, it went away, it came back. This has all different counts of letters, so you can see how many you're getting if you want to pre-plan what you're going to do. These are mimicked after vintage lettering. It's like from a letterboard. So they're wonky. Like, you know, like the L is smaller than the E. The E is a little wonky. The B is a little smaller than the R. That's how I wanted them to be. I wanted them to look very handmade. Some people don't like the wonk, like that the M is a little wonky. Well, then this is not the product for you. But I love the fact that these are vintage, almost like sign letters. They used to have little pins in the back, and I love how they look, and so that's what we wanted to go with. I'm very happy that they're part of the line. Like I said, they were here and gone, but the fact that these came back and we have more letters is perfect. So what we're going to do is we're just going to cover the box. Now, if you don't have vignette boxes, you can do this with anything. You can do this with a canvas, a frame, something you want to repurpose. Maybe it's a wood panel that has art on it and you want to cover up the art. Go for it. It was just the idea of creating something that could sit up. And I think the idea of it sitting up made it a cute display because it could sit on a ledge, a shelf, a mantle. It could be a great gift for someone's desk. And I thought they were fun. So I'm going to share with you how easy it is to create, because when you break down the process, it's way easier. Okay. So we'll start with not just the surface, but the papers. These are from the idea-ology backdrops this year. Every year for idea-ology, we update the art in here. There's a lot of great designs. You can really use whatever you want. But this year, we had these different plaids, these cool grunge plaids. And I will admit, I would have loved an entire pack of grunge plaids because they are my favorites. It just has a cool aesthetic to it. And so that's what all these are made from, are the different plaids, because there are many, I think there's 5 different plaids in here. But you could have them if you wanted little houses, or if you wanted like vintage gift wrap holly. There's music, there's polka dots. There's a lot of options of what you can do. And you might even have your own papers, okay? Now, the boxes, I mentioned that I'm using leftovers, like the weird sizes, because these are vignette boxes. They come square and rectangle. You can use whatever size you want. So if you wanted something to really say something like wishing you a Merry Christmas, and like you're going to probably need a couple sets of typography. But if you wanted to do longer words, you can either have your vignette boxes going horizontal, or you can work with a square. You do whatever you want. It's fine. I just think that keeping it short and small makes it doable, I think, in that case. All right. So you're simply going to measure your box. Now, vignettes are handmade boxes, so sometimes you're going to get a wonky one like that. It is what it is. It's okay. Some people take them apart and rebuild them, but, you know, I mean, if it was terribly bad, I would say something, but this is just to be expected with these boxes. But I measure them, and then like everything else I do, compartmental making, I mean, I do it as well. I just sit and I cut the stuff. I cut the paper for the back, the sides, and the top, because I'm using the outside of that. And by sitting down one afternoon and cutting paper, I'm ready to do 1, 2, 3, 4 boxes, and I can just knock them out really in an afternoon because I'm not measuring and cutting and doing all that. So again, kind of think about that when you're working on these things. Someone asked, can you use a letterboard? You can use whatever letters you want, but they are different in scale. These are tall and skinny, so it allows more words, but you could certainly use the letterboard. That'd be a great use for that. Speaking of, we prep the same thing. If you're going through a pack of stuff and you start working with your alphabet, think of things that you may want to say, merry and bright, believe in the magic, and put those in little bags, because then you know when you go to make something that you're going to have the letters for it, right? So, but if you use like a die set, you can cut whatever you need. So there's always options, and I think that's what makes it so much fun to work with. Of course, the embellishments, I'll talk about that in a minute because we already have pre-made embellishments. But let's just go through the process of covering the box with paper. It's really, really easy. Because the surface really does not have to be a vignette at all. I really wanted to find a use for vignettes because I typically don't use these smaller ones. I just don't. So I had a lot of them sitting around. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cute to use that way. That's how the whole idea kind of got started. Okay. So I'm going to use my favorite one. That's the one with the green. I do love this one. It's very, very cute. So I'm going to take this out, and it already has all of my pieces. It's got my panels, the sides, the tops, everything, and I can save the little bag. I'm going to work with Distress Collage Medium. That's going to be my glue of choice. I'm going to use a Collage Medium brush because it's short, it's stubby, and it is designed specifically for glue. So what we're going to do is just start by gluing the paper. So I'm just going to spread on my Collage Medium. Do I hold the box in the air typically? No, but I just want you to see on camera. When you use Collage Medium, spread it on to where you can see it. If you can't see it, it's either not there or it's already dried, because collage medium has a very quick dry time, but it also is completely matte. So I love that. So I put that on, take my paper, place it down, smooth it out with my fingers. Don't worry if you get glue on the top, because we're going to put glue on the top. So just use that just to kind of work out any bubbles. Simple. So that's why, like, if the box is a little wonky, the paper will kind of form itself to the box. Okay, moving on. Panel, go to the side. Same thing, collage medium. Spread it on to where it's a little wet. But it doesn't have to be too goopy, but see, you want it to be shiny. Pick up a piece of paper. And I don't try to match the plaid pattern or whatever. You just kind of, you get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Set the paper down, push that, and then I'll even press it down onto the mat. That's just going to help hold. And while I'm doing that, oh, well, we got another side to glue. There's something there, just multitask. Keep it going. That's what I like about the collage brush too. It holds a lot of glue in the brush itself. So it just makes it really easy. So you're going to position the paper and flip it over, do the same thing. If you see any paper kind of bubble up on the front, just smooth it out, but don't panic, really. You have the ability to absolutely form this paper. It's very, very forgiving. All right, now we're going to do the top. So same thing, do that one side, pick up a piece of paper. So see, by having everything cut, it just makes it so much fun, right? And we're just going to do that. So the reason I'm using collage medium as a glue is I'm gluing an uneven wood box. So if you try to get away with double stick tape and think, oh, I've learned one thing so I can apply it to everything, it doesn't really work that way. You could try to stick stuff down, you know, and I'm talking about like using, say, a glue stick or glossy accents or double stick tape or Xyron. Those are really meant for like paper to paper. And because we're dealing with wood and something uneven, that's why you want to go with like a gel medium or something specific for, you know, collage work. But you can try all those things that you want to try. I'm just using what I'm using, and so that's the only thing I'm going to suggest using, because that's what I've used. There you go. Does that make sense? Makes sense to me. Okay. So now you can see kind of when I talk about the unevenness of that, but that's the magic of collage medium, is that it's all on there and we've got all of our seams. Now I want to take a collage medium and I want to put a layer over everything. Why? Because I just find that, one, it gives the paper a really nice finish. It gives this box a finish like other than paper. But two, this is going to give you creative options. So see those brush strokes? I love the brush strokes because even though it's matte, it's going to dry with that. And so it kind of gives, I just think it gives the paper more of a painted look. If you don't like brush strokes, you can go in and just use your finger and kind of rub that into the paper and actually smooth that out. So really do whatever you prefer to do, but that's the reason. It also helps the paper lie flat, believe it or not, because moisture applied to both sides of the paper keeps the paper from wanting to curl up on one side. So, you know, typically when you glue paper, it wants to curl up. It's because of the moisture. So when you put it on the other side, it helps everything just lay flat. And I'm just holding it best I can with my fingers. This is a really light coat. And I'm just using, I'm using the brush just to kind of create those brush strokes. It's all going to dry clear and it's all going to dry matte. So you don't have to worry about it. It also helps just to go around those seams a little bit. There we go. So see how that box is uneven? Who cares? No one's going to see that. Okay, set that down. Now, if you're going to do more things, if you're going to do more gluing, I would suggest taking that brush and wrapping it in a baby wipe, or maybe take a paper towel before putting it in a cup of water. Because if you put your brush in water and then you need to use it, say in the next 10 minutes or so, it's not a good idea to have a wet brush with glue, only because it adds a lot of moisture to your paper. So that's completely up to you. I'm just going to put mine in a baby wipe. It'll stay wet as long as the baby wipe is wet. The collage medium will stay wet. So I just really prefer to do that because you never know, you know, until you're done with the crafting session, what you want to do. Now, the other great thing about collage medium is that it is heat stable. So as I mentioned at the very beginning, I am a chronic heat tool user. Do you have to dry it? No, you can let it air dry. But I love the fact that if I am doing just one, I wouldn't be doing one, I would be doing a whole nother box or another set, is that I have the ability to come back. Drying time on this, really, it's very, very quick. I'm going to say within minutes, but a heat tool is just going to help speed up the process. So yeah, isn't it a cool paper? It does. It gives me all the Christmas vibes. And I love that it's already grungy. And I'll show you the detail. I'll let that sit there for a second. I'll grab those pre-cut pieces. Like the detail of this paper, it's like a painted plaid. See, so it's got all the cool texture, even has like some torn paper. So it just really has, look at that, like even cut in lines. I just love it. It has such a good look. But hey, you could use gift wrap. You really use what you have. It's completely up to you. Okay, so our box is done. It's dry. See, it has that great finish. Wonderful. Ready to go. Let's do this. Well, let's do Believe in the Magic because we don't have that one. So that's a lot more letters to spell. That's going to be fun. So what I do is I'll take these and I'll place it out. This is my least favorite thing to do just because it requires, well, you guessed it, thought, patience, spacing, making sure that everything's spelt right. And I'm choosing the word believe for redemption because many years ago, Mario's laughing already. Many years ago, I taught at a store in Roseville, California. It's where Rochelle used to work, the Stamp Art Shop. And I was teaching a Christmas workshop. These are like a Christmas open house thing. And I was teaching a Christmas workshop. And we were doing this little canvas. And the canvas had the word believe on it. And I'm like, oh, it's going to be so good. And I made the sample. I sent it off to the store because back in the day, you know, you had to actually send a physical sample to a store so they could get people to sign up for class. Anyway, when we were there teaching, I'm picking up my samples, showing them to everyone, like, here's what you're going to do, and here's what we're going to create, and everyone's creating. And Mario says, oh yeah, spell check, you spelled believe wrong. And I thought he was joking. He was not joking. I forgot this E in believe, and it said believe in the magic. And it was at the store for who knows how long, and no one said anything. Maybe they didn't notice, but I was like in front of class, like I was horrified. I mean, he didn't say it in a mean way. I really thought he was joking. And then I'm like, oh my gosh.
And
so
I still have it.
He still has the believe
And it comes
canvas.
out every Christmas.
He does. It comes out just to haunt me. Like, look at this. All right. So I kind of spread it out, and I don't have any tips on this other than you're just going to need to wing it. That's all I can tell you. You can get an idea. You may want to cut a piece of paper if that helps you this size and space your letters. Totally fine. But again, I'm using collage medium. Now collage medium also comes in a squeeze bottle. I'm using it this way because it's just going to make it easier. I like the fact that when I drip the glue on there, if I have any glue ooze or I have to move anything around, I won't see anything. So you just start, just get going. I don't like to use hot glue for this because I can't move anything if I have to move something. So you just go for it. You can adjust when you get there. But right now, just get it on. At least get the word on there first. See, I'm going to run out of room on the end. So that's why and the other benefit of having collage medium down on the background, and these letters, it's strange because the letters actually have a front and a back. Not really. I mean, like the V, you can flip it around. But I think that one way it just looks weird. I don't know if it's just me. Okay, so now it's just going to give me time to kind of scooch these a little bit. That's what I love about collage medium. So I can get that missing E in there. See, that's it. Okay.
I could make an appearance with it.
I'm sure you could.
It's my favorite Christmas ornament.
He does love it. And it was nice because it meant something. Because, you know, embrace imperfection. I was horrified at the time, but it was like, who cares? It was funny, and people were, I think more people were laughing simply because nobody noticed, you know? So you can see now, I don't know. I'm trying to do this through my phone, and I think that's the challenge because I feel like I'm playing a video game or like I've got some AI goggles on it. Okay. So once I think that I'm good, I'm just going to press. But see how like the B is small and the L is bent? I freaking love that. Oh my gosh, I love that. And I know this isn't for everybody, and that's okay. I don't have to be for everybody. I just think it's just about being your authentic self. And I love the idea of just kind of creating for you.
It'd be nicer if you spelled it wrong.
No.
Yeah.
No. That will never, I mean, really, every time. Yeah. I'll go in and pry it off later. So simple, right? I mean, really, when you think about the stuff, and also there is a reason why I use certain mediums. If I was gluing this, like you'd say, well, you can use glossy accents. Sure. But glossy accents, everywhere that letter touched is going to leave a glossy residue. I don't want that. So I've used the medium that I find works the best for me and is the most forgiving. And I think as makers, we kind of all have that. We have our favorite adhesives, our favorite trimmer, like all those things. And that's okay. It doesn't have to be somebody else's favorite. It just has to work for you. It has to make your creative process easy and enjoyable. And that's what I like. Okay. So now we got Believe Magic, and now we got to squeeze in the inside there. Okay. We got this. I'm just eyeballing this. Again, you never really know what you're going to do. I don't know why I chose something that has so many freaking letters. Why didn't I just do joy? Right? We like that. Just use, it's the best little sentiment. All right. In the, okay. Because making doesn't have to be hard. And I think that's the other reason why I like to, you know, around this time of year when you're launching so much product and you're seeing all of these amazing makes, it's easy to get overwhelmed. It's easy to get overstimulated where you want to do it all and you end up doing nothing. And I've been there, done that. And I think even this like motivates me to just make for the sake of making. Doesn't matter. It's just crazy, fun, silly ideas that don't take a lot of time. And I think providing tips and tricks on, now I'm going to just move magic over. Providing tips and tricks on how to make it, I think, a little bit more efficient in the making sense. I think that's good because we're not all perfect and we're not all like, you know, making 100 things at once. We're not. But sometimes it seems that way. So there you go. Okay. So now we have Believe in the Magic. And I do love that. And you have all the ability to kind of give it a nudge just for a minute or so. But once it's done, it's done. It's perfect. I think it's great. Okay. Now we'll talk about how we can alter these. Well, altering these is pretty simple. Okay. And you could do this at any time. You could do this before the letters, after. I tend to work wherever my brain is at the time, to be honest. I don't say like, oh, this is step 1, step 6. If you want to antique any of it, you can go in with a sanding disc. That's just on a blending tool. And you can just sand the edges. I tend to do this like while the letters are drying because it just allows, I think, a little bit more. I don't have to put this down and walk away. I told you I'm not one of those people. So, and it also makes sure that you're not sanding the front, because if you try to sand collage medium paper, it'll rip off all the paper. So I'm just holding this and just using, it does have sandpaper. These are sanding discs. They're from Ranger. They have a little fabric backing that go on your blending tool. But it allows, I think, just see how I can just create that scuffed edge. It just allows me to, I think, not totally destroy it. I think anytime you give somebody, especially me, like sandpaper, it's very easy to go like crazy on it. So see, I just created just a little worn edge. I don't need much. Then of course the white, well, we know how to achieve that. A little splatter paint. That's also super easy. We take our splat box. We got our splatter brush already. We have our white paint already. Because if something's drying, everything could be drying. Splatter paint takes a long time to dry, so just let it dry. All right. So here, give it some snow flurries. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Snow. Excellent. Couldn't be easier. Let that dry. Let that dry. Splat box is back. Okay. Wipe up the paint. So now we'll talk about the tops of things while this is drying. The tops of things, again, it goes back to the muffin tin. The muffin tin, the muffin tin. Because there's a lot of things you can make ahead of time that end up going on here. So this is, and if you want to see tutorials, I know that there's tutorials like Stacy's done them, Rochelle has done them, several makers have done them on painting these salvage figures and adding glitter, but here are the two sizes of Santas. So this is painted, a little is distress paint, some crayon, and you already know how to rock candy. I just use, you could use glossy accents or resist spray, either one, but you could also do this to the snowman. See, adding a little sparkle, or we can use the ones that we did, the wax, the Foundry wax. I mean, there's a lot of options for embellishments. Heck, you could even do a little Santa mug. Santa mug would be a cute embellishment. What are those Santa mugs, Mario? Can I see that Santa mug tray again? Sure. And can I see that tree box, please?
Absolutely.
Thanks. What do we got going on? Oh, thanks.
Then
Okay.
trees.
So let's do a vintage one. Actually, let's do a vintage. We'll do that little mug. That's gonna be fun. I'll take a little styro ball. I'll hand you these. And the trees. Okay. So woodland trees. I make a lot of woodland trees. Again, this is one of the things that maybe I'm sitting around. I'm like, I just want to get messy. I just do trees. You could do trees with mica. You can do trees with glitter on there. You have a lot of options of, you know, what type of. I like to paint the bases red. These are all, these started out as woodland. So I just kind of see like, oh, that would be cute. But you know what? I do think that little glittery tree would be cute with him because he's kind of vintage. So it just depends. You want to put the little wood base in there? You certainly can. He doesn't need it, but you can have it on there. So I'll do that. So I'm just going to start with styrofoam ball. I'm going to add a little dot of glue. You don't need much, but you need something. And then we're just going to squish the styrofoam ball in. I like that you can pack it down like snow. That's the thing. But that just gives me the perfect riser that now I can, little hot glue, little tree, press that in there so I can still see some of the red. I think that's very cute. Straighten up the tree and let that dry. There we go. There's our little ornament. And you might not, I mean, I love the little wire base, but that might not be your jam. You may want, you know, may want that further, but you can also add some other little elements to it. I think it's cute. Okay. So any of these little ideas of putting things on the top of the box, that's totally on you. I would recommend doing boxes, doing words, and then you're just going to glue on the element. What do you glue on the element with? Well, collage medium. That's what you glue on. And there's some different ideas of what you can do. And one thing that I wanted to do, and I'll end up putting it on this one, but this one's going to take, it just takes a little bit for the splatter paint to dry, but you know what I can do to speed it up. I'm not going to totally dry it all the way, but it does take takes a little bit of time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, 1-inch styrofoam balls, but you want the crunchy styrofoam, not the hard styrofoam. I don't know how to describe it. They have to be crunchy because crunchy styrofoam is more pliable than the condensed styrofoam. That makes it really hard. Okay. One thing you can do that I really wanted to incorporate, and I'll show you package, is this. We did these lanterns. These are part of idea-ology. They're really cute. I've shown them with tiny lights a lot because that's what they were designed to do. You can actually put tiny lights, but it's not always about me. It's not always about the stuff that we have. So I wanted to figure out a way that I could use a lantern for Christmas without tiny lights. I know, shocking. You're like, what? But you have tiny lights. You love tiny lights. I do love them, but sometimes I don't want to have to cut off. I mean, I don't mind trimming some of the tiny lights, but I don't want to have to trim off every single light but one to light up the lantern. So guess what I discovered? I discovered that, because this is really typical my lantern setup, honestly. It's tiny lights and it's a single light bulb. You know, I might even double up one But I was like, I just feel like I'm wasting the whole package of lights if I'm cutting off all of them but one. And I was like, these are my favorites. These little nuggets of goodness. This looks like something out of Star Wars, but these are actually balloon lights. These are ones where you pull the pin and it lights up a nice warm glow and it turns off with the pin. And I'm like, I wonder if. The answer, my friends, is yes. So here I painted this red, and underneath is a balloon light with a little bit of hot glue. So these lanterns, although you can embellish them, you can paint them, which is what I did. Although they come great dry brushed, I wanted mine red. It's got a hole in the top. That's for the tiny light. But you can take this little balloon light, and it's got that light bulb, and it fits literally right in that hole. Do you see that? Look at that. Like meant to be. It fits in. And so all I did was put that in, put 2 little dots of hot glue to hold it in, because this way I can still pull the pin and it turns on my lantern. And if I want to turn it off, because all it's doing is splitting the battery, that little plastic, I can push that in. It's like, seriously, I can turn this on and off. Why am I telling you all this? Because I wanted to stick the lantern on top of the box. But then I was like, well, hold on. How am I going to glue the lantern? But then I've got the light inside. That's not going to work. Or will it? So what I did is I took some adhesive. So this again is like Xyron or anything else that is permanent adhesive. I took my lantern. I just touched it on some of this adhesive. And you know, this adhesive is like, see, it's like stringy little boogies, for lack of a better term. It's essentially repositionable. So what I can do is turn on the lantern, place my lantern on the top of the box, push it, and the tape is going to hold it. Look how cute that is. Believe in the magic. I could have little greens, I could have whatever. And then when I want to turn it off, I just peel this off because this is collage medium. And then I can just take the little pin and put it back in. Because the collage medium, like this glue, literally rolls right off of the collage medium. And then I can still keep the lantern on the box. So it's just a little tack. So that was my way of just, maybe you have a better way, maybe you have a different way. Then when this goes bad, you just pull it out. And then when you're ready, it's not bad though. But when you're ready to kind of permanently attach the light, you just put that in there. Again, a little hot glue, squeeze that. I just put like a dot on both sides just because, I mean, the balloon light lasts a long time, but not forever. And so I may want to change it. So these little things, I mean, and I buy them like by the hundreds because I use them all over the house. I drop them in candle holders and I don't even turn them off. They last several days. The other cool thing about this, oh, hey, where are those things? Where's that other tray we just had? Oh, here they are. Look at these. Because these are too small for tea lights. Hey there. Oh, come on. Look at that. Little balloon light in the house. Okay, I need to set it on something. Maybe a little, take a little book. That's going to be cute. Because see, these balloon lights have a little flat bottom. Oh yeah. See, look at that. They'll just sit up there. I can't hold it that way. So that's perfect with these little houses. Yeah. So balloon lights for the win. I do like that. It's cute. And there's our little lantern. Light it up. Believe in the magic. Spelled correctly.
Too bad, not for long.
Until Mario takes it out.
Believe me, I'm going to fix that later.
I bet. So, yeah, they're a lot of fun. But that's just a cute little make that you could do. And if you didn't want to use the lantern, I mean, look at how cute the Santa mug would be on top of that. Yeah. It's really, really cute. Super, super fun. I think that's the whole thing when you're creating. I think that's a lot of fun. All right. Let me pull, where is that little tab? Okay. Let me give you this and give you this and put in my little tab and shut off my little lantern. Because see, the ball will just stay hot glued in there till you pry it out. Okay. Look at those. fun, quick, easy makes, right? All right, we're gonna keep going. Mind bringing those other things over, Mario? Thanks. I'm gonna hand you some of this stuff.
Yeah.
I've acquired just quite the pile, so let me just hand you some of this. Thank you. I'm just readjusting over here, guys. I got a lot of stuff. I still have some stuff to share. If you guys are good, I'm good. So much easier just to keep the party going. All right, cute, cute. So when I was creating stuff for the Hoopla, my goal is always not just to talk about product, but just have you think differently, I guess, about the products we have. And that's really what I've tried to do, like with the lights and with the mugs and with the trees and just all of those things. Just really kind of share with you, I think, how to create differently. All right. So what I wanted to do is just share some quick make ideas. So it's just a couple more things, not too much. So hopefully you're not too bored, but I always love to look at what comes out at the stores for the holidays and just see if there's a way that we can modify or adapt it. And so this year at Hobby Lobby, they had these trees, and this whole box of trees was $3. $3, and these are wood trees. They're completely solid turned wood trees. They have a horrible screw eye at the top, but maybe you want to use it as an ornament. I just thought it was a little too big. So I just took those off, and I had these great wooden trees. And I'm like, oh, what could I do with them? Well, if you know, in years past, we've talked about taking not just, let me bring that off camera, taking an object. I think one year I did it even with the Salvaged figures, and taking your favorite color of distress paint. Let me just grab a color of paint. Get some peeled paint. There we go. Maybe paint it. And then take your custom glitters. Now, if you haven't made custom glitters, well, my friends, you know, like having your own custom colors of distressed glitter. This is rock candy. We've done this many, many years. I think Mario has a link. Maybe this was done, I think even last year we did it in the Hoopla. You can also use your distressed mica flakes. I love using mica flakes on things because they're great for color. I don't have as many color mica flakes as I do glitter. But the great thing about coloring your own glitter is that instead of it being a metallic glitter, it's just like a wonderful colored sugar, okay? So it just has you thinking that when you're out shopping, look at the craft store for things you can repurpose, okay? So seeing these blank trees, I'm like, oh, these would be really, really cool. So we painted them solid, and shout out to Mario because he did this project. I'm like, hey, can you help me? And he's like, sure. So you base coat your trees with whatever color paint coordinates with your glitter. And in this case, peeled paint coordinated with this color glitter. Now, alcohol, these are done with alcohol ink and they don't have distress color. So this was probably done with lettuce, I'm guessing. So to me, that was a good match. So you base coat in a matching color of glitter. And I just want to share these with you because the idea is very simple, very inexpensive. So you can use it not only for home decor, but also for gifts. You can see the popsicle stick. It's done exactly the same way as far as how you paint it. You peel it off, you stick it on. It just allows you to paint things way quicker without holding onto them, I guess. So this, if you look, because I'm going to tip this and it's going to fall everywhere, but then you're going to get the idea. We just took, whoa, there it goes. We just took these little trees, done them in the color of glitter, put them on a butter pat. So it's just a little vintage butter pat, and then used baubles. So I'm just going to tip it because it's just more of a decor piece. So this is what those trees actually look like. They're glittered beautifully. And we just used some tape and taped them onto a butter pat. It doesn't matter if it's a butter pat. You could use a can lid. You can do anything you want. But the idea about this is just creating these custom colored trees. Now, you would get 2 sets out of each because you get 2 of each design. So think about that. I mean, all 6 of these were $3. So this is $1.50 for creating this. But that glitter is just so wonderful because this is not your typical red glitter at the craft store, or green, or chartreuse, because typically it's all metallic glitter. This is tinting your own rock candy with alcohol ink, and now you have colored, well, think of it as colored sugar, okay? These, of course, also done with alcohol ink. These are the Baubles, and I just did them, I mean, you could see, just threw them in there in all different sizes. Could you glue them in? Yeah, but this wasn't meant to hold on camera. This was, you know, you're gonna sit this on your coffee table, and the idea is that it's a vintage butter pat, so you would want to repurpose that butter pat another season. So by just throwing them in, I think it has a great little look, don't you think? All right, so this set, we just did snowballs. So we use the idea-ology bubbles, and we use pastel colors. So we've got, we've got a little pink spun sugar, a little cracked pistachio. See, isn't that pretty? But you can, I love how sugary these are. So, so pretty, but not as cool as my favorite. See, I'm glad I did this over a tray. Although we did get some bouncers. This one, my all-time favorite, because hello, where do you get gray and brown and beige glitter? Come on. And look at these Baubles. I mean, these are like these little, this is my favorite. You could tell. I love these colors. I'll pour some of those in my hand. Look at those colors. Oh my gosh. Snapdragon. Okay. Look at that. I love, oh, so much. Okay. I'll just pile them on. Look, there's a tray for a reason. Okay. You get the idea. Let's just show how they work. The cool thing about this, of course, taking them apart. So it's very easy. Could you make these out of ornaments? Of course you can. But really, like, this is where you think, could you have found a bigger screw eye for this tree? Come on. So that's really why I took them out, because I didn't think they needed it. But if you wanted to make an ornament, I'd maybe put in a smaller screw eye. But you paint. What did we use to adhere the glitter? Well, any guesses? Collage medium. It is your friend. Could you use glossy accents? It dries too quick. Could you use resist spray? No, it soaks into the wood immediately, even though if you paint it. So the great thing about collage medium is it really allows the tackiness of applying the glitter, but you put on a nice even coat and off you go. But what I was really excited to share, besides just this, let me find, I'm going to find an empty, can you find me an empty container? Oh, here's an empty container. He's laughing at all the Baubles, huh?
Just bouncing everywhere.
Yeah, okay. Okay, look at these colors. Let's just, again, for a moment. Come on. Okay, but then let's look at these colors, because this is what I want to share with you. You see these colors? For years, I have dreamt about these kind of colors of Baubles. And you think, well, you have alcohol ink. Yes, but not in these colors until this year when we launched new colors. The new colors of alcohol ink make the most glorious Baubles, and I'll show you. Let's just fill this little dish because we can. See how easy it is? Oh my gosh, I could decorate for a party in minutes. There we go. Oh, there's a big Bauble in there. That's too big. Out you go. Okay. Nice. Oh, uh-oh, there's a Bauble in the bubbles. My ADD will not allow it. Oh, I just, nope. I'm shoveling the snow. There we go. Oh my gosh, Mario knows, like, I can't do it. My brain would just be like, there's something in the snow. Okay, there we go.
It would make you crazy.
Perfect. Okay, let's take these out now so they don't cross-contaminate with each other anymore.
They
Perfect.
do follow each other around.
They do. They like it. They're like, hey, where are you from? Let's talk. I want to meet you.
Do.
Okay. So with these, let's just talk about, again, some great ideas and what we can do to alter this. So like I said, the color ones are done with paint and glitter. So same thing. All of these are done with the paint. So these are done with like frayed burlap paint, hickory smoke paint. So it's paint, collage medium, and your custom glitter. And I'll tell you that, yes, when it comes to custom glitters, when you use alcohol inks, you can make some beautiful colors of beige and browns. And, you know, even like Halloween, it's completely different when it comes to just black glitter, because this is kind of like obsidian. It has such a great look. All right. So the colors make these glorious, glorious Baubles. So that's what I wanted to share with you. Just these new colors. Again, I'm not going to demo it because it's how we've done it forever, but I want to kind of give you the color rundown of how to make these cool metallics. All right. So again, we're working with Baubles, which where did that pack go again? Oh, here we go. Right here. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Baubles are the ornaments. Bubbles are the snowballs. These are only out at Halloween. These are only out at Christmas. I don't believe either one is coming back, but you probably have had them because they've been out for like 7 or 8 years. These are the colors. So let me just go through and talk about the new colors of alcohol ink and what I made. So this color, this is gravel. Take a look at what all it is literally alcohol ink dripped in there, done. In fact, I'm going to do it. I said I wasn't going to, but I'm going to, because you can't believe it until you see it. It's pretty amazing what they do. Let me just open some. Just take out a little handful. Watch and see how many fly around. Oh, that's fine. I don't want the biggest ones out. There we go. That's good. So I'm just taking these. So these have no holes in them. That's what makes them really cool. Put them in a cup. I prefer a little portion cup now. That's kind of my new jam. We're going to do gravel. So we're just going to take some alcohol ink. We're going to squirt some ink in there, about that much. You're going to put the lid on, and you're going to put it on the spin cycle. Open it up. Take a look. Do you like the color? Yes. Do you want it darker? Sure. Add a little bit more. Put the lid on. So you don't need a ton of ink. It's really, we're talking like drips at a time. That's going to be enough. I'm going to cover this, put the lid on this. Then you're going to take a piece of palette paper, wax paper, it could be anything, but not a paper towel, because a paper towel really will absorb too much of the color. Take the lid off, flip it over, tap it, and let them dry like that. They'll take, I don't know, 5 minutes tops to dry, okay? But when they dry, I'm going to put, see, I made these like that's a double layer of gravel, so that made them a darker steel, which is fine. I'm fine with them. But I'll show you the color that you get. It's absolutely amazing, because when you first ink them, they kind of lose their, I mean, you can see the shines come back. They kind of look, but look at that color. It's like this wonderful dark platinum steel bearing. That's gravel. Beautiful color, okay? Then we did flannel. Flannel is like this really light color. Look at flannel. Flannel is like the beautiful, almost sterling silver. So now, instead of using metallic, because a lot of people would use an alloy or mixative, those metallics really kind of gunk up the pearl. Flannel makes that perfect sterling color. Oh, it's just so pretty. Okay, so that's flannel. Then this color, which is like this weird in-between, it's almost frayed burlap. This is a little combo blend. I love it because if when you put it next to it, it almost looks like an antique gold. Okay, this is the combo. It's smudge, of course, that's a new color, and chronicle. Chronicle, you can see, has a little bit of green, but put these two together so it's equal parts. It's like a splash of smudge, a splash of chronicle, mix and mix, and that is your color. It's absolutely wonderful. So beautiful. So those colors, so gravel, flannel, smudge, and chronicle. But then I did want like a dark, almost like a coppery color. And this isn't a new color, but I just use it. This is sepia. And it really surprised me of how beautiful it created these wonderful copper color baubles. So that was sepia. It's amazing. So that's what I did. I just mixed them all. And, you know, it's so simple because you're done. And then when if you want them to be more aged, meaning, see how these are dry? Once they're done, I take a little spray bottle with some isopropyl alcohol. And while they're drying here, I just give it, like from a distance, I give it like a spritz of alcohol. And I'll hold one up just to kind of show you what it does. It just creates, can you see these, you see the reflection, but these little tiny dots, I'll do it close, maybe you'll see it. There you go. See, it creates these little dots. It eats through the ink. Ah, there you go. So when you spray with isopropyl, the ink kind of moves a little bit and it looks like worn Christmas ornaments, because mercury glass Christmas ornaments are kind of skippity bit all over the place. So anyway, I just wanted to share, if you haven't used the new alcohol ink colors or you have them, they make the most amazing metallics, and you probably wouldn't think metallic when you think of smudge, chronicle, flannel, gravel, but it's there. And of course sepia. So yeah, I just have another set for that. So I think that, you know, it's a great filler if you're doing anything, whether you're making your own little trees, maybe you're doing a bottle brush tree, whatever it is you're doing, I think taking elements that you have and taking tools that you have in your craft room, you're like, hey, yeah, I can make some cool vintage ornaments. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. That to me is it's the magic. Oh man, it's the magic of it all.
Let him go.
No, I got it. Thanks.
Let him run.
Yeah, let him run. Let him run wild. So there we have it. That's our wooden trees. Again, it's hard to believe that something, well, I mean, even down to the packaging, like, it's just that. And when I bought these, because I did buy like 5 boxes, Mario goes, what are you going to do with them? I go, I don't know. I didn't know. But for the price, I wanted to create something. So
5?
I think it's really maybe 6, maybe more. Anyway, I love the idea. It could, and if you know, vintage butter pat, think of different ways. They don't have to be clustered like this. They could be however you want them to be. Okay, we're in the home stretch, guys. We got one more thing that I want to share with you. And it's a quick make. It's easy, but it's just fun because sometimes you can look at stuff and see its potential. And for me, it was this plastic thing. And I will tell you that Mario, he did chuckle a little bit. He's like, look, I know you see potential, but this is literally a piece of plastic garbage. And I'm like, because it is, it's made entirely out of plastic. He's like, what are you going to do with it? I'm like, this thing is like what, $2.50? $2.50. And it comes with batteries and a switch that you light up. I'm like, and look, it's even like a flicker bulb. I mean, ish. I said, you stand back. You just watch and see. Again, Hobby Lobby. $2.50. I took this and I turned it into this.
Come on, look at that.
And what I like about it is that it's everything that we've done before. We made our own Drippy candle thanks to Tammy B's technique all those years ago that inspired Drippy candles. I was able to use some idea-ology. I was able to use rock candy and mica flakes and paint and crayons and really take something and make it totally great for $2.50. And the stuff, the way to do it is going to surprise you how cheap it is. So we're going to take you through on how to modify one. That's going to be our last thing, the grand finale, so to speak. So a couple of things to note. When I look for stuff about its potential to repurpose, the first thing I look at is it going to be easy to disassemble? So I looked at the bottom, and as soon as I saw screws, because sometimes stuff is molded together and it's like there's no going in there. But I'm like, oh, it's screwed together. So that is going to tell me that something's going to come out of it. So that's really why I took my chance. And I only bought one to start out with and then went back and bought whatever we could buy because I have a lot of these. But it's very easy to take apart, to disassemble. When you take it apart, just go in with a little screwdriver, take out the mini screws. They're not very big, so you know you don't need to have a lot of torque there. And I love really that it comes with batteries, so hey, that even saves you the money right there. $2.50 for everything. Come on, that's insane to me. Okay, so once you do, the whole thing just came out. I'm like, so now you have this piece. You have the clear piece, you have the candle top piece, that's plastic, and then you have this. And I'm like, I can totally work with that. Let's go. So here's the breakdown of what we're going to do and what I did. I wanted to give them like an old finish. So this one I did like in an antique silver. This one I did in antique brass. Literally takes you 30 seconds. I'll show you that. And then of course we wanted to go from this pitiful excuse of drippy candle to like, now that's a drippy candle, right? We're going for it. Again, hot glue gun trick from Tammy B. So let's start there and then I'll get into like how we can adorn it. All right. So when it comes to altering these, it really is simple. You're just going to want to use some paint. So I'm just going to grab some distress paint. Distress paint comes in a lot of colors, but it also comes in metallic. So brush, pewter, tarnish, brass. Those seemed pretty logical as far as how I wanted to create a metallic finish. So If you wanted it gold, I use brass. If I wanted it silver, it could be any metallic paint. It does not have to be distress. It can be whatever you want it to be. Okay, just going to put a little bit of paint. A couple of drips is all it's going to take, and we're going to go with a dry brush. So it's easier if you start with something that's got a little bit more bristle to it, a little bit wider versus something small. Pick up some paint, kind of move it around. You can work on a paper towel if you want, or you can just work on the glass. Totally up to you. And then you're just going to start going across. It really just, it couldn't be easier. And just do this in layers, okay? Meaning don't focus on the same area. Just do what you do and move on. If you think, oh, I don't know if there's enough. Well, who cares? You can go back to it. But the idea is we want to create a weathered look. So go in all the different directions, picking up a little bit of paint at a time. And just kind of, I would stick with like a linear brush stroke. But hey, I'm no fancy painter. So you know, if you've got all your faux finishing skills going, you break them out. Dazzle us. All right. Then as you start to go around, you can build up a little bit more paint depending on how much of that, you know, metallic you want to show. So see, I like where it's like heavy in some areas, light in some areas. Just really, you paint as much or as little as you want until you're happy with it, or you can skip this step. But I just thought that this just kind of enhanced that black plastic a little bit, and it fooled the eye. You know, it is a bit trash or treasure, but I'm not, you know, trying to pull off an anthropology make here. It's just, it's something where, you know, I don't think somebody would think that you only paid $2.50 for it. So anyway, you could do leafing, you could do patina. If you have a great little rusty finish, you could do that too. You could not do foundry wax on this because this is made out of plastic. So if you tried to heat emboss this, it would melt. So you don't want that to happen. Okay, there we go. Look at that. Easy. Perfect. Done. Paintbrush in the water. Get rid of the paint. If I clean it off while it's wet, it should come off pretty easy. There we go. And this is, it's already dry because we dry brushed it. So that's going to be simple. Then we're going to talk about the candle. Now the candle, this is something that's going to probably take the longest as far as time, but it's pretty easy actually. So all you're going to do is take a glue gun. And again, thanks to Tammy B, because, you know, when she shared the whole drippy candle thing, that's what even inspired idea-ology. You're just going to kind of start at the top, squeeze some glue, and then you can like create a drip, kind of bring it back up a little bit, and then just kind of work around. You can go here, do like a smaller drip. See how we're just like building that up? Go here, you can go all the way down, kind of come back up. The reason you come back up is because you want to create that drippy, you want to create the drips at the end. So if you just like go all the way down and pull, you won't have that little blob. And that's really how like candle wax is going to drip. Pretty easy, right? You also want something with a fine tip. That glue gun is going to help. I find something with a trigger versus like a button just helps a little bit more. But you can always go back and add more. Don't worry about your glue strings. They're really going to go completely unnoticed. It's also good if you like skip a little bit, you know, meaning don't just try to, you're not like caulking a bathtub here. Just go in and just add some little imperfection, little drips. There we go. I need to stop for a minute so my motor skills could catch up. Look at that. See? So I like long drips, short drips, and you're just going to work your way around. Start at the top, start with your glue, just kind of drip some of that down, and just go around. All right, cool. There you go. And once you're done, if you decide like, oh, hey, I want this to be like a little bit longer, well, go for it. Just add a little bit, go back up. It's wax. Like no one's going to say, oh, a candle didn't drip like that. Yeah, says who. And then we're going to let it cool. That's it. Once we let it cool, I gotcha. Once we let it cool, you're going to paint it. So this is how it starts, and this is a layer of antique linen distress paint. You can paint it any candle wax color you want it to be. It could be white, cream, whatever. I just went and used that, just antique linen. All I did was do the candle, just the candle part. So I didn't do the flame, I didn't do the bottom. That's all going to get covered up. But you could do as much of it as you want. Then as far as modification goes, well, it's back to the tricks that we know. So let me grab, where is it? I think it's on the Santa mug tray. I got it. I got it. We're going to go back to, I'm telling you, distress crayon is like the trick. It is what we do. So I'm just going to go in and use the walnut stain crayon, a little bit of water, that brush. So you can see why I have a dedicated brush for crayon, because you use it. And then you just go in and add your grunge. So we're going to just, and don't worry about getting it on the flame part. Doesn't matter. We're going to clean it all up. It's just like what we did with the other stuff, right? You add the grunge and then you take it off. So just really use that brush to kind of work in that grunge everywhere. Work that in, because crayon, really, it's a super forgivable medium. Okay, so we have that done. Cap that up. Then we're going to just take a paper towel and we're going to just clean this off. Again, it's all about revealing as much or as little as you want or don't want. So first thing I'll do is just clean off that little flame right there. And then I just start just going in with that damp paper towel. See, you're just revealing what you want of that candle and the wax. And you can still move it around with your fingers, you know, but don't overthink it. Just you can clean out in between the drips, but to me it just really alters and kind of transforms that candle. And if you don't want it to be grungy, you could do this with metallic. You really could. You could have, instead of antique linen, you could paint this gold if you wanted your candle to be metallic. But it just, to me, it gives it like a grungy, dusty look to it. I absolutely, and I love the way that, see that little grunge in there, glows. So don't be afraid to just go in and, yeah, and pick out some of that stuff. Okay. So far, so good? Yes. All right. So as far as the filler, well, that's the easy part. You just did all the hard stuff for this make. That was it. You dry brushed, you did hot glue, you did a drippy candle, zippity-doo, you're done. Let me show you what I'm using to actually fill in these little elements. It's all about scale. Scale was the key to this because it's a small space. So you could use die cuts. If you have little die cuts, you could totally use that. But I was searching the craft store for little greenery, and most of the picks that they sell at Christmas are really big. So just went to the candle ring section, and that's what we got. The candle rings, again, they're $5.99, so I think they were $3 for all of this and $3 for all of this. Now, you know, you can shop this way if you're making a couple of them. I mean, really, a lot of times you can find most of this stuff on the floor, and I'm not exaggerating. You can find it on the floor. I don't suggest pulling it off. That's not what I'm saying. But a lot of times you can find scraps on the floor that you use, but this is a great investment because look at all of these pine pieces and juniper pieces, because again, when you look at how this wreath is built, you're just going to pull this off and look at how many pine branches. This is rubbery plastic I have. I can make seasons worth for $6 for both of them. Simple. That's way cheaper than buying like miniature greenery. This whole stem of berries, it was all about scale. This stem of berries, I think, was $3. You know how many berries I have? Berries for days, because this used like 5 out of a whole cluster. So again, by just buying these, it's really inexpensive, but candle rings are going to provide you a lot of greenery, really inexpensive. So stay out of the pick aisle, because that's like really, they try to get you for $6, $7, $8 for a stem, and the stuff is too big. So I just started pulling stuff off so you could trim it up. That's really what you do. So the next thing I did was like, okay, so this is going to be the candle, and now I need to add some greenery. Okay, what am I going to do? Well, let me grab my trusty scissors. Let's just start chopping some stuff up. So it's like, okay, that's a great little pine branch. I like that shape. Oh, I like this shape too. Okay, I'll cut that. Perfect. Now I got my pine. Let's look at that juniper-y stuff. Oh, this is fun. And I also feel it, like I like that, you know, if it's rubbery or flexible, that's going to be super, super helpful for you. So this, I don't even have to cut. I'm just pulling it apart. There's some little juniper-y pieces. Just grab a few. You never know what you're going to need. And you don't have to do this. If you want to make stuff with things in the wild in your backyard, go for it. I just find this to be really easy. So I'm just cutting off 2 little berry clusters. I love that these particular berry stems are almost kind of lacquered. So they kind of stick together. They kind of remind me of Nerd's rope. Can you tell I have candy on the brain? Yep. Okay, there's some berries. Perfect. Then we're just going to assemble. Now, this is your platform. Your platform needs to go back inside. So don't get all, you know, hotel lobby on me and just start creating these scenes and wonderscapes. You got to build within the Foundry. What? What? What?
Don't get all hotel lobby on me.
Well, you know, those big arrangements that are in a hotel, they're massive. People are like, oh, but I love the greenery. Well, yeah, but that's for the guests to enjoy, not you, not for the candle. Okay, so I'm just going to first start by gluing some stuff on the bottom. Okay, there we go. And this stuff can bend out of the way, so I'm not too worried. But I want to have an idea of like where I'm going. Let's see, which side do I like? Oh, yeah. I like this side. Rip it off, start again. Go in this direction. See, hot glue is very, very forgiving. That's why I think when a lot of people use it, they think, oh, this is great to hold embellishments. It is the worst because you saw how easy it is just to pop things off. So if you try to make something dimensional that is going to be handled out of hot glue, well, it's not going to last. Okay, so now I just wanted this as the front. So now I'm just going to build. So I'm going to add like a blob of hot glue and just kind of start building. I'll take this greenery and I want to create some height. See, that's going to work. So I can push in. So as long as I'm kind of within this, I can totally make this work. I'll stick this little pine branch. So I'll put a little blob of hot glue there. Again, I'll just stick that down there. And don't worry about how it's looking because it's going to go through quite a bit of ugly at first. We can edit later. All right, so this one, yeah, so I'm just going to hold that there. Yeah, I like that. Now I need a little bit more height. All of my hot glue stuff is going to be covered with some glitter in just a minute. There we go. There we are. And we're going to add a little berry. Yeah, some people are looking like that is exactly how I craft. Just glue and stick. Yep. So there's like a cluster. It's not much to it, but that's really all you need. Don't overthink this. And if you have prettier florals, by all means use prettier florals. This I think is going to be the redwood forest. I better get rid of that. Okay. So far so good. Let's glue that. So I'm just sticking things down into the glue. And I just want it to kind of work around that candle. That's going to be good. Okay. And let's take this little blob of glue. You get the idea. And just imagine, you know, you really can fill these with other things. If you have organics, if you have like little things from the forest floor, maybe you live somewhere where you could pick up little bits of pine and juniper and pine cones. Gosh, use naturals. I think that would be really magical. Okay, little blob of glue there and stick that berry in there. Okay, so I'm just going to add a little bit of greenery to the front just because. So that's where you just really just rip the stuff off. It's like little blobs of seaweed. But you'll see what's going to cover up all of the gunk in just a minute. Oh my heck. That looks like seaweed. Okay. See, I like that. Just that little blob. Okay. So I'm good with that. Now we'll fix all the yuck. Because there's a lot of yuck to this. Let's be honest. All I'm going to do for that is go back to my little mixture. My little holiday mixture. Where is it? There it is. Here it is. Okay. So there are two products that I really love for Christmas snow. There's rock candy, which we know is clear glitter. And then there are mica flakes, which are clear mica flakes. I like to blend the two together. It just happens from using them for years, so I end up with snowflakes. So I put the little label on there myself, but that's a mix of mica and rock candy. It's typically when I was doing stuff on trees, I wanted glitter and mica, so all my leftovers ended up becoming their own jar. So that's what I'm going to use. I like to shake it up because it gives me a good little mix. So I'll take a brush, just a small little brush. Going to use some collage medium, and I've got my jar of snowflakes. Okay, so all I'm going to do is take this, take my collage medium, and just really just start putting this wherever you want it to be. It could be up on the branches. It could, I definitely put it at the bottom where I have all my hot glue, because I want like the snow to build up there. You'll get it. You'll see it in just a second. Blah, blah, blah. And just, so it's not a lot. I'll put a little bit like on the berries, but see, my brush is pretty wet. So, because again, collage medium is going to dry clear, totally translucent. So, but I want it to be on there enough that it's going to grab some of this snow mess that I put on. But again, stay within the boundaries here. Okay. Then you're just going to take this and snowflakes. Be generous. Really generous. You can put it all back. Shake it off. But see, now we have just wintry magic. It takes that plastic yuck and gives it a great vintage vibe. This will dry clear, but I love that it's got little bits of mica, little bits of snow, and we just let it dry. You're just going to let it do its thing. You need it to dry before you try to put this back, because if you try to put this back, all that wet glue is going to stick to the sides, and it's not a good thing. So, but it's amazing with, see, because see that little bit of glitter and mica? That's what I love about a jar of snowflakes. So it's nice, isn't it? It's just it's a good mix. So I'm going to let that dry. I'm going to put my snowflake mixture. See, you can see it's all the good stuff. It's like, oh, it's wintry dust. I do love it. I don't know how many people are going to be mixing their glitter and snow. It's a hard thing to do, but once you do it, you'll love it. It's Christmas. 'Tis the season. You see the house. The house has a lot of glitter. I love snowy glitter, really. But, okay. So, while this is, let's see, it's not even in camera. This is drying over here. Our little thing that we created. There we go. We'll talk about the assembly, because that's really important. I learned this the hard way, to be honest. There was a sacrificial one. One did have to go in the can. I didn't realize when I took this out, and maybe you can see it here, this is not perfectly square. It's actually tapered wider at the bottom. It's very subtle, and I didn't realize it. So when I tried to rebuild the last one, I put the candle in the skinny end and tried to shove this in the lantern, and it was disaster. So you want to make sure that when you go to rebuild it, you rebuild it properly. So I'm just going to take this one out and just show you how to assemble it, because it is pretty easy. I'll take out these little screws just so you can see how everything fits, because I don't glue anything in. I put it in exactly as I took that out. Everything just kind of fits in the windows. So, but I just wanted you to be aware if you are going to build something like this. And you know what? Maybe you don't even want to deal with something like this. You have a different kind of lantern, but gosh, I love the size of this. Okay, that's your bottom piece that comes out. And then this is, well, that's everything that comes out. So this right here is all you're going to, so when that's done drying, you're going to put this back into the clear box. You can see that there's the wide part. So you put it to where it actually just sits. I didn't glue it. It just fits in there. There's like a little tiny track, and you just wedge everything in there. You bend the branches, but that's why you want everything to dry, because if not, you're going to have glue smeared everywhere. And then once you have this little box, your box just pops in. So again, depending on, what's the front and the back, I put the front in where the front is, just slides in, and then you put your light fixture in. See, that little light bulb just goes right in there, and then you just put in the screws. Like, it's that easy. It's super, super simple. If you're looking online, they don't have them online, but typically if you're a Hobby Lobby shopper, they don't have a lot of Christmas online. They ship it all in their stores, but I mean, my gosh, the stores are loaded.
There's tons. Of
Yeah, so don't go by the online thing. Just if you don't have a Hobby Lobby and you're wanting to shop there for wood trees and lanterns, just call a friend that has one. Say, do some shopping. All right, I'm just going to screw that back in just because. So pretty, right? And then this is just an idea-ology word plaque that I just used some foam tape just to tape it in, and that'll. So there you go. A lot of ideas. My gosh, trees and Santa mugs and cards and Sizzix and Spritz and
5.5 hours.